Morning. July 26. YouTube working. Good. All right. Looks good on that end. 11 of you in here right now. I had it unlisted. Durr. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's 13. Okay. Some people coming in. Pioneer Driver. Good morning. Good morning. Brenda Grant. Good morning. Oh, now down to 7. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Good morning, Julia. Our official timekeeper, now up to 9. Okay. Numbers coming back. Not sure what that was about. That was interesting. Apparently the security is quite intense down there today. Oh, there was a report I wanted to watch. Let's see here. On to YouTube. One moment, please. Lots of other stuff going on around the country. Yes, indeed.
No two sets of eyes are the same.
No,
and
are they?
Should keep them from getting the expert eye care.
Clamp it. Clamp it.
No two sets of eyes are the same. And nothing should keep them from getting the expert eye.
That's a bunch of shite. All right. Sad mafioso, green bastard, truth and all. Nosy Scotian. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Missing that there. Doug. Morning from Calgary. Good morning. Good morning, fellow Calgarian. Brother Paul, Tracy C. Please share. I did get some of the thank you very much to Anita for sharing that with me. I can't really figure out how to use that thing, but kind of did record it, but then some reason my recorder didn't like that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so here we go.
After the living nightmare that left 22 people murdered, the Mass Casualty Commission's public inquiry is hearing more admissions from the RCMP.
That was communicated and how that was
a key player in the Mounties' response, Superintendent Darren Campbell admits 911 information was not shared precisely. Information suggesting the gunman was driving a fully marked replica RCMP car.
You can call that an error in their assessment of it.
And why, even when it became clear the killer had escaped their incomplete containment effort, the Mounties never initiated an emergency alert to the public.
That wasn't a tool that we were aware of that we had in our toolbox.
But political admissions are slow in coming. Campbell's handwritten notes allege RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki leaned on investigators to publicly reveal the gunman's weapons, and that Lucki was pressuring to help justify the government's upcoming gun control legislation. At a House of Commons committee in Ottawa, whose hearing was timed to Campbell's Nova Scotia testimony, Commissioner Lucki made a partial admission.
Was there pressure for information from the federal government about this incident? Yes. This wasn't surprising as we were dealing with the biggest mass shooting incident in our country.
But she insists there was no political interference. a position shared by then Public Safety Minister Bill Blair.
At no point did I direct the RCMP in any operational matter, including on public communications.
Other witnesses, like this former RCMP communications director, reinforce some of the allegations.
She was irritated that she had briefed the minister that we would be proactively discussing the weapons based on my earlier update.
And the organization's former commanding officer in Nova Scotia was more definitive.
So you heard the commissioner say she promised the minister and the prime minister's office.
Yes.
Did the Commissioner Leckie directly tie that to the forthcoming firearm policy from the Liberal government?
Yes.
She did. So she said the pressure was from the minister and the prime minister's office, that she had promised them that that information would be released. And the pressure was a result of it being tied to the forthcoming gun policy from the Liberal government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Nova Scotia testimony from Superintendent Campbell continues Tuesday. In coming weeks, the Parliamentary Committee will also hear from more RCMP and government witnesses. Ross Lord, Global News.
Not sure what's going on right now. My screens are all flashing. That's great. Thank you for that. Okay. Not sure why my screen's flashing. I feel like I'm in a bit of a gong show here. Now I have nothing. Okay. No? Still going to flash. Not so good. Can't really stream like this, can I? Okay, well, that wasn't very nice. Whatever that was. Looks like I may have some computer issues I'll need to address later. Thank you for that. Hopefully now streaming is back. Is streaming back? Glow in my computer. Almost certainly glow. Glow always in my computer. Glow, go away. Okay, let's get this set up. Interesting what happened down in Ottawa. Of course, just, miraculous coincidence, that they timed it out that way. Okay, I see you now. All right, thank you. All right, some more some more howdies and good mornings. I saw some more people. Tracy C. Please share around. Please share around. Good stuff. MH. Blue Nose. Chiang. Sad. Global all over this one. Sarah Ritchie's dumb questions. Oh, did you guys see the light show? Did you see it? Oh, you guys must have seen something, eh? Disco? Yeah. I think some people think I'm talking shit. I was like, what the fuck, man? That happens all the time. So if your computer screen is acting like a strobe light, CSE is trying to make you have seizures, are they? Try it. Okay. Gremlins everywhere, says Cindy's. Didn't go away on my end. Okay, good. Yes, the backward MCC. Yesy, good morning. This is Sandy. Good morning, Green. Special prayers to those of you who need it. Which is probably everybody, but some people more so. PK Grinder. Good morning. Long time no see. Jamie. Flashing going on. Flashing. I saw blinking screens. Thought you were getting swatted. No. Try it. Do it. If you ain't coming hard, don't come at all. Christiana. All right, so we've got this set up here. So yeah, okay, so very interesting stuff. I tried to record. Sorry, error has occurred. Like, oh, you guys can't see that. Let's see. I tried to record yesterday's session in Parliament, and it was going along, and it was going fairly slowly. Well, okay, you know, it would take a while.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode, please.
Okay, that's good. And then I wake up this morning hoping that would be done, and then I could just upload it for everybody. Oh no, some kind of error. It's starting. Thank you, Powerman Taggart. Any relation to Tom? Nikki Lewis. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so I think the flashing is done. Chris Leather looks totally different than in 2020, does he? How? No relation to Tom. Okay, well, welcome aboard, Powerman. I haven't seen any pictures of Chris, so that'll be interesting. That's on tomorrow. Anybody watch last night or yesterday over in Parliament? 3 hours, 52 minutes or something like that. F1 racing. Just a miraculous coincidence. Global talking about rampages everywhere at the same time too. Come on, man. Cheap. Get off it. Please do share. Please do share. Half his size. Oh, losing weight. Oh, that's what you were talking about yesterday. Okay, I was a bit confused. I see. That type of half his size. I thought he would went mini-me style or something. 40% his body weight. Wow. Ooh. In a good way or in a bad way? Did he just happen to disappear? Is he stressed out?
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour, bienvenue, hello, and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Today, we'll continue to hear from Superintendent Darren Campbell about his role as Support Services Officer for H Division at the time of the mass casualty, including his perspective on lessons learned and changes that could be implemented to help make our community safer. Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young will continue to facilitate today's questioning, which will include questions from the Council for participants. Whenever you are ready, Ms. Young, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, and everyone. This morning, we will have a full day of cross-examination by participants, starting with Mr. Pinio for about 2 hours, followed by Mr. McDonald for about 20 minutes, Tara Miller for about 20 minutes, Ms. Najawan for about 20 minutes, Mr. Bryson for about an hour and a half, possibly Mr. Lockyer, and then Ms. Ward. I may have questions for about 20 minutes, and then it would be any questions that the commissioners may have. That is today's schedule.
Thank you so much. And let me take this opportunity to thank Council, Commission Council, and Participant Council for working together yesterday to coordinate today in an orderly fashion, and for agreeing upon the various outside, as I understand it, outside timelines. And we're fortunate to have very experienced counsel in all aspects, and I trust that we'll be able to maintain those timelines. So thank you to all council.
And Commissioners, before Mr. Pinio comes up, I just have a couple of very minor housekeeping matters. When we made exhibits yesterday, at the end of the day, there was one document that was given 2 exhibit numbers. So I just wanted to free up the extra exhibit number. It was COM 0035713. That was given an exhibit number P003905, but then also inadvertently P003948. So if we could vacate the 948 number, and that can be the next document to be exhibited. The next thing was there was a COM number, there was an email chain between Superintendent Campbell and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather dated April 19th, 2020. And I think I had read COM 001762. I missed the 7, so the correct COM number is 00172262. I think I said 1262. So just correcting that for the record. And then lastly, COM 0051944, which was exhibited yesterday. That was a letter from the Department of Justice Canada to Commission Council about emergency operations plans. I gave the date as February 22nd, 2022, and the date should be February 27th, 2022. So that was all I had this morning.
Thank you. So we're ready for the witness, please. Good morning, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Good morning.
Have a seat. You're still under oath. Yes. And as I mentioned yesterday, counsel for the commission and counsel for the various participants met, and they met again, and they've agreed on a process for questioning you in order, in a way that would avoid duplication, but of course have you respond to all appropriate questions. So each counsel will come up in order and identify themselves and who they represent.
Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Pinio.
Superintendent Campbell, I represent, along with my colleagues at Patterson Law, a majority of the families who lost family members in the mass casualty event, as well as, I think, almost all of those victims who directly suffered harm and are still living. So I'm going to ask Madam Registrar if you could bring up COM number 0059133. Superintendent Campbell, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And those that is the timeline that you produced, correct?
It was a timeline of some of the things that were happening over the 18th and 19th that were based on other source documents.
Sure. So it is a document that you produced yourself, though?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as you mentioned, this document was made retroactively, wasn't it?
It was based on looking at various source documents, as I mentioned before. For example, critical incident commander notes, text messages, emails, etc.
And Commissioner, Superintendent, I'm going to ask, I understand you want to give a full answer, but I think we're going to be here quite a while, and if you could just answer the question that I'm actually posing, and then you'll have an opportunity on redirect if more information is needed to be given. So my question, and I think you've agreed to it, is that you produced these records, this timeline retroactively.
Yes.
And as you said, you did that by looking at other sources, such as emails that you were involved in, text messages that you received or sent, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, another source that you looked at was Staff Sergeant West's scribe's notes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I take it that in producing this timeline, you looked at those scribe's notes and you found them to be accurate to the best of your recollection.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And in fact, you adopted the information contained in Staff Sergeant West's scribe's notes.
Yes.
And getting ready for your testimony before this inquiry yesterday and today, did you have an opportunity to review both your timeline and the sources of information that you based it on?
Not immediately, no. I have looked at much of this information over the course of a lengthy period of time.
Okay, thank you. Now, you understand as a police as former police officer and current police management that there is an importance to contemporaneous notes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
That is, that notes taken at the time of the events are generally considered more accurate than those produced later in time from memory, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, I believe in your statement, you said that it would have been preferable, you would have preferred to have been able to have made these notes at the time, that is on April 18th and 19th, 2020.
Yes.
And I understand that despite being a superintendent, you did not have a scribe overnight, April 18, April 19.
No, I did not.
And I think you described that as, or the reason for that as being that there wasn't a scribe available, that there was a lack of resources.
Well, I wouldn't say there was a lack of resources. It's not normally something that I would have had access to. I don't have a staff member to act as a scribe for me.
I'm going to ask Madam Registrar if you could bring up COM number 0059847 and turn to page 12. And Superintendent Campbell, I'm going to refer you to the eighth and ninth lines down. And the eighth line, Ms. Young asks you, I guess to back up two more, Ms. Young, I mean, your idea of a scribe is interesting because the critical incident commander has a scribe, right? You responded yes. Ms. Young then posed the question, is this something you think might be useful for more senior officers to have scribes too, like the SSO in that scenario to have a scribe? And just for information, you were the SSO in that situation.
That's correct.
Yes. Your answer was, oh, absolutely. But again, it's all about resources, right? So you did attribute the lack of a scribe to a lack of resources.
Well, that's true, and I said that I don't have anyone assigned to me to act as a scribe, so it is a resourcing issue.
And I take it as a superintendent, if you wanted a scribe, you could simply ask or order a member to be your scribe.
Well, I think that I probably could, but it would depend upon who I was asking for and what business line they actually reported to.
Sure, you had the authority to do that.
Not under the circumstances, no. There were many people who were occupied at the time.
We'll get into that in a little bit. Now, you gave as an excuse, or you gave as a reason that for not making your notes contemporaneous to the 18th and 19th as being that you didn't have a moment. And I think in your interview, you emphasized the word moment, and then later you said, I was too busy, very, very busy, the busiest I've ever been, and I've been in some busy places. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
Yeah, you simply didn't have the time to take your own notes on the 18th and 19th, did you?
I was very occupied.
Sorry?
I was very occupied.
Okay. It's not clear from your interview when you started producing this timeline.
It would have been sometime much later. I can't remember exactly when I did, but I felt it was important to be able to get my head around what it is I knew when I knew it, and the only way I could be able to do that is to look at other source documents to understand that.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of time for the start date of this timeline?
I don't have an estimate of time, no, I don't.
Was it approximately a year later?
It probably was before that, but I can't remember.
Close to a year?
Again, I can't remember to pinpoint an exact amount of time. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
And you completed this timeline, I believe, in the summer of 2021. Does that sound correct?
It's possible, but again, as I said, I don't remember exactly when I did it.
Okay. Madam Registrar, if you could bring up COM number 005-1376. And is that your handwriting on that document?
It does look like my handwriting, yes.
And I'll tell you that this document has been entered into evidence here at the Commission as your handwritten notes. And can you at least review enough of that page to confirm that makes up part of your handwritten notes?
Well, I can tell by looking at it. That is my handwriting, yes.
Okay. And were these handwritten notes taken contemporaneously to the 18th and 19th? The portions that relate to the 18th and 19th?
I don't believe that these would be from the 19th. I'd have to see, you'd have to bring up the date that I would have at the top of the page to be able to tell you exactly which date, and it doesn't show that to me here.
Okay, I'll rephrase that question. When you were taking these notes, were they taken contemporaneously with the event that you're recording?
Yes.
So for example, if you sat in on a witness interview and it's entered in these notes, you were taking the notes as the interview was going on?
I never sat in on any witness interviews.
Okay. So you do have several places where witness information is listed. Was that being relayed to you from another member?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Madam Registrar, if I could ask you to bring up the timeline again, and that's COM number 0059847. Superintendent Campbell, the first entry in your timeline is 22:46 or 10:46 p.m. on April 18th. Do you recall creating that entry?
Yes, I did.
And I'll sum up that entry as I believe you were home sleeping. You received a telephone call from Staff Sergeant West. He gave you the first information about the shootings in Portapique. And that information was shooting in Portapique, 2 dead, 1 near fence, 1 on road, and possible domestic dispute. Do you recall him providing that information to you?
Yes, I do.
And based on that information, you activated a full CIC.
Yes, that's correct.
Now I'm going to suggest to you, and you can think about it and let me know your answer, that in that first telephone call at 10:46 p.m., Staff Sergeant West did not tell you that it was a possible domestic dispute.
Well, it's possible, but that would be my recollection, that there was something about a possible domestic.
And based on the evidence that you gave, you understood that the domestic dispute was between the shooter and Lisa McCulley.
No, I don't believe it was between the shooter and Lisa McCulley. I don't think that there was any names that were provided to me at all at that time.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that because you looked at and adopted Staff Sergeant West Scribe's notes, that you understood that Staff Sergeant West had information that the dispute was between Lisa McCulley and the shooter. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. Anything specific to Lisa McCulley, no.
In reviewing the evidence that has been disclosed to this commission, I'll tell you that I could not find at least any entry regarding the identity of Ms. McCulley's remains being found until 10:59 p.m. Does that sound right to you?
Her remains being found until 10:59
p.m. on April 18th.
In terms of a identification of Lisa McCulley being at that location?
Yes.
I don't believe that Lisa McCulley was ever ID'd at that time, but I believe that in and around that time, from what I understand with respect to the timeline, that there was a body of a female found near the property, which ultimately would later be identified as Lisa McCulley.
I'm going to suggest to you also that the information about this potentially being a domestic dispute involving Lisa McCulley came originally from Sergeant Lilly, and from Sergeant Lilly to Holiday, from Holiday to West, and from West to you. Do you understand that chain of information passing?
I understand the chain, but the origins of who brought forward Lisa McCulley's name as a potential for domestic, I don't have any awareness of that.
Okay, so you didn't know that at the time?
No.
So several times in your text messages to Chris Leather and others who you based your timeline on, you used the word domestic dispute with an ex-girlfriend. That language, you do recall that?
I believe that I did, yes. And that would have been based on what information, little information I was receiving.
Sure. And would the fact that it was considered to be a domestic dispute have changed the plan of action for trying to contain the shooter?
No, I don't believe it would, no.
So why is it that that you relayed that information to the people you were reporting to or providing information to?
Well, I think it just provides a little more context as to what it is that we have at that particular scene or that incident. What is it? What's the origin of it?
You said a few moments ago it wouldn't have changed the RCMP response, but I'm going to suggest to you that in a domestic dispute, a domestic dispute is generally between a very small group of people, usually one partner or a family or a very close group of people. So would that have informed whether or not you started looking outside of Portapique earlier?
I don't believe so. And of course, I wasn't part of that decision-making process, and that would be a question, obviously, for the critical incident commander in terms of what effect that might have had on the critical incident commander's decision-making.
In block 3, the third line in your timeline, after saying, I approved CIC with ERT with minimal details, MCU resources stretched thin. What did you mean by stretched thin? Were people off on illness? Was the MCU unit not sufficiently large to your way of thinking? Can you give us some reasons why you used stretched thin?
No, absolutely. The reason why I said that is that the Northeast Nova Major Crimes Unit at that time was involved in a major project-based investigation. They were heavily tasked at that time with respect to that.
And you go on to say that we'll have to get SWN MCU to assist. That's Southwestern Nova Scotia's MC unit?
Yes, it is.
MCU, yeah.
Yes.
And did they assist?
Yes, they did.
Approximately what time did they arrive on scene, do you recall?
I don't know. I don't have that time that Southwest Nova arrived on scene, but what I'll say is that there's a lot of connectivity amongst the Southwest Nova and the Northeast Nova teams. They often back each other up.
So back to the domestic dispute with an ex-girlfriend, I'm going to suggest to you that Staff Sergeant West's scribe's notes do not mention a domestic dispute or an ex-girlfriend.
Again, I don't have the, if you would bring up Staff Sergeant West's scribe notes, I could look at them. If it's not there, it's not there. But as I said, or I testified earlier, I remember some commentary in and around a domestic dispute. And I don't even believe it was with an ex-girlfriend. It was just a domestic dispute. And I think the word girlfriend was used.
If you look at the final block on the first page of your timeline, and this is at 3:35 a.m., and this is based on a screenshot that you captured. You said, looks like it may have been a domestic with an ex-girlfriend. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And you can't say sitting here today where that information came from.
Well, it would have come from a conversation I say there in that text that just got off the phone with Jeff West, meaning that I just had a conversation with Jeff. And this is being done just shortly after that conversation with Staff Sergeant West, because you can see the line or the box above the calls at 3:25, and my text message to Chris Leather is at 3:35. So it would have been as a result of that conversation with Jeff West.
Sure. So going back to my first line of questions on this document, you didn't have that information at 22:46 on April 18th, did you?
Well, it's possible that I didn't have that specific information, though.
Probably just an error when you reconstructed your timeline.
It could be, yes.
Back down to the final block on page 1 of your timeline, you said we'll need to start discussing with J Division ERT relief resources. So is it around that 3:35 timeframe that you began to think that perhaps we have to bring in the New Brunswick ERT unit?
Well, I would imagine that the critical incident commander had already considered that, but for me, knowing full well that the critical incident program was activated near 11 o'clock at night, they'd already been on the ground for several hours. And if this incident was going to continue, we would have to make sure that we had adequate resources to relieve those that had been out for a larger period of time.
Was it your call to call in ERT? Sorry, J Division ERT?
Well, the way that it works in H Division is that when we make a request to another division for resources, it's called a crops to crops request. So essentially, someone from within my units would prepare a written submission that would follow a phone call. And normally it's the crops officer to the crops officer of another division to say, listen, we need some resources. Can you get them rolling, please? The paperwork will follow.
But was that your call to initiate that process?
Someone within my program area, I know that it had already started or it was initiated by the critical incident commander already because they leaned forward into that type of situation. But the approvals and the paperwork would have been handled by my office and then approved by Chief Superintendent Leather.
You testified yesterday that that the ERT unit in Nova Scotia is understaffed. I think you actually used the word understaffed. And one of the first things you did after the Portapique incident was to increase the number of full-time staff to that unit. Had the Nova H Division ERT had a full complement, I believe it's 18, would they have operated in two different shifts so you wouldn't have to bring in J Division?
No, they wouldn't. One shift would be a minimum of 12. And to go back to your earlier point, the first thing that I did was not to increase the resources. The first thing I did was to move resources from those pressure-funded, what I called surface to establishment positions in the districts, and brought them into the ERT team. And then subsequent to that, there were a number of business cases that were written to the province to increase, to normalize those surplus to establishment positions, and then ask for an increase in resources, which thankfully the province has approved.
Okay. Your first action there of moving people, the result of that was to increase the size of the ERT.
No, that action was a direct result to having more management control over those resources.
Okay. So how many ERT members would you have to have so that they could operate in two shifts?
For ERT members to operate in two shifts, I would essentially have to double 18, so 36. And the reason for that is that there is no unfettered time off, and I need that buffer of at least 3 resources to ensure that for those that are not on call, or they have that necessary time off, and the training as well.
And that would be ideal to have 2 shifts with it?
That would be more than ideal.
You turn, Madam Registrar, to the third page, sorry, the final page of the timeline. And I'm looking at the second last block, 1936, and this is on April 19th. And you have it listed as incoming text from Chris Leather. Are you free for a call up on the blue on blue? And I take it that was the Onslow Fire Hall incident, was it?
Yes, it is.
That was the only blue on blue incident during the rampage, correct?
That's the only one that I'm aware of, yes.
And what did you and Chris Leather discuss during that conversation?
I don't think that we actually had a conversation. I recall that it was difficult to raise Chief Superintendent Leather at that time. He was occupied on other matters.
Okay. So you and Chris Leather never discussed the blue on blue incident at the Onslow Fire Hall?
We would have done much later, but I don't believe that it was at that time.
And what did you discuss when you did have that conversation?
I recall having a discussion to determine whether or not Chris Leather had an awareness of it. First off, because of the fact that if there was a discharging of a firearm incident, that would have necessitated a call to CERT to conduct an independent investigation, which would have been handled by the Criminal Operations Officer's Office.
And did you have any further investigation into that incident?
No, I didn't personally know.
And the RCMP, did the RCMP have a review of that incident internally?
If you would classify a conduct investigation as an internal review, the answer would be yes.
And what were the results of that conduct review?
I'm not specifically aware of the conduct review, but I believe that the conduct review did not result in any conduct charges against the two officers involved.
You were involved in press conferences on April 24th, 28th, and June 4th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And for the first two of those, you were the you were the member that was giving the information to the media.
Yes, I was. Myself and Corporal Jen Clark was with me as well.
She was translating your words into French, though, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And on the June 4th press conference, there was Brenda Lucky and Chris Leathers?
No, it was Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, Chris Leather, and myself.
Okay. And why is it that you became the person to address the public, the primary person to address the public?
Well, as I testified yesterday, I think it was just a natural fit because of the fact that I was perhaps more so connected with some of the investigative activities. So I was trying to keep abreast of what was being learned at that time, so it just made sense.
And in preparing for each of the press conferences, you produced several drafts of your speaking notes?
I wouldn't say there were several drafts. The process was that, of course, I would consult with the command triangle of the H-Strong investigation, and then I would sit with one of the strategic comms unit individuals. There were two of them, one in particular, Cindy Bayers, and Cindy would take notes, and then she would produce a script based on those conversations.
So your speaking notes were her words or your words? Who produced the script?
The script was produced by our strategic comms people based on input from the investigative team and myself as well.
Okay. And you reviewed the draft or the information that was provided to you to ensure that it was fact-checked and correct?
Not just myself that would review it, but the process that we would follow is that we would send the drafts to the investigative team of the command triangle, and they would review it as well.
Did you have the final say on what would be provided to the media by you?
No, I actually didn't have final say. The final say really that authority rests with the team commander of the investigation. If there's something that they're not comfortable with, that team commander really has that veto power on what should or shouldn't be said.
Would you have said something that you didn't believe to be true?
No, I wouldn't say anything that I did not believe to be true.
And the words in your speaking notes and that you ultimately used to the media were very carefully chosen by the drafters, you included.
Well, I would say it would be irresponsible to not carefully choose the words, because if you provide information that's not accurate, that wouldn't be good. Also, if you provide information that might offend people, that wouldn't be good as well.
So your answer is yes, the words were chosen very carefully.
I would say that that is a fair statement to make, yes.
I think you touched on it there, but you'll agree with me that it's very important when you're conveying sensitive information like this to the public that, that the words are chosen carefully to convey proper meaning and to not cause further trauma.
I agree, yes.
You also testified in your statement to this commission that you would never hold back information that would cast the RCMP in a negative light.
I believe that, yes.
Yeah, and you wouldn't do that, would you? You
No,
wouldn't
I
hold
wouldn't.
it back and not tell the public if it was negative to the RCMP.
I think I've demonstrated that.
Well, my question is, you wouldn't do that, correct?
No, I wouldn't.
Madam Registrar, if you could bring up COM number 005772. Sorry. 0057762.
And that's marked Exhibit 3532.
And if you could look at page 37, please. That's 37 of the document, not of the PDF. And down to paragraph 23. So Superintendent Campbell, this is a transcript of the April 24th press conference. And in if you look at paragraph 23 and the third paragraph under that, you're setting the context for the actions taken by the RCMP overnight. And one of the things you said was, these homes are set back from the roadways. And I'm going to suggest to you that was a generalization, wasn't it?
Well, it is a generalization because I'm talking about several things. That's based on how the scene was described to me.
Well, leaving that aside, they are your words. So what was being conveyed here was the homes in Portapique on Orchard Beach Drive and Portapique Beach Road, etc., were not close to the roadway on which they were located.
I think what I was trying to convey is that this is a rural area and rural properties have those characteristics.
You didn't say that though, did you? You said they're set back from the roadways.
Yes, I did, and I'm not describing how far they're set back from the roadways.
Right. So what was meant to be conveyed there, the import to the listener was that the homes were set back from the roadways so that it would take some time to get from the roadway to the home, correct?
I don't think that there is anything in there that's intended to lead anyone to believe anything other than a general description of the area.
Okay. So that's your position on that statement?
Yes.
So you understand that some of the houses were very close to the roadway on which they were located, correct?
I really don't know. I've been to Portapique. I've been through that area. I guess it would depend upon how some people would depict a roadway that's close to the house. For example, in the city, there are homes that are right on the sidewalk.
Sure. So you visited the crime scenes, did you?
Not all of them, no. I've been to Portapique, and the only crime scene that I physically visited on my way to Bible Hill Detachment that morning, there were two of them actually. One was the Big Stop, and the second was the Cloverleaf in Shubenacadie.
So during the investigation in the days following April 19th, you didn't go into Portapique to visit the crime scenes?
I never went into any of the Portapique crime scenes, no. Did
you go into Portapique and drive on the roadways near the crime scenes?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you understand that that the Zal Thomas house was relatively close to Portapique Beach Road, wasn't it?
I believe that if I recall correctly which residence that is, I think it's on a corner property. And I would say, and of course it was no longer standing, but based on the debris that was left at that scene, 30, 40 feet from the roadway perhaps.
Okay. And similarly, the McCully home, you'll agree with me that it had a circular driveway and it wasn't very, it wasn't any further from the road than the Zal Thomas house, was it?
It appeared to be similar in terms of the distance, up to at most 50 feet.
And you'll agree with me that the Galenchin home was in fact very close to the road.
I've never seen the Galenchin home, and I don't know if I actually perhaps I've driven by it, but it was no longer standing, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
Okay. And did you, the people that wrote your words for the April 24th press conference, did you specifically ask them how close the houses were to the roadways?
No, I didn't.
Next, if you could turn over to page 38 of the document. And under cluster 1, there's French translation, the heading, and then cluster 1, going down 4 paragraphs. You say officers arrived on scene at 10:26 in the evening, where they located a male who was leaving the area with an apparent gunshot wound. And you understand that to be Andrew McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. And further down in the paragraph, you stated to the public that that Andrew McDonald noted or stated that there was only one way in and out of the community. And then you state that's important to note. And why was that important to note? Why is that sentence in this press conference?
Well, that is based on the information that was provided to me by Jerry Rose Berthum, who is the primary investigator at that time. And it was Jerry that had mentioned that to me, which is relaying information that was known to the officers or believed to be known by the officers at that time.
But I'm asking specifically about why is it you asked the public to note that you said that was important to note?
Well, because I believe it provides greater context in terms of the response.
That's correct, and that helps explain why Brown Loop, for example, wasn't closed down earlier than it actually was, correct?
Correct. As I understood it at that time, the responding members believed that there was one way in and one way out to the community.
Yeah. You understand that immediately behind Andrew and Katie McDonald's car was a car driven by David Faulkner, and in the car was his wife and daughter?
I do know that, but the identity of the Faulkners wasn't known to me. I remember being informed that there was a vehicle, in fact, I think it was a white vehicle, that was following behind the McDonald's vehicle.
Yes, and that information was not taken from them as to their identities and their contact information, was it?
I don't believe it was, no.
Or why they were in Portapique at that time?
I can't speak to the actions of other officers that were at the scene and why they did or didn't do something.
I didn't ask you that, sir. I asked you if it was done.
I don't believe that it was done, no.
You'll agree with me that what's known now is that the Faulkner family used to live at the home at the time of this incident was owned by Leon Jodry.
I don't know that. I've never actually read the Faulkner statement.
Okay. You'll agree with me that being a local, though, who was not in a understandably traumatic state from just being shot, might have been able to have provided better information about whether there was only one way in and out of Portapique. Correct?
I would agree, yes.
Yes. And likewise, your officers did have the identity of Katie McDonald, Andrew McDonald's partner, and she wasn't followed up on in that 10 to 11 o'clock time frame either, was she?
I don't know the timeline of when she was interviewed. I'm not familiar with that.
You'll agree with me that having lived at the time living in Portapique, she might have been able to have provided important information about whether there was a second way in and out of Portapique.
I agree, yes.
You could turn to page 39, document page 39. I'm looking at the first full paragraph on page 39, and one of the statements made at this April 24th press conference was, over a lengthy period of time, first responders engaged in clearing references, searched for suspects, provided life-saving measures to victims. And I take it in first responders, you actually mean the RCMP, correct?
Well, no, that would be the RCMP, and I believe there was also EHS that were called
Yes.
to the scene.
EHS did not enter Portapique, though, until the next morning, correct?
I seem to recall that there was EHS that was standing by, and that Andrew McDonald actually had been transferred over to EHS. Again, I wasn't there. I don't know exactly where that transition took place.
So even at the time when Andrew McDonald was there, you understand that EHS did not go into Portapique. They stayed out on Highway 2, correct?
I don't know exactly where EHS made that transition with Andrew McDonald and our officers.
In terms of providing life-saving measures, you'll agree with me that at least until 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m., when Lisa Banfield was alleged to have come out of the woods, the only people injured that received any treatment at all were Mr. Ellison, who spent 2 or 3 hours in the woods, and he was removed and treated for hypothermia. You understand that?
Yes.
And that treatment was done outside of Portapique.
I have no awareness of where that treatment occurred.
And Andrew McDonald, who was shot by the perpetrator, you understand that he received some first aid treatment.
Yes, that's correct.
And you understand that Andrew McDonald's injuries were not life-threatening.
Well, I know that now, that they weren't life-threatening, but I don't know. I had no information with respect to the level of his injury at that time.
Okay. But to say that, do you have any information to suggest that what he was provided was life-saving measures?
Well, I would think that any kind of emergent care could be considered a life-saving measure.
You understand that Aaron Patton described the gunshot wound to the arm. It was in and out and didn't require a tourniquet.
I do know that now, but I didn't know that at that time, no.
And did you know about it on April 24th when this press conference was?
In terms of the level of the injury, I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. So I take it then that the RCMP didn't know if or what life-saving measures were provided to any victims that evening.
Well, I would say that what we did know is that EHS was called, that people were injured, so it's a general term of life-saving measures.
Sure. You could have just as easily said provided first aid or provided treatment to victims, correct?
Provided treatment would probably be a more accurate statement as opposed to providing first aid.
Sure. The term life-saving measures was provided, to glorify the rescue efforts that evening, wasn't it?
No, that would suggest that there was an intent to characterize something inaccurately. It was just the choice of words that were used.
Okay. But not an accurate or careful choice of words, was it?
Well, you yourself described that the words are chosen carefully.
No, you agreed to that, sir. I suggested to you and you agreed to it.
And I think that that's an appropriate thing to do. But in this case, it was just how it was characterized. There was nothing intentional in terms of trying to mislead anyone, no.
In the fourth, could you bring page 39 back up, please? And this is the paragraph that deals with Lisa Banfield emerging from the woods at, after 6:30 in the morning. And I'm just going to refer you to the last two sentences, and they are, this included the fact that he was in a possession of a fully marked and equipped replica RCMP vehicle and was wearing a police uniform. Sorry, no, I'll stop it there, but I'm going to suggest to you that Lisa Banfield did not say that he was wearing a police uniform in her first interviews with the RCMP.
Well, that's possible, but this was the information relayed to me and then, of course, provided to the command triangle for clarification.
So, and if we could have Exhibit 43, please. Page 20. And line 587, I believe. Lisa Banfield, sorry, this is a transcript of Lisa Banfield's recorded statement. And she said he had black jeans on, a burnt orange vest, a black hat. But that's what he had on. I don't know if he changed. So the information that Lisa Banfield relayed shortly after 6:30 a.m. was that he was not wearing a police uniform, correct?
In terms of this statement by Constable Brown, and I believe that was taken at the scene, I wasn't aware of the details, the specific or finite details of that interview, and I know that there were subsequent interviews that took place after that initial interview as well.
So despite not knowing those facts, though, you still, you or your writers still made the statement that he was wearing a police uniform, and that Lisa Banfield conveyed that when she came out of the woods, correct?
I would have to look at all the Lisa Banfield statements, and I haven't read all of her statements, so I don't know at what point in time that may have even been said. Again, as I already testified, this would have been based on the information that was provided to me and the interpretations of those that provided that information.
Okay. You'll agree with me that putting it out there to the public that the gunman was wearing a police uniform, though, helped explain some of the obfuscation that he was able to commit against the RCMP trying to find him, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
It was advantageous to the RCMP to have the public believe that the shooter was wearing a police uniform to evade them, correct?
I don't think it would have been advantageous to the police. I think the reality is that prior to that press conference, there had already been a video of the perpetrator stopping and getting out of a vehicle, showing him wearing parts of a police uniform. So I don't think that there would have been any advantage. It just was, at some point in time during the course of events, it was a reality.
Sure, but the words spoken to the media were that he was wearing a police uniform, and that was attributed to Lisa Banfield when she came out of the woods. So the implication there is that he was wearing a police uniform from the time she saw him last, which was sometime around 10 p.m. the night before, onwards. And that wasn't correct, was it?
Well, obviously, at the time that she gave her initial statement, that wouldn't be correct. But again, I don't really see how that would provide any advantage or disadvantage.
I believe that one of the things that has been provided to the media by the RCMP is that an emergency alert was not, one of the reasons that an emergency alert or more detailed information about the replica cruiser and what Wortman was, what the gunman was wearing was that you didn't want, the RCMP didn't want any harm brought to their own members by the public or others. That's been stated, correct?
I've never said that myself, no.
Are you aware of anybody else saying it?
There might have been other individuals that had testified here at the Mass Casualty Commission that might have felt that way, but.
Or otherwise to the media.
I'm sorry?
You're not aware of anybody saying that then, is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that I believe that some have testified that that would have been a contributing factor. I have other views on that, but others may have said that.
Okay. And if we could go back to COM 00577762 and page 41.
And that's exhibit 3532.
Yes.
And you indicated page 41?
41, yes. And in the fourth paragraph, starting with the gunman traveled south on Highway 224 coming to the big stop in Enfield. And I'm going to submit that he didn't travel directly from Highway 224 to the big stop in Enfield. He stopped in Elmsdale, the exit before, to the Petrocan to try to get fuel, didn't he?
That's correct, yes.
And RCMP members saw him there, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that fact was left out of the April 24th press release, wasn't it?
It was, but non-intentionally. I had zero awareness that there was that other, I would call it a close encounter at the Petro-Canada. I did not know that.
And in this April 24th press conference, you didn't, in your speech or in your initial speech to the media, you didn't mention the fire, the Onslow Fire Hall incident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, it was brought up by Todd Battis of CTV for the first time during that interview, during that press conference, wasn't it?
I don't remember who the reporter is, and I'm assuming that there was a question that might have been posed to me about that, but I don't recall. I'd have to look at the transcript.
Okay. If you could turn over to page 42 of exhibit 3532. And if you turn about two-thirds of the way down the page, the moderator says, "Thank you. The next question is from Todd Battis, CTV News. Go ahead, your line is open." And Mr. Battis says, "Good morning, Superintendent. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question regarding the shooting at the fire hall in Onslow." And then he goes on. So you'll agree with me that that was the first time that the incident in Onslow was raised at the April 24th press conference.
Yes, without reading the full transcript, it probably is, yes.
Yeah. And missing from your speaking notes and the speech that you gave to the media was any mention of the 3 firefighters who were inside the Onslow Fire Hall during that shooting. There was no mention of them, was there?
No, and in fact, I don't think I even had any level of understanding as to what transpired there at that time.
Okay. And likewise, the civilian Richard Ellison, who was also in the fire hall, there was no mention of him, was there?
No, there was not.
So, Madam Registrar, if we could keep the same exhibit up and turn now to page 52. And this, I'm starting now into the transcript of the April 28th press conference. And again, you were the speaker for the RCMP with the translation assistance of Corporal Clark. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And in this press conference, and just for your reference, I'm looking at the 5th paragraph down. You say, at this time, priority areas for us are to determine how the gunman obtained access to the equipment that he used and to establish the gunman's movements before and after April 18th and 19th. We also want to determine if anyone had knowledge of the gunman's plan, if any, and if they assisted him in any way. And a couple of questions following up from that. We do know that ultimately charges were laid against 3 individuals for providing ammunition.
That's correct, yes.
And we know that the RCMP conducted an investigation or assisted in an investigation by the FBI in the United States.
That's correct, yes.
And ultimately no charges were laid against Mr. Conlog or others in the United States, correct?
By U.S. authorities, no.
Were others investigated as well that I haven't mentioned? That is the 3 that charges were actually laid against, and the Americans. Were other people investigated?
Yes.
Could you tell me who those were?
Well, there would have been an investigation in terms of the procurement of certain things like the decals. So Peter Griffin was subject to further investigation.
And I take it that that investigation has concluded.
I believe that there is nothing in that investigation that would have warranted any additional charges.
Anybody else besides Mr. Griffin?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
We could turn over to page 53 of the same exhibit. I'm looking at the last full paragraph on page 53, starting with this information. And that first sentence, you state, this information gathered since the incidents occurred lead us to believe that the gunman had actually left the Portapique area through a field at approximately 10:35. So the first part of that is that he left through a field. And what you didn't say there, and in other, well, we'll just deal with this right now. What you didn't say there was that he drove through a field on a road-like structure, did you?
The way it was always described to me is the Blueberry Field. That's how I was always providing information from the command triangle.
Wasn't it described to you as the Blueberry Field Road?
Well, I remember the Blueberry Field, a road, you know, I guess it would be what you classify a road to be.
Yeah, we've had that debate as well. Could I, Madam Registrar, could I have you bring up COM number 0050894? And if you would turn to page 24, and this is the first responders foundational document that's been tendered in evidence before this commission. And the foundational document provides that this is a photograph of the Blueberry Field Road. And you'll agree with me that you, in your press conference on April 28th, did not describe a roadway, well, at all, but certainly not a structure such as what is shown in this photograph, did you?
No, I provided no description of the road, no.
Okay. No. Your only statement was that he escaped through a field.
Yes, that's correct.
Agree with me that one possible import from that is he drove over land that had no road structure at all. That's a possible import from your statement, isn't it?
Well, some may have considered it that way.
And the second part of, you can set that exhibit aside and go back to the previous exhibit, which is 3532. And the final full paragraph where I read into the record earlier, left the Portapique area through a field at approximately...
Excuse me, which page number?
Oh, my apologies. Page 53. And back to the end of the sentence that I've read a couple of times, left the Portapique area through a field at approximately 10:35. My second question on that is, at a later point in time, the RCMP changed that timeline to 10:45 as they received more information, correct?
That's correct, but I also believe that that is more than likely either an error on my part or based on the interpretation of the timing of the command triangle at that time. It was later, I know that there was some debate in and around the witness statements that had apparently seen some headlights on the Blueberry Field Road, and the timing of that was not necessarily locked down well.
Okay. Regardless of the reason, the RCMP, to your knowledge at least, didn't go back to the media and correct that timeline to 10:45, did they?
No, I believe that there was a correction actually on the 10:45 time. I seem to recall that, and I believe that the determination of that time was based on when the perpetrator was seen on video at the Great Village area.
I'm going to suggest to you that it was the independent investigation of Sarah Ritchie from Global News that found out that the timeline had been changed to 10:45, and after she reported it, the RCMP corrected the timeline officially. Is that your recollection?
Well, you asked me whether or not the RCMP corrected the timeline, and I said I believe that we did, and now you're suggesting that it was Sarah Ritchie that reported that based on an RCMP correction. So I'm not sure what your question is.
My question is that the correction was not made public by the RCMP, that it was made public by Sarah Ritchie at Global News.
It may have been, I'm not sure. I mean, there were multiple media requests, and it might have been corrected via a question from the media, but I'm not certain how that took place.
If you could go back to the same page of the same exhibit. And I'm looking at the paragraph immediately under the heading car. And I'm looking at the last full paragraph in which you stated to the media, however, at this stage in the investigation, we have not uncovered any information that the police had knowledge that he had possession of these vehicles or he had possessed a replica police vehicle. And I'm going to suggest to you, before we go to documents, that in fact, Constable Dorrington in February 2020 had knowledge that the perpetrator had a decommissioned police vehicle.
I learned that much later, that was a factor in terms of, I believe it was a February 12th vehicle stop that was conducted by Constable Dorrington. But specifically, I think what it is that I was trying to convey there was knowledge of a replica police vehicle. There was no information that I was aware of that the RCMP had awareness of a replica police vehicle.
Okay, and that's well and good. That's the second part of that sentence, but your actual words were that the police had no knowledge that he had possessed these vehicles. And by those vehicles, you were referring to the other decommissioned police vehicles, not the replica cruiser, correct?
Well, I can see how that might be interpreted that way.
Well, how else could it be interpreted? What did you mean then?
Well, exactly what I said there. I was under the impression that we had no knowledge of the fact that he had possession of the replica police vehicle. And it's not intentional, but I can see your point in terms of it being confusing.
Yeah, well, choosing your words carefully and trying to inform the public properly, wouldn't the sentence have been the police had no knowledge that he possessed a replica police vehicle?
Well, as I understand it, if we're speaking about the multiple decommissioned police vehicles.
You're not responding to my question.
Let him answer the question, please, Mr. Pinio.
So as I understood it, the registration on all those vehicles was registered in a company name. I don't believe that they were registered in the offender's name.
You talk about possession, though, sir, not about registration or ownership.
Well,
You use the word
possession and, okay. Well, I mean, if you want to describe it in that way, again, as I said before, there's no intention in there to mislead.
Okay. You do understand that Constable Dorrington around midnight, April 18, April 19, had provided the information about the decommissioned police vehicle that he had stopped in February of 2020. He provided that to the critical incident commander, didn't he?
I do know that now, yes.
So certainly at that point in time, if we're talking only about the decommissioned vehicles, the RCMP did have knowledge that he possessed decommissioned, at least one decommissioned.
Some would have, yes, yes.
I'm going to turn now to the June 4th press conference. This is the press conference that you attended with Lee Bergerman and Chris Leather. And if we could have the same exhibit and turn to page 66. And under heading transcript of Superintendent Campbell's statement, first paragraph, you speak further in the paragraph, you say, through the assigned RCMP family liaison officers, families have been advised in advance of when and what information we are providing publicly. And the first part of that sentence, RCMP family liaison officers, I just want you to confirm that in regards all of the victims except for Heidi Stevenson's family, they had one family liaison officer, correct?
I do know that Constable Wayne or Skipper Bent was assigned as the victim family liaison, but it was always communicated to him that if he required additional liaisons to assist him, that he had all the authority to be able to do that.
There was only one family liaison officer for all of the victims, excluding Heidi Stevenson, correct?
Skipper Bent was the main family liaison, and he was the one that was assigned.
He was the only one.
Well, he was the one that was assigned,
Yes.
and he certainly could have. And I
I'm not
also,
talking about what he could have done.
Yeah.
He was the only one assigned. He was the only one that took the job, correct?
well, I actually believe that there was another family liaison that was discussed for one of the victim family members because there was.
Discussed,
Yes, there was.
but not assigned.
Well, I think that there was one actually assigned to.
Who was that?
I think I don't know who it was. I wasn't intimately involved in those discussions, but I do remember having a conversation with one of the family members about some issues that they were experiencing with having Constable Bent as their family liaison.
And ultimately, there was not another family liaison officer assigned to that family or any others, correct?
I don't know offhand, no.
And it's true that Heidi Stevenson's family had two family liaison officers, correct?
There were two officers, Corporal Randy Slaughter and Corporal Ronnie Robinson, that were dealing with Heidi's spouse, Dean. I believe it was Randy Slaughter that was dealing with Dean, and the other officer was dealing with Heidi's biological parents.
Commissioners, I'm not sure when you'd like to take the mid-morning break. I probably have about another 20 minutes of questioning. I can go right through and we can take the break, or we can break now.
I'll give you the choice. Chief Superintendent Campbell, you're fine to carry on?
Whichever
If you're going to be 20
Perfect.
minutes, we may as well break at 11 o'clock. You can continue on. If that's okay with the commissioners? Yeah.
If I could have 1 second just to confer with my colleagues.
Absolutely.
I'll just be right back. Commissioners, I gave notice yesterday during our caucus that that I intended to ask some questions of Superintendent Campbell regarding the investigation and charges against Lisa Banfield, just the factual basis of those charges. And I understand that she's now being discharged and from her restorative justice process. That took place this morning. We have a colleague attending who has given us that information. That was part of the reason that I suggested perhaps a break right now to confirm that, but there wasn't any strong objection to me asking those questions, but I note that Mr. Lockyer is not here, and he is heard, or unless he's slipped in the last couple of minutes, that he's not here to make any objections that he might want to make. He indicated to me, well, I'll leave that for him. So,
well, maybe it is a good time to take a break.
Okay, sure thing.
Yeah, we'll take 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry, 15 minutes.
15's good.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
So many good points not being followed up on at all. So many good questions not being asked. Not being asked. I really do hope that Mr. Pinio has disclosed his conflicts fully. Because he got a lot of them. Yeah, pandering to Locklear. What are you doing? You wanting, because Mr. Lockyer is not there, so maybe Mr. Pinio is going to mention that we need to take a break so that Mr. Lockyer can object. Part of the restorative justice is that you sit with the families. I don't think that happened. Don't ask about the dash cam video. Don't talk about Colford and Grunn's affidavits that say different. Come on, man. There's a lot of things there. 911 phone call from Lisa McCulley, which is magically absent. No, public inquiry, consent. Well, they do. They watch. I'm not trying to go against family lawyers. That's not. I'm trying to look for the truth. And if it's being, if there are possible conflicts in places, those should be identified. It was a real hard, the hard questions are coming. Dorrington's missing picture. I have no faith the lawyers will ask any relevant questions. Why? Then the question has to be, they're looking for what, bumps down the road, padding resumes. What are they doing? Because still, none of them have raised. If that's the point that they're trying to say, well, we can't ask things, then why don't you ask the people who can answer that? So we can see that. So that they can answer that. Why can't we ask questions? Why can't we represent our clients? Why can't we call witnesses? Please answer that, Ms. Stanton. Please answer that, Judge McDonald. Chief Fitch. Please answer those questions. for us, for our clients here? Or do you just go somewhere else and complain about it to nobody who can help you? Yeah, well, that's a big long saga, reviewed quite early on and throughout the past 2 years at points. There's Darren, who is Darren Campbell, is part of the story. I got into it back then. But why is Mr. Pinio not asking questions? Once again, no bank accounts were harmed in the making of this movie. I'm not saying that. Not saying that. Just I'm not throwing around any accusations. I'm just saying, why not? Why not? I'm not doing that. All I'm doing is posing questions. That's it. And they're difficult ones, trust me, to pose, because I'm not going against the families. I don't want to. Can we review? Where is all this information? This is a whole bunch of fuckaroonies, man, skating around all kinds of important questions, all kinds of important data missing. Campbell's not even being interviewed until 3 weeks ago. They run games in the media. It's all just a big show. Lawyers not asking questions, doing boycotts. Come on. Family lawyers likely feel it's better career suicide to go. What? Suicide? That's career super score success. If you represent your clients and you go against that, that's the best lawyer you want, honestly. The one who's got the cojones, right? That's the one that'll get you in the legacy books, those big books that exist, I got lots of them. All the precedent cases, everything. Not that this is, whatever this sham is, I don't even think this could be written up anywhere. Kids' statements, very important. I'm sure that they could redact any personal information. Of course. Let's get it all out. I support them if they're asking the questions. They don't want to ask the questions. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm going to ask the question. What are you doing now? Why aren't you asking? He's certainly the first. Oh, no. Look at Vegas. Look at Vegas. And look at that shit show. Eerily familiar. Where's the DV come in? Where did the story of the ex-girlfriend come in? Right at the beginning. Lisa McCauley's 911 phone call, which there is evidence to say exists. The call taker, Carol. I can't remember. What is her last name? Do you remember? Oh dear. Carol in the OCC who took Lisa McCauley's 911 call. Where is it? Where is it? How is it that they suddenly came to this magical conclusion that there is domestic violence? Okay. How? How is it that they know that he's alive when they think that he's dead? There was nothing that happened. Morning, Ken. Mad Hatter, Holly, good morning. What the heck? Glow. Glow Watcher. Raw. McDonald Dawn. Judy Brown. Thank you for those of you who are sharing. Appreciate it. Lily Baum. Jamie. Renee. Renee, sorry. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Nicole, good morning. Todd, good morning. Nosy Scotian. Truth and all. Thank you all for drawing much more attention to this. Where are the calls? Somebody put that out there. 8 o'clock onwards. Let's see them. Let's see the 911 center. If it's empty, it's empty. Where are those? Great question. This is Lisa, domestic violence. Why isn't Lisa B dead? Well, I mean, Renee? Okay, Jamie, Renee? If 2 witnesses say he's in police uniform, 2 witnesses, I want affidavits from those witnesses and I want to see them under full cross, full unrestricted cross. Because if there's 2 affidavits mentioning things that seemingly exist that we're told, but the person who said it, i.e. Colford, is like, I don't remember saying it. And then you've got Grund saying, I don't ever recall hearing it about the Blueberry Field Road. Doesn't ask about, you had a magical witness that said 10:35, somebody was exiting the field. Where did that person go? And suddenly the narrative gets changed. He's not telling Carol Howardson. Thank you. That's the 911 call taker that took Lisa McCauley's call. Where is the call? Tanya, good morning. Donna, good morning. No affidavit. If Jamie Blair mentions him in a police uniform and the kids saying he wasn't, no affidavits needed. No, there needs to be affidavits and full cross on all of this. Those are conflicting statements. One person saying uniform, the other person saying no uniform. Lisa B says he's in jeans and a vest, or what's going on? Exchange of gunfire. Where's that? When was the exchange of gunfire? Well, I mean, that better probably pose to Leather, who lost weight Leather. Apparently, I haven't seen that. My request, 8 o'clock, 911 calls in my area. Why is this being hidden? Was Lisa B's name mentioned, perhaps? Was it? Did they know about this earlier? I've heard this, by the way, from family members. Possibly something earlier. They want to see the records. Black jeans. Lost weight Leather. Well, I don't know. That's what I heard. I was confused yesterday when half the size. I was like, mini Leather? What's going on? Okay. He's lost weight. I see now. I miss these things. The blue on blue, one blue on blue. Was Bjorn and his guns tested for GSR? And if they were used that night, why do you let somebody run around with guns? Why do you let somebody stay down in Portapique in the middle of a crime scene? Who's buying property? From Lisa B's sister, Maureen, that was transferred to her or gifted or paid outright. That sounds like a $1 transfer. I'd like to see the title, the sale. Who handled the sale? Some interesting people who are selling property down there. Blueberry Field. When was the first fire reported? Why was the fire told to stand down? Who ordered that? So 3 people who saw him in uniform so minimum 3 people saw him in uniform. But what about conflicting statements? There's conflicting statements. Lisa B claimed it went up fast in the cottage, that is. Yeah, because log homes go poof. Nope. Log homes don't go poof. Look at Lytton, BC. Just put in log home. Fire. Nope. Was Leon and his guns tested for GSR? And if they were used that night? Great questions. This is not pointing fingers, just absolutely great questions. Would you not test all this stuff? Was Lisa Banfield tested for GSR? Why did they not go to the call? The first 911 call? No, they go to Portapique Beach Road. Why did they? I was talking to somebody last night. Why was it that they tried to frame in the media ever so subtly that they went down to Orchard Beach? When in fact, Campbell, and he was very sneaky about it in his affidavit, but I knew when it said 1 car, I'm like, well, now we know where they went first. So you're going to go to the wrong road. You're going to go and get...
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
You're going to go and deal with, evacuate Sutherland. Good, I'm glad. Evacuate people, but why are you evacuating her right away? Why are you going down to Griffin's right away? Why are you not going to the call, the first 911 call? Well, they were close by, according to them, like they're right in the immediate vicinity. But no, they don't. And these are all fair questions, because questions on the table, they're not answering them. They're skating around. 2019. .220, I'm not sure. Faulkner's car wasn't searched leaving the scene. The white car going out. The white car magically appearing the next day in the driveway. Can we have the release of property, please? When can we have it? Why are you not rescuing the children? He said he didn't ever go down to Portapique. I call bullshit on that one. Somewhere I swear I've read that he went to the scene. How can all this be happening and Lisa's not hearing or seeing anything? There's lots of people in the neighborhood who should be seeing and hearing things. What's going on there? Seems like Bjorn wanted to be the king of Portapique. I don't know. The king of Portapique. Yeah, interesting statement. I think there's lots of us a lot different. That's 2 years, no doubt. Stress and lies cover up lost weight leather. Maybe. I don't know. Campbell doesn't look so good for the wear. This is all getting to them. Last night would have been a horrific night. Honestly, what I've got down there running across the bottom. True. That was why McDonald wrapped it up so fast. Let's get on with this. No, I can't. Sorry, we went away for 45 minutes. We all had, or whatever the hell it was.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Gotta
Thank
do
you.
it
I'll have the
tomorrow.
witness back, please.
Ottawa.
Thank you, Chief Superintendent Campbell. Mr. Pinio, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. If I could have Exhibit 3532 back up. Superintendent Campbell, I'm still referring to the June 4th press release or press conference.
And which page number?
68, please. My apologies. It's actually the very bottom of page 67. In the last paragraph there, it does go on to the next page, but I'm looking at the first sentence where you talk about the perpetrator leaving Portapique shortly after the first officers arrived. And I just wanted to confirm that, at least according to the RCMP's timeline, that was approximately 19 minutes.
I believe that the first members that responded arrived at 10:26, and it would have been between 10:26 and around 10:45.
Now, on page 68, a little more than halfway down the page, there's a heading that says gunman did not pull over vehicles. And you go on to state that through witness accounts, you could confirm that the gunman didn't use the replica cruiser to pull over any of the victims. But I'm going to ask you, you weren't suggesting, though, that the replica cruiser didn't play a role in victimizing those killed?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all there. That comment is, excuse me, it's based on conversations that I would have had with the primary investigator, Jerry Rose-Berthune, about initial reports. And I think there was some social media reports in and around the gunman using that replica vehicle to physically pull people over as in a traffic stop.
Sure. Put on the lights, follow them, get them to pull over.
Yes, but I would agree wholeheartedly with what you said, that it certainly provided an advantage for him, a significant disadvantage to the public, yes.
Because we do know that in the case of Heather O'Brien, she was on the phone with her friend and she references hearing gunshots, and then she says to the effect, "Oh, there's a police car here now," and her friend says, to the effect of "Stay put," and then she hears the gunshots. That
I haven't physically listened to those calls, but that's how I understand it, yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with Constable Wiley?
Personally, or just the name of Constable Wiley?
Well, personally, first of all.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did you know him in the course of your duties with the RCMP?
No, I did not.
You just know his name because of the incidents surrounding the mass killings?
I've seen his name surface since that time and became aware.
Okay. Now, on page 69 of your of the transcript of the June 4th press conference, you state, in terms of relationship between the gunman and the RCMP itself, as another point of specific interest, the gunman was never associated to the RCMP as a volunteer or an auxiliary RCMP officer, nor did the RCMP ever have any special relationship with the gunman of any kind. And I'm going to suggest to you that Constable Wiley testified that he by testify I mean gave in his statement that he would use the perpetrator as a community contact to find out what was going on in the community. Are you aware of that?
I've since become aware of that, but with respect to that passage, it's more related to some allegations that were being made through the media with respect to a special relationship.
Okay. So you're not denying that at least Constable Wiley had a relationship with the gunman in which he would, seek to get local information from him.
Based on what Constable Wiley was saying, I understand that he had that contact or interaction with the gunman for that purpose.
Okay. And I don't know if you've reviewed Constable Wiley's statement, but he testifies that over the period of time from approximately 2008 to 2011, he would have visited the gunman between 10 and 20 times. He couldn't put an exact number on it.
I didn't review that statement, but if Constable Wiley said that, then I would accept that as being accurate.
Okay. And further on down in the last paragraph of page 69, first sentence of the last paragraph says, "What can be confirmed is that the gunman had acquired all of these firearms illegally." And before we even get to the stage of where the guns came from, I'm going to suggest to you that because the gunman didn't have a PAL, possession of any gun by him was illegal, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Except under special circumstances, such as being at a gun club or having possession of somebody else's gun while they were hunting and that person was with him. Other than that, him possessing guns was illegal just for that fact.
The transfer or the possession would have been legal, yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge of investigating matters and your role as a senior RCMP officer, if somebody is alleged to be suffering from a mental disturbance and that they have guns, would it be standard procedure to immediately check and see if that person has a PAL to even be allowed to possess a gun?
It wouldn't be just for that scenario. For example, if police were called to any type of file, they would conduct a query to determine whether the person had lawful possession of any firearms.
And I know we're getting into a bit of a hypothetical here, but I'm sure somebody will object if I go too far. So I'm referring specifically to the BOLO, the Officer Safety Bulletin that went out in 2011. And the allegation in that bulletin was that Gabriel Wortman was suffering from a mental crisis and had possession of guns. And I'm asking, when an investigating officer received that information, would or should one of the first steps have been to see if he had a PAL to allow him to legally possess guns?
I believe so, and I think at that point in time they would have called that an FAC or a firearms acquisition certificate, and that would be a standard or a normal course of inquiry that an investigator would make, yes.
And if the allegation was that the subject had possession of guns and no PAL or FAC was found, would it then be procedure to get a search warrant to go to that person's place to see if they in fact had guns?
Well, it would be very case dependent on the information provided, and as you would know, as an experienced counsel, it would require specific information in terms of locations, the time in which they were seen, and of course, you just don't get a search warrant. You have to make an application based on grounds, and if there's sufficient grounds for justice to issue a warrant, then that warrant would then be authorized.
And I won't get you to speculate on what information would be required to get the search warrant, but to your knowledge, no attempt to get a search warrant was made in relation to the Officer Safety Bulletin in 2011.
I have very limited knowledge as to what transpired in 2011 specific to that complaint. I know that there were 2 different police forces involved in that. The level of available file material from at least the RCMP is limited. So it's hard for me to make any further comment on it.
I'm going to move on from the media conferences now. I'm going to ask to have COM 0051376 brought up on the screen and go to page 13. And while that's taking place, Superintendent Campbell, I'm going to be very fair to you here and let you know why I'm bringing this document up and asking a question. These will be your handwritten notes, and there's an entry when you were dealing with the information that was relayed to you regarding Leon Jodry, and you attribute to him that Lisa was banging on my door at 4 a.m. And I can say that that's the only bit of evidence we've seen in this entire commission that she might have been at Jodry's door at 4 a.m. And I'm just asking, is that an error or a typo, or can you say?
Can you let me know when these notes were taken, and if you can show me what it is that was transpiring in order for me to take these notes? As I said, I was not involved directly in any interviews. This would have been probably being briefed up on the summary of an interview by another officer. So if we could go to the top of it, so I can see whether or not I'm just sitting in on a briefing by way of teleconference.
Seems to be your running handwritten notes.
Yeah.
That's the best I can do for a time frame.
So this would have been, I believe, on the 20th of April, and that would have been the very first investigative briefing that I didn't physically attend, but I attended via teleconference. Okay. So I was in my office listening to a number of investigators who were providing updates on the statements that they were taking. If that is contrary
Sorry, Mr. Pena, you can't see.
Sorry.
Council.
Excuse me, Commissioners, before the witness continues, could he be shown the actual line that he's being asked about? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have in my notes, page 13, there's a heading Leon Jodry and it's underlined, so it might not be perhaps. There it is. There's Leon Jodry. It says 3:30. I think it says 3:30 a.m. Heard a couple of pops. Goes to work. Goes to look. Finds house on fire at Gabe's. 4 a.m. Lisa banging on my door.
Yes.
And first of all, is that a 4 or a 6?
Well, it looks like a 4 to me, and I don't know whether or not on fire at Gabe's 4 a.m. It could be Gabe's house is on fire at 4 a.m. and then Lisa banging on my door. It could be 2 separate things. I don't know. I was listening to others that were imparting information and feverishly writing and trying to understand that information.
Sure. It was just a nagging piece of evidence that I wanted to have cleared up. So. Okay. You stated in your interview with your first interview with the commission that on April 19, 2020, you had absolutely no knowledge of the Alert Ready system.
I didn't know. Now, to expand on that, the Alert Ready system, as I would specifically in terms of the police use of Alert Ready system, I didn't. I was aware of a weather alert system. I didn't know the term Alert Ready. I just knew of a system that had been used for weather alerts. I'd heard it before, and of course there was the COVID alert that went out just prior to April 18th and 19th of 2020. That would be my only level of awareness of the alert ready system.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of, and we've touched several times in your cross-examination of, or your examination of resources, a lack of resources, and I think you testified in your direct that there are areas in the RCMP contingent in Nova Scotia that are lacking resources, and you might not know this, but I'm going to ask you, in terms of the Colchester area. Who's responsible for providing more resources? Is that the RCMP? Is it Ottawa? Is it the province? Or is it a combination?
I believe it's the county itself that enters into the negotiations with the province in terms of resourcing levels.
I believe that the County of Colchester is not under the new agreements, that it's still part of the provincial police force.
Provincial Police Service, they call it the PPSA, or the Provincial Police Service Agreement.
Yes. And my understanding is that Colchester is grandfathered under the older system.
I don't deal specifically with those contracts. So in terms of grandfathering under PPSA contracts and what that, specifically includes, that would be a question from, individuals that work within our planning units that deal with the contracts.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review and hear information from the victims' families, and I'm wondering, are you able to make comment on whether or not you feel the level of assistance provided through the liaison officer is sufficient, that it's meeting the family's needs?
In fairness to the families, I don't think that we could ever provide enough assistance. I think that there is always more that we could do.
In your assessment, does it meet the minimal level of care?
In my assessment, based on what I've heard in terms of the feedback, I would say no, because if it was good, there would be no complaints.
Now, overnight, April 18, 19, and I guess primarily on the 19th, because by the time you got into action, it was pretty close to midnight. You would have relatively long periods of time where you were waiting for information?
There were periods of time, yes.
Yes. And during those periods of time, what were you doing when you were waiting for information?
Well, after I received the first phone call, like many of those phone calls in the middle of the night, and I received several of them, I approved the critical incident package. I asked for updates when time permitting and when Jeff West would be available. I remember going back to bed and I wasn't sleeping well. And then I was woken up again, I believe sometime in and around the middle of the night. And then from that point forward, sometime around 3 o'clock, I was up and I was starting to prepare to try to get back to the office, because clearly I knew that even though it was over a Saturday night into a Sunday morning, I was going to need to go to the office.
Okay. And I think you testified yesterday in your direct that one of the reasons that the RCMP was not looking for a fully decked out replica police cruiser is the information that trickled down from OCC didn't include a statement that the perpetrator's vehicle was exactly like the RCMP's vehicles. Do you recall?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. And you, in your first interview with the commission, you offered an explanation that basically the information probably got watered down from OCC by the time, from when the information was taken from the 911 calls to the time that it got to command or the officers on the ground, that information became watered down. Do you recall giving that explanation?
I'm not sure if I used the exact words watered down. I could very well have. I don't recall, but clearly, I think in every case, when someone receives information, they interpret that information. And then in turn, if they communicate it, that communication is based on what that interpretation was. So if I used the terminology watered down, watering down is the passing on of information based on interpretation.
Okay. Could I have COM 0059847?
And that's marked Exhibit 3890.
And page 67? And the second full paragraph, and I'll start in the center, it says, I'll be honest with you, and I'm not going to be a very popular guy for saying this. I can understand how that happened. I can certainly understand how that happened, given, the urgency of those calls, the quickness of those calls, the words that were used, how the individuals that were trying to communicate their interactions with the call takers. They're getting a certain amount of information. And I know that, when information gets passed on to other people, it can sometimes become watered down. So I have an appreciation for the fact that things can get missed, or things that might be really important are not fully understood and communicated properly. So that you adopt your previous testimony that's a pretty good explanation for how details get lost from the 911 callers down to the RCMP officers.
Yes.
And overnight, April 18, 19, you didn't listen to the 911 calls firsthand. That is, you didn't request copies of them so you could listen to them.
No, I didn't.
And to your knowledge, nobody else did they?
I don't know if anyone else did. Not to my knowledge, no. And I have no access. Like I was in my home here in Greater Halifax, and what was happening in the OCC in Truro.
So there was nothing preventing you from requesting, recordings of those transcripts so you could listen to them yourself. Right? Nothing prevented you from that.
Well, I don't know if there would be a transcript of that call.
I said a recording.
Sorry?
I believe I said a recording.
Well, you said a transcript. Yeah.
Then I amend my question to say nothing prevented you from listening to a recording of those 911 calls.
Well, I would imagine that the OCC and the risk manager were very occupied. I would be cognizant of not wanting to reach in and ask them to do something that might take them away from the task at hand. And I can tell you, over 32 years, I've never in the middle of the night called the dispatch center to say, play me back a 911 call.
In your 31 years, though, you've also never dealt with a mass casualty like this, did you?
I've actually dealt with
like this?
Other mass murders, but nothing like this, no.
So had you wanted to, though, you could have gone to OCC in Truro and listened to those recordings, or you could have delegated somebody else to do that on your behalf, couldn't you?
If I wanted to, I could have gotten in my car and driven to Truro, but at that point in time, there was nothing that was imparted on me that would suggest I would have to listen to the 911 calls.
And because you didn't listen to those recordings, and to our knowledge, nobody under your command did, is that correct?
No, I would imagine that, well, for one, the risk manager has access to listen to those calls, okay. But I had no idea what was happening or transpiring and what knowledge the risk manager had at that time and whether they were reviewing those calls.
You have no knowledge whatsoever of whether the risk manager listened to those 911 calls overnight, April 19.
No, I didn't at that time, and I actually don't right now know whether or not the risk manager had gone back and re-listened to those calls.
Going to ask to bring up Exhibit 1036. That's the mock cruiser foundational document. And page PDF 23, paragraph 29. Okay, and this is information taken from the 911 transcript of one of the 4 children who were, who stayed several hours. You know the incident I'm talking about without me naming names. Yes, okay. And this is being relayed, part of the conversation between the operator and the child identified as AD. The operator, did you see what kind of vehicle? AD, it was a police car. I couldn't find the license. Operator, okay, did you see anything else about the vehicle? You said it was a police car. AD, yes it was. Operator, it was? AD, just like like a police car. And then further down, AD says, it's a police car. It's not Gabriel. Guys, it's not Gabriel. Oh, by the way, he's probably gonna blend in with the cops because he has a cop car. OCC, okay. AD, I just don't know what my parents did. OCC, how do you guys know it was a cop car? Did it have lights and stuff on it? Or AD, yes it did. No, it looks just like that. Yeah, it had the cop symbol on the side, like he owns a cop car. So I'm going to suggest to you that in terms of having to know that the perpetrator's replica cruiser was identical to an operational police vehicle, I'm going to suggest to you that the words of that child make it pretty clear that it's identical. He says they will blend in. Do you agree with that?
I agree that that's a very descriptive account in the words of the child, yes.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pineo. Mr. McDonald, I think you're up next.
Sad questions. Sorry. Maybe those conflicts in RCMP dinners.
Good morning, Chief Superintendent.
morning.
My name is Thomas MacDonald. I am counsel for 2 participants, Tara Long, whose brother Aaron Tuck was lost in Portapique on the 18th, and Scott McLeod, whose brother Sean McLeod was lost in Wentworth on the 19th of April 2020. Before we start, I wanted to just get my bearings in terms of some of what is was under your management when you were the support services officer, and then a couple of definitions to see if we can agree, just so we're sort of talking from the same terminology. So as I understand it, you had different duties under the support services officer role, but amongst those duties, you were responsible, you managed the major crimes unit and also critical incident program, right?
Yes, through 2 line officers. So it's an overall program.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I understand. Now, it goes without saying, I think, but you'd agree with me that this incident, the mass casualty, the what happened in Portapique, and then the next day in Wentworth and Glenholm and Shubenacadie and Stewiacke was a critical incident.
Yes, it was.
And the fact that an active shooter was mobile, that equals a critical incident, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And as I understand it, when the critical incident began in Portapique with the call from Mrs. Blair, if I can put it that way, so the risk manager is the first person who takes control, and the risk manager has command until the critical incident commander not only arrives, but broadcasts that he or she is in command, correct?
Well, I don't know if that would be completely accurate. The risk manager would have a responsibility to start calling out those additional resources. For example, if it's a critical incident or deemed to be a critical incident that met the threshold, that risk manager would call the on-call critical incident commander. The risk manager would be in control of all resources provincially so that they could move resources around, but there would be some level of command on the ground because the risk manager from a remote location might know what's coming into the operational communication center in terms of calls from the public, but might not necessarily know exactly what's happening on the ground. So there might be a little bit of confusion there in terms of who's in charge, but there should be someone on scene that is commanding the response in terms of the active shooter response.
And so if that person on scene wasn't in Portapique, if it wasn't Staff Sergeant Rehill, who was it?
Pardon me?
Who was it if it wasn't Staff Sergeant Rehill?
Well, normally the command would be, for example, the first officers that arrived that went into the IARD formation. They would command that element of the response. And then later is if other supervisors would attend the scene, they could take command locally at that location. But until such time that they all arrive, the risk manager would have the greatest level of awareness and the ability to at least control some of the resources that are responding.
Registrar, could we have, please, I just want to show you something, Chief Superintendent, Exhibit P001461, and it's page 15, paragraph 31, please. This will be brought up in a moment, Chief Superintendent. So I'm going to focus on paragraph 31. I'm going to read this paragraph to you, and then if you need time to read it, we can do that. This, by the way, comes from H Division Risk Manager Program. So it's RCMP policy. When faced with a critical incident, the risk manager will immediately take command and control over the situation, deploy resources, and direct the response. They will also call in and/or redeploy resources to allow for an increased response while ensuring continued service delivery for the rest of the division. The risk manager also coordinates support units, provides oversight and direction, conducts continuous risk assessments, and maintains control of the critical incident until it ends or the CIC takes over from them.
Yes.
So doesn't that mean Staff Sergeant Rehill was in charge until the critical incident commander West took over? On the
Over the overall deployment of resources and engaging the necessary support units, they would have a much greater level of awareness of the needs and the geography. But as I said before, like when members start to arrive on the scene, they're going to know things because they're experiencing and seeing those things in real time. So someone has to command the response physically when they arrive. But if you're looking at it from a policy perspective, there is a handover of command from the risk manager to the critical incident commander.
Do you agree with the RCMP policy set out in paragraph 31 or not, Chief Superintendent?
I do to an extent, but again, there's only so much that you can do. Command of resources or the engagement of additional resources or understanding where perimeters should be set up, that would be definite responsibilities of the risk manager until such time that the critical incident commander arrives. So to a degree, I agree with that. But on the other hand, there needs to be some local presence that has some level of command. And it sometimes may be two officers that arrive together, and they need to be able to take command of those resources during that critical incident response, meeting the IR team.
So the paragraph I just read to you from H Division policy, that was the policy that was in effect that night in Portapique, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Those were the words that were in effect that night in Portapique.
Yes.
Now, the critical incident commander, as I understand it, and we know that Staff Sergeant West arrived around a little after 1 a.m. on the 19th, and then oriented himself for a few minutes and then took command by broadcasting that he was in command, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And as I understand it, once the critical incident commander assumes command, he commands the response and takes the decisions until the critical incident is either over or it's no longer deemed a critical incident, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And he has, I understand, absolute authority with respect to the critical incident.
Yes.
And so that authority that night or the morning of the 19th, that lay with Staff Sergeant West, correct?
From the time that he took command?
Yes.
To the time that he relinquished the command to the next CIC.
It rested with him absolute authority with respect to the critical
With respect to the critical incident response, yes.
Thanks. I want to try and understand a little bit about the active shooter scenario from a policy perspective in your role as manager of a critical incident. So generally, so as I understand it with an active shooter incident, and of course you were asked a little bit about that by Ms. Young in one of your interviews with her recently. One was on June 28th and the other was July 12th, 2 weeks ago. As I understand, the active shooter RCMP policy is if there's an active shooter, then whether it's an IR team or an ERT team, they move to stop the threat and they keep going until the threat is eliminated. Is that broadly, am I right?
That would be a very broad and general description, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. So we know in Portapique, the night of the 18th, that when the IR team, which were the first responders to arrive, led by Corporal Bisselt, when they arrived and they were directed by Staff Sergeant Rehill as risk manager, that they came upon the scene at the Blair's house. They saw dead bodies around. They heard explosions. They saw fires. They heard what they thought were shots being fired. And the decision was made to hold that team in place, waiting for reinforcements, ERT maybe, and a decision was made or not considered to send in a second IR team. So the first IR team, the only IR team, didn't go farther into Portapique. They were held. As I understand, the reasoning behind that was no one wanted a blue-on-blue incident. And so for those who may not know what that is, although most of us would by now, a blue-on-blue incident is when police officers fire on one another mistakenly. Am I right?
Blue on blue would be or groups of officers or two officers firing upon each other, mistaking each other for the offender. But
right.
There was a lot that you led up to in terms of the question.
Well, I'm not finished. I haven't asked the question, okay. But I'm coming to the question. So that's the scene they encountered. They were held, and as I understand, the reason for holding them, not going farther in, was because they did not. The risk manager did not want to see a blue-on-blue incident. It was black, pitch dark. It was a rural area, unfamiliar to them. How does the RCMP, from a policy perspective, balance what we know in an active shooter situation is to advance to, you have a mobile active shooter, to advance to where that shooter is and balance that against rural area, dark, blue-on-blue incident? How is that balanced, whether it's a risk manager, whether it's a critical incident commander, the IR people? How does the force, from a policy perspective, balance those factors, when to hold and when not to hold?
So I'm going to have to revisit a few of the things that you mentioned leading up to your question. First off is that, as I understand it, the order in which you said that those officers were experiencing certain things or the things that they first came across might not necessarily be the order in which I think it actually happened. The second thing is that I don't believe that those officers were told to hold for the purpose a blue on blue at all. From my recollection of from what I've read and the conversations that I've had and the statements that I've read of those first responding IR officers, that they did move throughout Portapique, and they were going towards the sounds of gunshots within Portapique. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear before answering your question. And I hate to ask you to go back specifically about your policy question about managing IR incidents in rural areas. I want to be able to give you a full and complete answer as best as I can. So can you maybe distill that question for me,
Sure.
please?
So how does, from a policy perspective in a critical incident, how does the RCMP balance in terms of direction to their members that you come upon an active shooter situation? You don't see the active shooter, but you know the active shooter's there. You're seeing, let's take Portapique, explosions, you're hearing explosions, you're seeing fire. They think they're hearing gunshots. They have reports already that there's been shooting from Mrs. Blair when she makes that 911 call. How do they balance that in terms of, well, we don't want to shoot one another, but how do they balance it in terms of should we hold, should we go farther in? How does the risk manager, what policy, how are they taught to try to balance all those things when it's all happening in real time rapidly?
Well, that's the challenge of real operations. They're unpredictable. And how do you balance that? I don't think it's up to the risk manager to balance that. It's up to the individual who is physically on that scene that is actually experiencing that event. Having an individual from a distance that's not physically there to hear and experience those things to determine what the next move should or could be, I don't think that is the best route to take. I think that decision rests with those that are physically in that environment. If they feel that they're safe, or if they feel that there's a risk to doing something, I think that assessment rests or lands with those members, not someone that's directing from afar.
And is that the same assessment? So if I'm a member and I feel that I may not be safe, but I know the active shooter policy is go and confront the threat and stop the threat, is it left to me to decide whether I'm supposed to do that or not? Because I understood from the critical incident commanders that we had, Staff Sergeant West and Staff Sergeant Surratt, that public comes paramount, officer safety comes second.
Yes.
So how's that balanced?
Well, I don't think it does balance. I think that there's a duty to, if you believe that the threat, if you can see the threat, if you're convinced that the threat is present, you engage that threat. And I'll give you an example of that. From what I've read from the IRT members in and around the McCully residence, they had seen a flashlight. They thought that it was the perpetrator. They were prepared to engage the perpetrator. And then that flashlight went out and the individual ran into the woods. And I'm speaking of Clinton Ellison. That decision and those actions speak to the fact that those officers were ready and prepared to engage.
So are you aware of any training or changes that have been made since Portapique in terms of the way the IR teams or the ERT teams or risk managers or critical incident commanders deal with this type of a situation?
So there's a number of areas that you're speaking of. So for example, the IR training, that would fall under our training program within the division and the administration of personnel officer, with input nationally from our tactical training section in Ottawa, as well as our contract Indigenous policing unit. I'm not aware of any changes to policy or training per se as a result. I would say, though, that there's been a lot of debate in and around the policy of the definition of the risk manager being in control of a critical incident until such time that the critical incident commander is on the ground. There's been a great level of, or a great degree of discussion in and around that. And I know that that's also an area of examination by the hazardous occurrence investigation team that I had testified to yesterday that is doing an independent review in and around that response risks, internally within the organization to member safety. That is being looked at by them as well.
Are you personally aware of any information possessed by the RCMP that if something had been done differently by the RCMP on the night of the 18th, lives could have been saved in Portapique?
I'm not personally aware of anything, any documents, anything like that, no.
Sort of looking at the forward thinking of the commission, and just to cover off this point, I know Ms. Young took you through air deployment resources in Nova Scotia in your interviews, but to cut through some of that, just bottom line it, in an ideal world, we're now a province of 1 million people. We're the largest metropolitan center east of Montreal, probably. Having said all that, is it now time that Nova Scotia has a 24/7 plane available to the RCMP with the infrared flick technology, or the proper name for it?
I think that there's an immense amount of value in Nova Scotia having that capability, and I do believe that there have been efforts made by the province as well as the RCMP in order to be able to increase that capability. I think it's important to also signal that the Department of Justice in Nova Scotia, not DOJ Canada, but DOJ Nova Scotia, which is public safety, have been very engaged in those discussions. Those capabilities are very important. And there are assets in this province that already exist. They might not have infrared technology or an ability to fly at night, but I believe that they could build on the investments that they've already made to be able to provide that to the public and to law enforcement and other enforcement agencies in the province.
Want to turn to public communications, and with respect to that, we spoke about a few moments ago the role of the critical incident commander, the absolute authority once he's in place. Speaking of which, by the way, I always want to say he or she. Has there ever been a critical incident commander in Nova Scotia who's a female?
Well, since my time, no. But it's an interesting question that you posed, because that was one of the first questions that I had when I visited the group of critical incident commanders. And I had asked that one particular staff sergeant, who I believe is very operationally sound, be approached with respect to her interest in that program. My understanding is that she wasn't interested, but I can tell you that in New Brunswick, there are female critical incident commanders.
And would there be, do you know, in British Columbia as well?
Well, it's been a while since I've been in British Columbia, but I would suspect that there definitely would be, yes.
So just turning back to the public communications and the absolute authority of the critical incident commander. So my understanding is the decision for public alerting public communications, that rested with that night or the next day, so the 18th and 19th, it would have rested with the critical incident commander?
It would have, because every decision that you make, every action that you take, there will be a reaction to that. So the critical incident commander with that absolute authority should approve whatever public communications or public alerting or public messaging that would go out, of course, supported by individuals from the Strategic Communications Unit.
And as I understand it, the critical incident commander has authority not only to direct the director of strategic communications about public communications in a critical incident, but what information and to make public and when to make it public. Agreed?
I would agree, yes.
And am I also right, and do you agree that once the critical incident commander directs the director of public communications for the RCMP to make something public and tells what that should be, then that's the only approval that's needed? It should be done then, correct?
That should be the only approval, yes.
And would you also agree that from the time Staff Sergeant West took command on the 19th, he then had the discretion to direct the RCMP Director of Strategic Communications to release public information had he chosen to do so at any point from the time he takes command?
I would agree, yes.
I know that you said in your interview with Ms. Young, you had had a debriefing with your critical incident commanders, and you said yourself, I believe, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, no one seemed to know about Alert Ready. And you spoke to that. I heard you say that. Can you help us understand how that's possible that no one knew? When I say no one, I mean the critical incident commanders didn't know about Alert Ready.
Well, I think the simple answer to that question is that, everything boils down to training and communications. And if it's not part of training, and I'm not just talking about the basic training, I'm talking about ongoing or in-service training. If that tool, and that's the way it was always described to me by the critical incident commanders, if that tool was not understood, if that tool was not exercised or made available or practiced, then they would have no awareness of it. They would have no practical experience with it. And that is a challenge, because they all did say, and I'll use a direct quote that they said to me, that wasn't a tool in our toolbox. And it wasn't just the critical incident commanders that were on the ground that day. It was others from the province that were speaking about it as well. And I point out that it wasn't just Jeff West that was in the command post. There were some very seasoned critical incident commanders. There were us up to 4 that have eventually made their way to the critical incident command post sometime on the 19th.
So now, as I understand it, Alert Ready could be used. And not only would the critical incident commander have authority to direct that it be used, a watch commander could do it as well, correct?
Yes, there's a number of individuals who have authority to we have direct access now, which we didn't then, and there are a number of individuals that can. So there's a difference between if it's deemed a critical incident where we have engaged the critical incident program, that CIC, critical incident commander, is the authority to authorize the alert. If it's not deemed a critical incident, or there's enough information even beforehand by the risk manager or a watch commander, they can then still issue an alert based on the information known.
To the best of your ability this morning, can you list for me your understanding of who those individuals are? We have the CIC, the critical incident commander. We have the watch commander. Can the risk manager make that direction in a critical incident?
Yes, and since this time, the risk managers have been very much involved in issuing alerts. So the risk manager, the criminal operations officer, the support services officer can, if you've received the training, you have that ability to issue the alert. So there's a defined and established protocol now that is in place. That was not in place in April of 2020.
Going back to the 19th, had you sufficient knowledge, you as supply services officer in charge of the critical incident program, you could have intervened to order the use of Alert Ready if you'd known about it, couldn't you?
I wouldn't have intervened. I would have left that as the complete authority of command to the critical incident commander, but I could have had a conversation if I was in a position to have a conversation.
Right, because you had the discretion had you chosen.
If I was aware at a particular time, I could have had a conversation with the CIC, but the ultimate authority on that decision does rest with the critical incident commander.
But I understood there was a passage that I don't think we need to bring it up, we can if we have to, with Ms. Young, where you said something to this effect: if the wheels went off, then you could have intervened that night, just in a general sense. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that. And what I'm saying is that if I felt that things had gone to a state where someone had to get involved and to try to determine what needed to be done, I could do that. However, during a critical incident, it's hardly helpful for someone to start injecting themselves, because I wouldn't have had the level of awareness or the complete picture or as much of a picture as the critical incident commander would have had.
Now, Ms. Young, this is in your interview in July 12th, 2022, so 2 weeks ago. Took you through, she asked you a question about was the public emergency communications, were the public emergency communications during the mass casualty adequate? And you listed a number of qualifiers before you answered the question, and I'm summarizing. If you think I'm unfair, you let me know. But my understanding in terms of your answer was you would have liked to have seen earlier public communication.
Specifically in and around the marked police vehicle.
Yes.
But again, like not having intimate knowledge or awareness at that time, it's very difficult to say in that moment what my assessment was because I had limited information. But I would like to have seen earlier notification in and around once there was a confirmation made about the fact that a marked police vehicle was unaccounted for. I would like to have seen that.
Well, here we are today, 2 weeks later, two plus years later.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the public communication was not adequate?
Well, with the benefit of hindsight,
yes.
There's always room for us to do better. And in terms of public communications, I do believe that additional information, specific information in and around the police vehicle would have been very helpful.
I want to turn for a moment to family liaisons, and these are questions, the beginning ones, specifically relating to the McLeod family. And in fact, you had some conversations, I think, with my client, Scott.
I did, yes.
Yeah, sure. So Constable Bent was the family liaison officer.
Yes.
And I will phrase this as, from my understanding, and I was not involved at the time, is that the McLeod family and Constable Bent suffered from a communication breakdown, if I can put it that way. And they made a request to you to have Constable Bent replaced as the family liaison officer. That request was denied. Why?
I didn't deny that request. I actually asked, I can't remember whether or not it was Sergeant Glenn Bonvie or Corporal Jerry Rose Berthum bringing up the challenges and to provide further context. I was aware through my conversations with Mr. McLeod about the fact that I believe it was the stepdaughter of Mr. McLeod, the victim, who was the designated family liaison, and there was some friction there between those sides of the family. And that's where, in my conversations with Mr. McLeod, there was a breakdown because there was a feeling that Constable Bent was siding with Mr. McLeod's stepdaughter. So I had asked the command triangle to try to sort that issue out and if they could assign a different family liaison to do so.
No, I also understand that Constable Bent made a request of Audrey McLeod, who was the mother of the McLeod brothers, for a DNA sample, which was given, but then came back and asked for another 4 or 5 DNA samples from both Audrey McLeod and also her husband, their father, which was very upsetting to the family, and the family did not want to provide that, having already provided one from the mother. Do you have any explanation why the second request for 4 or 5 more samples was made after the first one was given?
Well, I don't have specific information, but I would just rely on my past experience as a homicide investigator. I would imagine that given the state of that scene and that there was a fire there, the identification of victims is difficult, and sometimes, depending upon the state or condition of remains, that we would have to do DNA analysis in order to make a positive confirmation. Sometimes the profiles that the lab receives from family members to do a familial profile comparison might not be enough, and they might need additional family members to be able to make that positive match.
I understood from Constable Bent, because I did examine him, that there is no specific RCMP family liaison officer training offered? Should there be?
Well, I do believe so, but there is a distinct difference between a singular homicide investigation where there might be one family or several family members versus a mass casualty incident. In terms of training and training people to respond to a mass casualty incident and to provide that service, I do believe that there needs to be a national level team because the frequency of these events wouldn't necessarily dictate that all officers would need to be trained in this area. I think that there needs to be specialists who are trained to respond together with multiple resources, with multiple services to be able to address the needs of families in cases like this. That's my personal belief. And I don't think that it would be an efficient use of training time on top of all the training that officers are expected to do today. I think there needs to be a specialized unit, a specialized skill set, where if this was to happen in another province, and God forbid that it would, and it could be anything from a plane crash to a terrorism event to a mass casualty incident by way of the criminal actions of an individual, I think that there should be a team that responds, that can address the needs of family. And that team should be trained.
Yesterday, towards the end of your questioning by Ms. Young, you were asked about a review by the RCMP of the mass casualty, and if I have it wrong, again, correct me, please. But as I understood it, you wrote a letter. There was not a written reply back, but the information that you subsequently gathered was basically there wasn't going to be a review because the Mass Casualty Commission was the review. Not to say there would never be a review, but waiting for the Mass Casualty Commission. Do I have that right so far?
Yeah, so the letter, just to expand on that, the letter was actually a memorandum, and it was what I would call a mandate letter. Essentially what it was, it set out what it is that I was looking for and what it is that I needed them to do. So it wasn't like a formal request, please do this for me. It was a mandate letter saying, I need this, this is what I want. Can you please assemble a team in order to do this?
Wouldn't you agree with me though, Chief Superintendent? I mean, you've been in the RCMP for 30 years. You've had some high-level jobs, including in this province. Now you're criminal operations head for New Brunswick. Look, the commission is going to try to do its best. Everybody would agree with that, I think. But these things take time, and we're over 2 years since this incident took place. There's no review by the RCMP. Isn't that unacceptable?
For me, it is, and that's the basis for why I was at an impasse and a disagreement with Ottawa. Yesterday, I testified for the necessity of those reviewers to be independent because of the emotional impacts and I think, a potential lack of objectivity by those that were asked to conduct such a review. So I was not satisfied with that response.
Yesterday, you spoke of, in your personal opinion, H Division probably isn't capable, might not have been your word, of doing the review because of the emotion of the Mass Casualty Commission vis-a-vis H Division, because of the emotion involved. If there was to be an internal review, would it be another division that would do it? Another RCMP division?
Well, specifically what I set out in my request in that mandate letter that I was requesting for that review was I definitely wanted critical incident commanders, trained and accredited critical incident commanders outside of the RCMP who had been trained by the Canadian Police College to conduct that review. And further to that, I did reference the emotions, but also it's more about independence and it's more about objectivity. And you really want, it's hard now to find someone who hasn't heard or seen some of this information, but ideally you'd want to find someone who really hasn't followed this and it would be walking in from a very independent and objective perspective by not knowing much. Just give me the facts, let me make an assessment, and I'll tell you what it is you need to change right now.
Coming to the end, you've been in the news with respect to your notes and the April 2020 telephone conference with the Commissioner Lucky and Ms. Scanlon and others in attendance. And you've read Ms. Scanlon's letter to the Commissioner, sent it about a year later, I guess, have you?
I've seen it, yes.
Yes. And the Commissioner, as you might know, testified before a parliamentary committee yesterday. Did you hear her evidence or summary of her evidence?
I'm aware that she did.
Okay. So as I understand it, and not speaking for the Commissioner, in the lead up from when your notes became in the public forum somewhat famous or infamous, depending, the Commissioner, of course, says there's no political interference, and so did the minister, and the Commissioner apologized for, I guess, maybe the tone of the meeting. Do you today accept there was no political interference in the Mass Casualty Commission, in the Mass Casualty investigation by the RCMP? Do you accept that?
What I will say is that my notes are an accurate description of my recollection of that conversation and some of the words that were used. What transpired between the Commissioner's office and anyone within government, I'm not privy to that. I was never part of that. I stand by my notes, and when I was asked a question earlier today in terms of whether or not I would be concerned about soiling the reputation of the force, my answer is that I think I've demonstrated that.
So I'm just not clear. So now we're 2 years post-incident. Do you feel there was political interference or not in regards to the investigation?
Well, I'll be subject to a parliamentary committee appearance in Ottawa in the coming days, which I will give evidence to that. But I'll speak to that as best as I can at this stage. I was very concerned because for me as a former team commander who understands the need to protect certain information so that you could advance your investigation and hopefully meet your objectives. And I'd already outlined what those objectives were. And the fact that we had an ongoing investigation that was both local or domestic and international, that there was a very good reason why we could not release those details. And we owed it to particularly the victims, survivors, and their families to do our very best to be able to meet those objectives, period. And any interference, whether it be political or otherwise, that would have deterred us from properly investigating these offenses and seeking the justice that the families deserved was unacceptable for me. So whatever that would have been, whether it was political or not, I was very concerned that if it was political, if it was politically motivated, how the families would perceive that. That bothered me.
Thank you for your patience, Chief Superintendent. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. McNell. Ms. Miller?
Morning, Chief Superintendent Campbell. My name is Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex DeGue, we represent a family member of Kristen Beaton and her unborn child who both lost their lives in mass casualty on April 19th. I'm going to start with just touching base on a few changes that you noted yesterday had been made within the RCMP post the mass casualty. And one of the things I wanted to just clear up was the implementation of the critical incident operating room. Did that come about? So we know that the move of OCC from Truro to Halifax, that was in motion. The plans for that were in motion before the mass casualty.
Yes.
And it was executed afterwards. But in terms of the implementation of the critical incident operating room, was that part of the plan already prior to the mass casualty, or was that executed as a response to the mass casualty?
It was our OCC manager, Glenn Byrne, that spearheaded that initiative, and I think it's called the Critical Incident Command Room. My understanding, though, is that it wasn't necessarily built into the plan pre-Portapic, I'll call it April 18th, 19th, 2020. It was determined to be something of great value after understanding how there can be issues with communication.
And is it fair to say that that critical incident command room assists with the common operating picture issue by having easy access for folks, CICs, Division Emergency Ops Center, and any other individuals who need to quickly be able to access information?
Yes, from all the feedback that I've received from those that are actually using that room now, they actually speak of it quite favorably, and I've had the opportunity to attend and see some demonstrations, and I think that it is by far better than what we had in place in April of 2020.
Okay. And with respect to when you were in British Columbia and now you're in New Brunswick, do the same type of operations exist? The critical incident command rooms, are they in existence in those jurisdictions?
I'm not familiar because there are different operational communication centers. My service in British Columbia was predominantly, although I covered the entire province in some ways, I spent the bulk of my time in the Greater Vancouver area. And during my early part of my service, there were several operational communication centers. Each of the detachments might have had their own operational communication center. I'm not aware of critical incident command rooms, as was described, what we have here now in Nova Scotia. And also now, to this day, they have what's called ECOM, which is a centralized communication center, which I believe in terms of recommendations, I think that all police operational communications should be centralized because that would just ultimately increase the flow of information and situational awareness. Having multiple police dispatch centers is going to create a divide and a delay in information.
Okay, and so in New Brunswick, are you able to share with us what the setup is in New Brunswick with respect to a critical incident command room or a lack thereof?
So I'm very new to New Brunswick. In fact, I've only really been on the ground for less than a week, and at that time I was in the middle of a relocation and then also getting ready to return to Nova Scotia for this purpose. But I do know that there is an operational communication center in the headquarters of the RCMP on Regent Street in Fredericton. And I do know that the Fredericton City Police has its own operational communication center, and they actually have the PSAP, or the Public Safety Answering Point, or the 911 call center there. I've been able to learn that since I arrived, and I know that the RCMP also has an operational communication center in the Kodiak or the Moncton area. But in terms of all the specific workings and what we have available to us in New Brunswick, I still have to get there.
Okay, but what I heard you say is that from the Nova Scotia experience, this critical incident command room being situated where it is almost a best practice in terms of being able to enhance situational awareness and the common operating picture.
I would say that it is. And further to that, I think yesterday I testified that we had the superintendent in charge of the Operational Response and Readiness Program in Ottawa, who's also an accredited critical incident commander that had relieved or taken a period of time, I think 2 weeks last summer, to be a critical incident commander in this division. And he was shown this room for the first time, and he had many questions about it. So that would lead me to believe that it might be unique within the RCMP. I can't say it's unique within other police forces. I don't know. But that was my interpretation, is that it was something that he hadn't seen before. And he had served in British Columbia as a critical incident commander in the North, I think in the Northwest Territories as a critical incident commander, and was running the actual critical incident program as a manager nationally in headquarters Ottawa.
Okay. Just a few tiny finish off questions about that critical incident command room. I think you said that there's access to all the mapping and the CAD needs in that room?
Yes.
And would that include pictometry? Would that resource be available in the critical incident command room?
Yes, there should be a pictometry there, because I attended that room once for a demonstration of ATAC and the use of police dogs, and then actually following the track of the police dog while the police dog was actually on an active track. And I remember seeing that screen in that room. I've seen that as well in the Operational Communication Center.
So when you say there should be pictometry in that room, you're not sure, but you're reflecting on an experience where you think you saw it in the room.
Yes, I wish I could confirm 100%, but I do know in conversations with Glenn Byrne that pictometry has been something that he's been ensuring that we actually have greater or better access to that within the OCC.
And throughout different reports, policy review, we hear about web mapping service from the National Operations Center. Would the web mapping service be available in that critical incident command room?
I'm not sure. I don't know that, and I'm not familiar with the web mapping service. And I think what you're referring to is the National Operations Center, or the NOC, they call it, in Ottawa. I don't know. That would be a question for the manager of the OCC.
Thank you. I want to move now to another change that you talked about in your statement. This is your June 28th, 2022 statement. And you talked about this was with respect to general members' radios having GPS capability that had not been activated. Do you remember that in your statement?
Yes.
I can pull it up, but you've got the context of it. Okay. And certainly we heard that during the initial entry into Portapique by the IARD members, that was one challenge for them that prevented a second IARD team coming in, because there was no situational awareness, because members outside of their cars could not be tracked with GPS.
That's true. I became aware after the fact that our portable radios, encrypted portable radios, actually had a GPS capability that was not operational at the time. I don't know the reasons behind why that wasn't, but I think it's important also to point out that even if you engage the GPS on a portable radio, it would be the Operational Communication Center or that critical incident command room that might actually see those locations. It might not necessarily be available to the officers that are actually on the ground. That's where ATAC would come in, so they would have situational awareness on the ground of each other's positions.
But certainly having the GPS on the portable radios for members on the ground, that is going to help with situational awareness for knowing where they are and someone who's deploying resources. Correct?
Yes, from a critical incident command perspective, at least if the commander knew where they were, the commander could help direct those resources.
And in your statement on June 28th, you talked about Mr. Byrne implementing or looking at taking care of making sure that this GPS activation on the portable radios was taking place. You didn't know the compliance percentage or the status at that time, and you said you'd have to check with Glenn Byrne. Do you know what the answer is to that question now?
No, I don't. And in fact, it wouldn't just be Glenn Byrne. We have a manager of what we call IMIT, or Information Management Information Technology, that deals with, under that area of responsibility, has the radio shop program. That's Christian Gallant. So Christian and Glenn would work on that together in terms of making sure that that capability was in place.
Okay, so in your statement, when you said you'd have to check with Glenn Byrne, have you checked with Mr. Byrne?
No, when I provided that statement.
2 years and a bit post the MCC, we still don't know if that GPS activation has happened on members' portable radios. Is that fair to say?
Well, what's fair to say is that on June 28th, that was actually my last day in this division, and then I was transferred. And
apologies, I didn't. Commissioner Fisher's just alerted me that Ms. Ward's standing.
Just if I may interject, Commissioners, I believe that this information was covered in our response to the request for our written evidence on what the RCMP had implemented so far, and that was in response to the subpoena of June 2nd, I believe. So there was a lengthy response that covered radio capabilities as they stand now, and I believe it's been rolled out to ERT members and police dog services, and it's in process for general duty members.
Okay. Does that help you, Ms. Miller?
Thank you. But in your role as a support services officer, the third highest officer in the RCMP in Nova Scotia from September of 2019 to when you left, you weren't aware of whether or not that GPS portable radio activation had taken place, correct?
Well, first off, I'm not the third in line for the hierarchy of the RCMP in Nova Scotia. There are several superintendents, so I just want to clarify that first. But no, I wasn't aware.
You, yesterday in response to questioning from Ms. Young, I believe I heard you say you had 4 direct reports.
Sorry, which reports?
Yesterday in response to questions from Ms. Young, I believe I heard you say you had 4 direct reports.
Yes.
And you had indicated it was Dustine Rodier, Don Mosier, and Murray
Marchichu.
Yeah. You didn't identify the 4th.
Yeah, I never
and
got.
In your statement, it says that there were 3. So I wanted to follow up with that piece on you. Who, was there a 4th and who was the 4th?
So technically on paper, there are 3. However, I made it a practice of involving Glenn Byrne as the OCC risk manager as someone that I treated as another direct report. So we would have, if I had support services meetings, I would actually have Glenn Byrne at those meetings with us.
Thank you. I want to move now to interviewing witnesses on the night of April the 18th. Ms. Young took you through yesterday the fact that Mr. Andrew McDonald was not interviewed until 5 a.m. And as I understood your evidence, Chief Superintendent, you said that that was not abnormal because he was receiving medical treatment in that window of time. We also know that there were 4 children who ranged in ages from 9 to 13 who had a front row view of the perpetrator and his actions for a considerable period of time. They were extracted from the home at 12:24 a.m. Yet none of those children were ever interviewed in terms of what they saw. There was certainly an officer who accompanied them to the hospital, but they were never interviewed in any formal way. So from your perspective, what is the best practice for interviewing child witnesses?
Well, there are a number of, well, first off, I'm not aware that they were never interviewed.
They were not interviewed that night or
that
that
night.
morning?
Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify that because I seem to recall that they had been interviewed. I just wanted to clarify.
No, but in terms of obtaining from them contemporaneous, timely information, which would have helped identify more detail around the police car, they were not interviewed that night or the next morning.
So specific to your question, there is a child interviewing course that certain officers, they can be general duty officers that receive that training, or general investigations section officers, major crimes officers may receive that training. It just depends. But there is a specific course on child interviewing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts, Chief Superintendent Campbell, on the appropriateness of those children not having been interviewed that morning after they were extracted from the house?
Well, ideally, if there's a witness to any crime, you want to be able to interview them as quickly as you can. To take that further, though, I do know that there was a lot happening at the time. So whatever decisions were made in terms of the taskings, the timings, the access, I wish I could speak to those, but I wasn't there in that moment to have a full understanding of what that looked like, to be able to give you my true assessment of why that wasn't done at that time.
Who would have had the authority to action the interviewing of those witnesses that night? Would that have been the critical incident commander?
Well, I would say that the critical incident commander, because it was still an ongoing or unfolding critical incident, would want to make sure that appropriate witnesses were interviewed and would ask for a tasking of that to happen. So again, as I said before, ultimate authority would be the critical incident commander. However, it should be supported by investigative resources. There's only so much that critical incident commander, obviously their job is to command, but their job is to also receive information so they can make appropriate decisions.
You'd agree with me, though, Chief Superintendent Campbell, that obtaining timely information from firsthand witnesses in the immediate aftermath, as appropriate, would have been very helpful.
Yes, I agree.
I want to move now just to a title I heard said yesterday, and it may have been my friend Ms. Young asking you about a position called Chief Learning Officer.
Yes.
Is there, who is this? Do you know who the Chief Learning Officer is, and what's their role? Is that a provincial role or a federal role?
It's a federal role of national headquarters in Ottawa, and I believe the current Chief Learning Officer is Rob O'Reilly. He was not the Chief Learning Officer at the time of April 18th, 19th, 2020. I believe that Rob O'Reilly was the Chief of Staff to the Commissioner. If I'm correct, it might have been Assistant Commissioner Jasmine Breton, who was the Chief Learning Officer, and their role or responsibility would be for delivery of all training, whether it be online training or in-person training across the entire country.
And across the breadth of the members?
Yes. Each division will have a training section, and they'll have individuals that deliver training and modify training, because there will be nuances or differences from one province to the other. We may have to create a course to deal with provincial specific legislation that will land on the province. But the consistency in terms of application of training, the development of training, they also have National Learning Services would have access to our tactical training section if it's tactical, for example. They have the ability to reach into national policy centers to be able to draw upon those subject matter experts and those national policy centers for material for training.
Okay, thank you. I want to move now, Chief Superintendent, to the Criminal Intelligence Service of Nova Scotia Officer Safety Bulletin that came out on May 4th, 2011. Your evidence yesterday, as I understood it, was that from your perspective, an officer safety bulletin of that kind that contained information about illegal guns and a threat to kill anyone was really important information to retain for a long time. If I've mischaracterized your words, please tell me, but that's from my notes.
I stand by those words today in that assessment.
And we know, of course, that that bulletin was purged, consistent with the RCMP purging policy 2 years after it was issued.
I don't think it solely would be the RCMP purging policy. I think it might be the Privacy Act that dictates that we have to keep material for 2 years for the purposes of ATIP. And then there would be policies attached to the retention. And I'm not an expert in retention periods and retention policies in the organization, but it's all guided by the Privacy Act partly.
Okay, so you understand that the purging of that record may be tied to Privacy Act requirements?
Not being an expert in that area, my answer is yes.
But from your perspective, as a senior officer with over 32 years of policing, this is exactly the kind of information you think is very important to keep for a long period of time?
I would think so, yes.
And so in addition to just retaining it, it needs to be accessible to members as well. And I wanted to get your input on how, if we could leave aside the privacy concerns that would lead to purging, how do you believe this information could be not just retained, but preserved in a manner that could be readily accessible by members so that they are on guard for the information that has been contained in such a bulletin? So in this bulletin, for example, it ended with use extreme caution when dealing with this perpetrator. What is, in your experience, what would be the best way that that could be accessed by members as they're going out to respond to a call at a home?
So traditionally, there's the Canadian Police Information Center. You've heard the acronym CPIC. A lot of the time, if someone is in a certain category, there's special interest to police, they could be added onto CPIC. That is probably the one consistent database that any police officer across the country, because it doesn't matter whether that individual is in Nova Scotia, they could be on vacation in Manitoba. If there's an interaction, if there was a CPIC query, any officer, any law enforcement or peace officer would have access through CPIC to be able to make that query and receive that information. So depending upon, again, and you have to either maintain or purge those based on whether the person's been charged. So I don't know whether it's feasible for there to be an indefinite entry into CPIC on something like that, or how fair that might be to an individual if, for example, they've changed their life. That's one avenue. The second avenue, obviously, would be records management systems available to police. And it makes it more difficult when there are multiple records management systems that officers do not have the ability to access fully. If, for example, it's one records management system that has that information and the incident's happening somewhere else. So I'm a firm believer in one RMS or one records management system accessible to all police officers, because being able to access that information can make a significant difference. And in this province, there are at least 2 records management systems within the policing environment here.
Okay, and when you say accessible to all police officers, do you mean all police agencies, not just the RCMP?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to move now to air support. We know, of course, the helicopter in New Brunswick was off-duty sick for maintenance. My friend, Mr. McDonald, asked you a little bit about the possibility of Nova Scotia getting its own helicopter or air flight support with the FLIR, given the population we have now. And you talked about, yes, that would be a good idea, but there's some challenges around the execution of that and some work in place. What I wanted to ask you about, Chief Superintendent, is that when the helicopter that currently exists or any air support goes off-duty sick for maintenance, who gets that information? And I'll be specific with H Division Nova Scotia. Who would have been notified of the fact that this air asset was no longer available?
Well, that's a very, very good question. And during the time of April of 2020, there was not a proactive sharing of information from our air base. When I say our air base, maybe it's probably best to describe air services and where it's located and who ultimately oversees it on a day-to-day basis. So air services is a shared resource. RCMP Air Services is a shared resource in the Atlantic region. So there are 2 assets, one being a fixed wing and one a rotary or a helicopter that's stationed out of Moncton, the Moncton area.
Both of them are in Moncton, correct?
Both of them are in Moncton. Now, having said that, Moncton is relatively central, as we all know, in the Atlantic. They have an ability to get to northern New Brunswick, to Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia, I would say in short order when we're talking about flight paths. So it's positioned there, but it's a federal program. And this was a question that was posed to me during my interview as to whether or not the air services in New Brunswick reports up to the criminal operations officer. And since I arrived, that was one of the first questions that I asked. And it does not. It does not report to the criminal operations officer. It reports up to the federal business line because it is a federal asset. Air Services has a certain number of hours that they allocate to each of the Atlantic divisions, and our contract with the province pays for a portion of that. And sometimes one division will have a little more hours than another division will have, and we can actually beg, borrow, or steal hours from each other because there's a certain number of hours that they expect to fly per calendar year. With one asset, there is always the reality that that asset will be down for 2 reasons. One, maintenance, which has to be scheduled because safety is very important in terms of flights, and I know that they're bound by Transport Canada rules, and also air crew. So depending upon the availability,
Sorry, what was the second one?
Air crew, the
Air crew,
pilots
yes, yeah.
and the engineers that support the aircraft, and tactical flight officers. So depending upon, you have two issues, maintenance and resourcing, human resourcing to fly those aircraft. Those would be 2 aspects as to why either of those 2 aircraft would not be available. They would have scheduled and predetermined flights for operational reasons, and then they would have emergency callouts.
Okay. So I appreciate that. I guess I want to go back to my initial question that when, for either maintenance reasons or human resource reasons, the air assets are not available, who in Nova Scotia and the RCMP gets that information proactively, if at all?
So now it's the OCC in our headquarters. At the time of April 2020, it was the OCC and J Division headquarters in Fredericton, because that's where the line officer was. So we would always make a call first to either our services or to the Operational Communication Center in Fredericton J Division headquarters to determine whether that flight or those aircraft or those aircrew were available.
Okay, so if in Nova Scotia today, there was a need for an air asset for a similar event, and that asset wasn't available because of either maintenance or human resource issues, knowing that that asset was not available would already be known by OCC Nova Scotia.
Yes, that's correct. They would already know.
And they would be told that in advance, and that would allow them presumably to make a plan B.
Yes, and the plan B could be, for example, as I mentioned, or I testified yesterday, we've worked with the Department of Justice as well as the Department of Natural Resources for increasing our capabilities with aircraft on the ground here. But we could also rely upon the Air Services Program to make sure that there could be another aircraft, for example, from Montreal that could make its way to Nova Scotia as well.
Again, and that was my point, that the change in how this information is communicated from April of 2022 now allows, at least in Nova Scotia, allows us to be proactive in terms of acting on Plan B versus reactive, which is what was the reality for Nova Scotia in April of 2020.
That's
Fair
correct.
to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move now into the McNeil report, but just before I do that, I mean, I just want to, commissioners, if I can, I know that we've heard from Chief Superintendent Campbell that there are another series of notes that are coming, and I appreciate that the rules allow this, but I do want to be on record in saying that we're going to get, those notes are going to be produced to DOJ today, and just to put on the record that we'd like to reserve the right, of course, to recall this witness when we have access to that further production, given the importance of his position.
Yeah, our rules provide for that. We like almost everything we've been doing in this inquiry. We will take whatever action is appropriate, whether it's a follow-up affidavit if necessary, or recalling or whatever. But yeah, the rules provide for that, and it's so noted on the record. Thank you.
The last area I need to cover, commissioners, I'm happy to keep going. In fact, that would be perhaps ideal, and then we can take our lunch break if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to talk about Chief Superintendent, the McNeil review, and of course you know that. It was out of the Moncton tragedy in 2014. In your statement, you were asked, did you ever receive or were you given any training on the McNeil report? And your answer in your statement at page 20 of 143, that's Exhibit 3890. We don't need to bring it up, Madam Register, but just for reference, your answer to that question was no. You never received or been given any training on the McNeil report.
No, there was no training course. I had familiarity with it, and I was serving in Ottawa at the time when the responses to the McNeil report were being prepared.
Yes. You've read the report?
I have, but it's been some time since I've read the report. I wouldn't be able to recite the report verbatim.
Did you read the report on your own initiative, or was that part of your work in Ottawa at the time?
My work in Ottawa at the time, actually, I was involved in some of the responses to a few of the recommendations, particularly in and around the aftercare components. I had provided material.
You were working for Commissioner Bob Paulson at that time?
I was, yes.
And would he have been the equivalent of Commissioner Lucky now?
He was the commissioner at the time, yeah.
So the reason you read that report was because you were doing work around the report in terms of some of the recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe from your statement, you played a role in input into the aftercare portion, which is section 12 of the report, and you created the critically injured and fallen members guide?
That is correct.
Okay. Outside of that, have you had any opportunity to look at the report, its recommendations and status of implementation, certainly when you were in charge of the Major Case Management Oversight Unit which was where you were, you created that unit as I understand it, and that's where you were from 2017 to 2019?
Yes, that's correct. So I had actually, at the time when the McNeil report, and it's retired Assistant Commissioner Alphonse McNeil, that with the team produced that report. I actually read the report itself. And then as a result of that report, there were recommendations that were tabled. And I had looked at some of those recommendations. Well, one, as you asked me earlier, I was involved in some of the responses to some of those recommendations, and I had actually read the updates in terms of the recommendations, and those are also available to all RCMP members on the website. I think they're also publicly available as well. So I would have seen the report itself, and I would have seen the recommendations as well.
And I believe it was either your evidence yesterday or in your statement, I think it was your evidence yesterday, Chief Superintendent, you said the National Crops Officer is actually responsible for responding to the recommendations.
Yes, it was the National Criminal Operations Officer, and at that time it was Chief Superintendent Eric Stubbs, now Assistant Commissioner Eric Stubbs, who is currently posted to the RCMP in British Columbia. And I'd like to return to your last question when you asked about my position in the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices. That is a major case management oversight unit. It's not specific to anything like the critical incident program or critical incident responses. It was more about investigation.
Yes, thank you. So what I'd like to do, Madam Register, if you could pull up Exhibit 3928. And this is a document, Chief Superintendent, entitled RCMP Update, Implementation of McNeil Recommendations from January 2020. So this would have been the status of these recommendations in Nova Scotia, as I understand it, some 4 months before the mass casualty.
I think not just necessarily Nova Scotia, just nationally in general.
Nationally, yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take you through each and every one of them, but what I will do is direct you to the ones I would like to review. So, Madam Register, on page 2, I'm looking at 3.4. And these are 3.4 and 3.5, Chief Superintendent, are recommendations that flow or are relating to the common operating picture to be available for simultaneous monitoring by frontline supervisors, Critical Incident Command, Division, Emergency Operations Center, and the National Operations Center. Under timeline, we see that it says that this was actually a recommendation that was still in progress. And I'd asked you earlier about the Critical Incident Command Room and that importance and the uniqueness of it here in Nova Scotia and how helpful it had been and your sense that that could be a best practice. Would this be something that you would suggest would fall within an option or options that could allow for a common operating picture to be developed during critical incidents?
Well, it could be included, but when I read section 3.4, and it doesn't necessarily frame it up in a way that's easily understood, but I interpret 3.4 to be related to common operating picture for those on the ground. So for example, an application like ATAC would fall, I think, directly into 3.4.
Okay. Would it also encompass the GPS activation on members' portable radios?
It could, but as I testified earlier, there's an element of some people knowing, and there is a benefit of more people knowing than just a few. But ultimately, it's those on the ground. If they had a device that they could see where everyone is, that's the ultimate benefit, and that's where ATAC would probably come in.
Okay. 3.5. This is a recommendation that emergency management system and the web mapping service from the NOC be considered for each division, and policy, training, and supervision be established, requiring their use in critical incidents, major events, and disasters by division emergency. It says implemented in terms of its status, and I'd asked you earlier about your awareness of whether the web mapping service had been implemented at OCC, and you were not aware of that. So are you able to say whether or not in January of 2020, or even now, when you finished, I think your last day in your position in Nova Scotia was the date of your interview, your first interview. Are you able to say whether that has been actually implemented from your practical experience here in Nova Scotia?
So I don't know exactly what the web mapping system is. I may have actually seen it in play there, but how it's, the name that it's given, I'm not. From a technical perspective, I would not be able to speak to that. I don't know.
Okay. But that, the web mapping service and critical incidents, major events, that fell under your support services officer mandate to deal with operations, correct?
Well, yes, but with a number of line officers in between that would deal with the day-to-day issues within those respective units.
Madam Register, if we could go to the next page, which is 3.6. And this Chief Superintendent talks about where it does not already exist, each division established a policy and protocol through an emergency operational plan to identify entry/exit points and major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis. The response from January 2015 was that the detachment emergency operational plans will be amended to ensure entry/exit points and major transportation routes are included. And the timeline says that that was implemented. When we had both of the critical incident commanders who testified together, Staff Sergeant West and Surratt, neither of them were aware that this had been done in Nova Scotia. Are you able to comment on whether or not this policy and protocol has been actually implemented from your experience in Nova Scotia?
I don't have that information to me. The person that would best speak to that would be the sergeant in charge of the emergency management section in the division. And when I read this, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who would that be?
Sergeant Sean Reynolds. He wasn't in that position at the time of April 2020, but he's currently in that position. He would be able to speak to whether or not this recommendation is implemented in H division. And when I read it, I'm a little bit confused as to exactly what it means in terms of entry/exit points for major transportation routes. To me, it sounds like, because when you put it in the context of Moncton, is how do you move emergency resources in and out of a containment or a hot zone? That's how I would read it, but I could be interpreting that incorrectly.
Certainly, and in Nova Scotia, the issue came about in terms of the RCMP not establishing checkpoints at major entry and exit routes. They did in some cases. There was one at the Cobequid Pass, but there wasn't one at the Truro transition from northern Nova Scotia to southern Nova Scotia. That was the context in which the CIC commanders were asked this question.
And the CIC commanders, I'm not aware of their response.
Well, they acknowledged that there was no checkpoint.
Okay, so if they acknowledge that, then there wasn't.
And also that there had been no, to their knowledge, execution of identifying entry/exit points and major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis, which is what the recommendation was. You're not aware of their evidence on that?
I'm not aware of their evidence on that. No, I actually didn't watch the evidence of Staff Sergeant Surratt or Staff Sergeant West.
Madam Register, if we can move to 4.8. And this recommendation was in large-scale events where air services is utilized, air services personnel with the appropriate training should be assigned to the command post as a liaison for air service support. The timeline indicates that that was implemented, and I am interested in hearing from you, Chief Superintendent Campbell, in terms of how you believe this recommendation would have been implemented and actioned in April of 2020 with response to the mass casualty.
I don't understand how we could have implemented that personally, because really what it's saying is inserting someone from Air Services branch or personnel from there into the command post as a liaison for air support. That would also suggest that air support was available. So I'm not intimately aware of the protocols that the CIC would have when we do call upon our air services support. Perhaps that is a normal course that they would take. But again, as I mentioned, I'm not a critical incident commander, so the nuances of who they notify and who actually would attend the critical incident command post. I see that logistically as being very difficult, personally.
To execute this recommendation?
I do, because as I mentioned, the Air Services personnel are in Moncton. And if there was a large-scale critical incident event where there was a mobile command post that was being used, if we didn't have this, the new room in the OCC, it would be logistically challenging to get them to Yarmouth from Moncton. And I doubt very much, unless they flew to that location and dropped them off, that could be a protocol that was discussed, but I'm not intimately aware.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from these last couple of recommendations, Chief Superintendent, is that you're not certain what they actually mean, these recommendations, and then you have some hesitancy about how they would actually be implemented in any event. Is that, I mean, that's a generalization, but based on what you were just saying about these last ones we went through, is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Madam Register, if we could go now to 6.1. And this recommendation, Chief Superintendent, arose from, my question around it actually arose from your comment yesterday when you said, we're human, we all have biases, and that was relevant in terms of the line of questioning about understanding the detail that was given to OCC about the police cruiser replica. I think you said the likelihood of someone creating a fake cruiser was not considered, which contributed to this miscommunication, and you indicated that was a bias, a human bias. And so when I read this recommendation, it made me think of that. Trainers and supervisors take into account how cognitive biases undermine training and consider how to mitigate the effect of these natural and universal thought processes. Would you say that that recommendation captures what you were articulating yesterday in terms of the bias, the human bias that prevented the digestion of what we believe is very clear information about the mock cruiser by the RCMP and execution on that in that first sort of half an hour?
I think that bias is always a byproduct of, personal experience, and it's something that we always have to be fully aware of at all times when dealing with any situation in life, let alone policing. So I agree that bias often plays a role in how people perceive things.
And in terms of the response, it says awareness of cognitive biases undermining training will be incorporated into use of force courses such as incident management intervention model and immediate action rapid deployment IARD. It says that was implemented. Are you aware of that, any training that would have taken place in Nova Scotia with respect to this recommendation?
Well, there's in the last few years, there's been a fair amount of discussion in and around bias and perception. There's been training courses that deal with it in terms of human interactions, not just specific to critical incidents. So there have been online courses that discuss bias, as well as I know that there's been national and divisional policy on bias-free policing and how bias can affect how officers interact with others or how they perceive things. So I would say that there's a level of awareness in and around the importance of bias and how that could affect how people respond. In terms of bias being incorporated into certain training courses like the IMIM, which is our use of force model, or the IARD course, because I'm not responsible for developing and delivering that training, it wouldn't be a question that I could easily answer. It would be from a training unit
You can't speak
perspective.
to that. Okay. And then I'll move to 6.4, Madam Register, and this may be the same comment from you, Chief Superintendent. This was immediate action rapid deployment IR training be adapted to include various environments as well as decision-making, planning, et cetera, goes on the next page. Under the response, well, it says this was implemented, and it says the IARD course training standard and learning material be modified to reflect this recommendation. Are you able to say if in Nova Scotia there was a modification to the IARD training that would have included rural environments and at night?
So I don't know the specific timings. Again, I'm not a training specialist per se in terms of developing training, but for IARD, or these tactical training courses. And I don't know of when it was implemented, but initially IARD training was developed and first rolled out in more of an indoor IARD. For example,
Was in response to school shootings.
yes.
Correct?
So you're going into buildings, you're moving down hallways, you're learning how to move, how to interact. And then following that, there was the outdoor IR training. And as I've been informed, there are scenarios that are low light scenarios, and there's also outdoor, but it depends upon the time of day that you're actually training. So I would imagine that the majority of training for safety purposes on outdoor IR training is probably done during the day, whereas low light conditions are simulated in a contained or an indoor environment. So I do know that that happened. And at the time when IRs and carbines were rolling out, at that stage, I was the Corps Sergeant Major in the RCMP, which made me a member of the Senior Executive Committee. And I remember being involved in a vote in terms of delivering this training specifically to cadets in depot, because their training calendar is very full. And there was a decision that collectively made to ensure that all cadets were trained post their graduation, and before they went to their first post, they would have received the IARD components as well as the carbine training before receiving their first posting.
We heard evidence from those members, the IARD members, who indicated that there hadn't been a lot of training around going in at night in rural areas. And I take your point that you're perhaps not the best person suited to comment on the implementation of this, but there may have been implementation of some IARD training, but perhaps not as nuanced and specific with respect to the rural nighttime scenario. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think it's fair to say, and I would suggest that it's probably quite important, because not only do we have municipal contracts in urban areas, but we, largely police many rural or non-urban areas. So it would make sense to me that we incorporate some level of rural IARD response training.
I want to move now, Madam Register, to 7.8. We talked about this a little bit ago, and I may predict your answer, but 7.8 is a recommendation that a high-resolution mapping system, such as the web mapping service from the NOC, be integrated within the computerized integrated information and dispatch system. It says it's been implemented. Are you able to say, Chief Superintendent Campbell, if that has actually taken place in Nova Scotia?
I'm not, and I've never worked in a general duty capacity here, meaning sitting behind the wheel of a marked police car that has a mobile terminal that might have mapping capabilities that I could look at. I haven't worked in that environment, so I don't have a personal experience to rely upon to provide an answer. And of course, I'm not personally familiar, as I testified earlier, with this web mapping service through the National Operations Center. I may have seen it, but I just don't know the name attached to the maps that I've seen. I've been in the OCC to see these screens that show maps. But for me, the difference between Google Earth and high resolution pictometry, I'm not that technically advanced.
Thank you. Moving to 7.10, you talked yesterday about the risk manager being a new position that I think you said that was in response. That was one of the changes that have been made in Nova Scotia in response to the McNeil report. Did I?
That was my testimony yesterday. However, someone from this division corrected me that was in this division for a number of years, and I was told that it was 2005 that they implemented that program.
Okay, well, that might help answer this question. It says operational communication centers, OCC, should have an experienced non-commissioned officer available to coordinate operations in critical incidents and to offer direct operational advice to call takers and dispatchers. So my question to you, Chief Superintendent, is from your perspective, is that the risk manager?
Yes.
Okay. So that has been implemented.
Yes.
There's a section of the McNeil report that deals with the implementation of recommendations from an earlier review, two earlier reviews. Thank you, Madam Register. We can take that document down. and the implementation of recommendations from the Mayor Thorpe and the Spiritwood reviews. And what I'd like to do, Madam Register, is to bring up COM number 50843, which is the second part of the McNeil report. I apologize, I don't have the exhibit number. And I'm looking to be at page 63 of the 90-page document.
That's exhibit 1629.
Thank you. So this, Chief Superintendent, is part and parcel of the McNeil report, which you read and done some work on. And one of the questions that was put to the author of the report was, are there any recommendations, lessons learned from Mayor Thorpe that were particularly relevant to this file? And it references the review team also examining recommendations stemming from the 2006 murder of 2 members in Spiritwood, because they shared key characteristics with what occurred in Moncton. And if we could go, you're familiar with that section?
I'm sure I've read it. I just don't remember this section particularly, but I do remember references to Mayor Thorpe and Spiritwood.
And Madam Register, if we could go to page 64. This, exactly right there. There is a recommendation, or there was a recommendation from Mayor Thorpe under the heading Detachment Threat Coordinators. And the recommendation was that each detachment should designate a member as distinct from other employees to fill the role of Threat Assessment Coordinator, or TAC. And it says the RCMP modified policy in March 2013. It assigns the responsibility for analysis and maintenance of threat files to the Detachment Crime Analysis Unit, the Detachment Crime Reduction Unit, or the specific member responsible for threat coordination. And then it goes on to talk about the specifics in Moncton. Are you able to say, Chief Superintendent Campbell, if that TAC, Threat Assessment Coordinator, was in place in Nova Scotia?
I'm not in a position to say that, because my area of responsibility when we're talking about detachments, that's frontline resources that would fall under the authority of a district commander or a detachment commander. So I can't speak to that. I have no...
Who would be in a position to speak to whether or not that had been actioned in Nova Scotia?
Well, I would imagine specifically if there's a particular detachment that you're interested in, it would be the detachment commander, followed by the district commander, and then the criminal operations officer. But I'm not, this wouldn't be an area that I would have delved into as the support services officer.
Thank you. Leaving that aside, but just from your experience, 32 years of experience in policing, it strikes me that the recommendation and the content of this recommendation is such that if there was an individual who was designated to look for documentation, for example, in this case with the perpetrator, we know that there was a 2010 threat to kill his parents that was documented by the police. Of course, we know about the 2011 Officer Safety Bulletin, which referenced the illegal guns and threat to kill. And then a report to police, a complaint in 2013. It strikes me that those are the types of things, and maybe I'm wrong on where I'm going with this, but I'm interested in hearing your perspective, that those are the type of things that would fall under the jurisdiction of what was envisioned for a threat assessment coordinator.
So when you read that back to me, it mentioned about crime analysts as well. So crime analysts would have access to certain databases for the purposes of identifying intelligence or information that would be specific for investigative purposes. So I'm just curious as to whether or not this was something that was being done by what we call DCAS, which is Division Criminal Analysis section. But I have very limited visibility on whether this was in place or what that might have looked like in the division.
And the last item I want to take you to, Chief Superintendent, is found at Madam Register, page 72 of the 90-page PDF. And the heading here is additional recommendations for Mayor Thorpe and Spiritwood previously discussed in the review include, and they go on to reference Canada Labour Code investigation, which dealt with situational awareness for officers not being able to identify their direction of travel or location when in RCMP vehicles. That was addressed. That's been rectified. But then it goes on to say, the RCMP has stated they've complied with this request. Mobile workstations, capacity within the police vehicles, and or training in relation to communication by members with OCC was deemed sufficient. As stated, this incident has highlighted the inability to track members once they leave their vehicles and set out on foot. In addition, members on different mobile work systems or from different divisions could not be tracked by the local OCC. The lack of member locations once they were on foot was a major contributor to the OCC and CP, which I understand be command post, having challenges with situational awareness. My question, Chief Superintendent, is that issue, and we talked about it a little bit earlier with the GPS activation on the portable radios, that was identified over 10 years ago and seems to have been still an issue in Nova Scotia in April of 2020. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think it's a fair thing to say, but there's a couple things in that passage that I picked up on, and one is GPS capabilities. I'm not sure whether there was an actual capability at that time when that recommendation was made. I don't know. I wasn't involved in either the Spiritwood or the Mayor Thorpe reviews. The second part that it speaks about is ability for from a common operating picture, the OCC or a critical incident command post to be able to see where units or vehicles are. I do know that what was in place in this division, particularly in the Atlantic region, was an ability to be able to see other vehicles from, I believe, New Brunswick. I had a conversation with Glenn Byrne about that specifically. One of the challenges here that we do have in Nova Scotia is that with the two different systems, one being Versadex and IES, which is the communication center in Halifax, which is combining HRP and RCMP, versus the remainder of the province, the RCMP, being dispatched out of the OCC in Dartmouth, is that I don't believe that there's an ability to see cars in real time from Halifax District into outside of Halifax District and vice versa.
Thank you. I'm not talking about the cars at this point. What I'm talking about is the situation where members have left their car and they are on foot, and the note that was a major contributor to the OCC and command post having challenges with situational awareness. And that was definitely, from what we've heard, that was the issue, or one of the issues on April 18th and 19th, 2020, Nova Scotia.
Yes, okay. But I was just trying to add a little more context because in that passage, it did speak to two issues.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Chief Superintendent, appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We'll break for lunch for 1 hour.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 1 hour.
Yeah, so the what Tara Miller was referring, I'll link it again, is the Moncton report. Oh, so sure somebody's yelling at me right now too. Anyway, only so many hours in the day, but GPS, they got GPS on everybody. Members have actually referred to seeing other members on maps there, so they in their own testimony or their stuff, they know where each other are. You know, don't believe the crayons, it's bullshit. They have GPS. TMR2 has GPS. Phones have GPS. Celebrate the phones. We'll get all the GPS for everybody. They carry company phones. They carry personal phones, most of them, right? So it's very easy. This was 3.1 is Moncton report. Was implemented, let's see here. I'll bring that up here. Okay. Stop screen, share screen. Share. Why is that doing that? Weird. Okay. I don't know why that's there. There we go. Members must be in possession. Cellular phone, satellite phone, where applicable, and police radio while on duty. Part of Service Order 1. Within 3 months, operational manual, blah, 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 and determine the feasibility of carrying the phone. They will carry the phone. Where's the phone? They all have phones. They all have GPS. Celebrate. They celebrated Lisa's phone. It's kind of difficult to do if it's burned and smashed. More. Uh-oh, that's a lie. Why? Because she has notes. The notes file. The notes file lists the root of the file. Technical goo. But that's off of your phone. It's not from the iCloud. Oops. So, where's all the GPS? Nobody brought up about she didn't bring up about, I don't know, maybe they will, about carbines. They love to just say that they're doing things and they don't. But the fact is that they do have lots of this information. They're not using crayons. They want people to believe they're dumb. They don't watch people. No, that's a total lie. These people are Five Eyes organization. Very serious, hardcore. Spying, international spying. It's not talking at my ass. Just listen to Bob Paulson. Read their own files. Very serious stuff these guys are into. And so he says, well, it's not my responsibility. Well, there is only two. There is only two. It doesn't kind of go around. No. So is it his responsibility or is it Leather's? Whose is it? Ask that question. Whose responsibility? If it's not yours, whose is it then? Whose? Name. None of this goo about, oh, well, it should be the crops officer or whatever. That's a whole bunch of shit. Watch him use it all the time. He can pull names out when it's necessary. Oh, yes, the phone, that must have been Clinton Ellison. The CIC, though, I guess it would be the CIC. They never want to say the names. Ever out themselves. And even these things are just written by themselves. It's just shit. Exercise, command, control. Let's do some more tabletops. Let's play games. No. Stupid question. Did anybody verify where Wiley Wortman's buddy RCMP was between 7 and 10 p.m. April 18th? Also after 10 p.m. Why are the three amigos down there? Who ordered them down there? Who allowed that? Dorrington, who's sending everybody scurrying off, chasing their tails. Oh, I have a picture. Right. And who authorized you again? Nobody has mentioned, none of these lawyers has mentioned how Bernard was not activated. That's his responsibility as support officer services. That's his responsibility. Campbell activated the critical incident package. Who falls under the critical incident package? Bernard, who does crisis negotiation. He said it in his thing. He said it on the 28th. We activated the critical incident package. He did. He authorized that. Okay, so why was Bernard not phoned? Did you activate it or did you not? Only certain people on the read-in list. I'm not responsible for that. Who is the person? I didn't catch the name of the. I didn't see an answer to that. I'm scrolling back here. Play dumb. Just constantly play dumb. I don't know. Imagine TMR2 GPS data professional standards investigators that have drug dealing cops. They can pull them out in their COCs. It's all over. I tweeted about that a long time ago. The GPS. They can pull it out on members. They have it. They can pull it out on their own members for cheating on spouses. Really. But you'd want to say you don't have anything. I don't have a scribe. Bullshit. I know he would want to keep some stuff in between himself. It's like McGilvery's first CIC. Where is that notes? Those notes are gone. Don't have them. Okay. Absolutely track members. Well, and it's not as though they may want members to believe that they're not being tracked. I don't think it's a secret, though. They would all have to know, because it does get hauled out on certain members when they get in trouble. Interesting about Bagley, husband BC. Bob Paulson. See, this is all meandering in the background. What's going on about Lucky and Campbell and all of this. This is high level chess they're playing. They're getting rid of certain people to install other people. Bob likes to do that kind of stuff. Brenda pulling records. Come on, man. I don't pull it on those two. Yeah, because they're above your pay grade, Brenda. Balin, Forbes. They're avoiding the big questions. What about Brenda's secret database? Well, she has access. She only has certain levels, though. Yeah, we purged the file. Believe that. O drives. You never purged anything. Still holding files back. Darren's still holding his notes back. They're just leafing through everything piece by piece. And this is why, as traumatic as it is for the families to go through what they're going through, which is horrific. Frankly, on a very small note, is traumatizing to anybody who pays attention to this stuff. And it's hard because people witness the families from the outside and they can put themselves in their shoes. But if the process shuts down, the paper dries up and then you'll never see it again because it'll never come. Ever. Good for Tara Miller to ask about recall. Make sure that's on the record. But still, again, what lawyer is going to address the Mass Casualty Commission and say to them, why are you restricting us? Want to know about, can I call any witness? Can I call any witness? Just ask questions like that. Can I? I know the answer. How about you let everybody else know? How about it? How about you let everybody know about, I don't know, questions being screened? Why do I have a little bug in my house? I don't like bugs. Not answering the question, talking about people who are places that are unrelated. No. Linda, I love you as a friend, but that's just so not true. Who do you think's got all the brown envelopes on all prime ministers and politicians? Who do you think? Paulson's cronies. They run show. They're lunchtime. Let's see here. Banfield in court today. Charges officially dismissed. Funny that. So who's the one that's being protected here? That's the clue. All the Banfields. Bortman's dead. It's easy to pin everything off on him. No. They don't want to go after them. Larkin. Maureen Handler. Come on. Really transparent here what's going on. Narrative so far is DV by projection. DV by dream. By all appearances. We got Brenda dumpster fire. Absolutely getting toileted. All of it's hearsay. So what do you have? Nothing. Somebody's pipe dream. It's almost like, I don't know. What was that? The Shake Shack? Russia narrative dreamt up. Sometimes, some things, maybe it's not to catch with other people, but certain people will know what I'm talking about. Were we ever in? And the only way to get rid of this one is just bye to it all. Sorry, want my underwear back? You're all fired. And come back and we'll try again with something much more slimlined, much more simple. No more running around in undercover goo, covert goo, regular community policing. Families that members of families who aren't getting ripped apart and destroyed. Yeah, you can go off here and police in some fucking faraway flung place and destroy your family, which has to come number 2 because you swear oaths to us. Fuck you. Command triangle, crushing bottom layers. Command elephant. Crushing Canadians. Total fodder. Everybody's fodder. Wouldn't matter if it's you, me, anybody else. Hell, other members. Doesn't matter. The machine must keep running. Meanwhile, I did record it. I wonder I could play some of it. I want to put it all out. Where was that here? Which one is this?
The conversation was, we didn't.
The 31 of the House of Commons Standing Committee. I am here in Treaty 1 territory and the homeland of the.
Mr. Chair.
Wagner was her first
mic is
husband.
muting on and off, so I don't know if you're pressing on a button.
There's a Wagner who's from
Where
Enfield.
did it cut out?
There's a Wagner from Enfield down in Portapic that night. Not sure if they're related. Just to answer JJ's question there, but let's see.
All of it.
Including a ban on
Preparedness. Up to 5 minutes will be given for opening remarks, after which we will proceed with rounds of questions.
I think it's Dave Wagner.
Welcome to all. I now invite Minister Blair to make an opening statement of up to 5 minutes. Minister, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd also like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. On April 18th and 19th in 2020, an unthinkable tragedy unfolded in Nova Scotia.
Psychological
All Canadians
warfare.
were shaken by these horrific deaths and mourned alongside the affected communities. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my support and condolences for the families, for those who lost their lives in these violent attacks, and our commitment to ensure that they get the answers that they need.
Take another
We know
drink.
Canadians deserve a full accounting of what happened over those 13 hours on April 18th and 19th in 2020. And that is why we established an independent inquiry, the Mass Casualty Commission, which is mandated to look into some of those pressing questions that were raised into how this occurred and how future tragedies can be prevented. We are all looking forward to the inquiry's fact-based findings, which I understand are due to be released later this year. And as the Commission conducts its work, I remain committed to the fundamental principle of operational independence for law enforcement in this country. And I want to make very clear, at no point did I direct the RCMP in any operational matter, including on public communications. I did not ask them to release any specific information, nor did I receive a promise for them to do so. And as you will find in all of my public statements from that time, I confirmed that identifying the weapons used was a decision wholly within the purview of the RCMP. What I would like to emphasize for you all today, however, is during the years in which I had the honor of serving as Minister of Border and Organized Crime and then as Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, one of my top priorities was addressing gun violence in Canada. This was a key item in my mandate letter, which directed me to keep our communities safe by implementing new gun control measures, including a ban on assault-style firearms. Work on this issue had been underway for quite some time. We first made a commitment to get assault weapons off our streets in the very first speech from the throne in 2015. And we repeated that commitment in both our platform and in our throne speech in 2019. As part of that work, while I was Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime, I supported Minister Goodall in public consultations on reducing violent crime that involved both handguns and assault-style weapons. And just within these few years, we have seen far too many examples of the kind of harm that these firearms can cause. At the shooting at the Quebec City Mosque, another gunman killed 2 police officers in Fredericton and 2 civilians. And in our neighbor to the south, the AR-15 alone has been used in the mass shootings at the Pulse nightclub, in Sutherland Springs, at Stoneman Douglas High School, and perhaps most tragically at the Sandy Hook Elementary School. And from the outset, we understood the importance of preventing assault-style firearms from getting into the hands of people who do Canadians harm. The tragedy that occurred in Nova Scotia only deepened our resolve to move forward with this critically important work. And that is why, Mr. Chair, on May 1st, 2020, we announced the OIC prohibiting over 1,500 models of assault-style firearms and their variants. Firearms affected by this order in council cannot be legally used, sold, or imported into Canada. And we created a time-limited amnesty order to give law-abiding gun owners time to come into compliance. The OIC on May 1st was the result of many years of hard work on the part of government, including public servants, and was developed based on public consultations which were open to all Canadians. And let me be very clear, These are weapons designed for the battlefield, intended to kill the maximum number of people in the least amount of time. They have no place in Canada. The measure is and continues to be an incredibly important part of our overall approach to combating gun violence, but it is not the only step that we have taken. We have introduced expanded background checks, enhanced screening for those seeking a firearm license, and we've made significant investments in helping provinces and territory tackle gang violence. And just earlier this year, my colleague, Minister Menachie, tabled further relevant legislation that I will believe will be coming before this committee in short order. Combating gun violence is a complex and continual process. An issue requires a multifaceted approach, and we will continue to keep Canadians safe by implementing stronger gun controls. Mr. Speaker, I would conclude, if I may, by reiterating that at no time have I ever interfered operationally or given operational direction to the RCMP in my role as the Minister of Public Safety. I thank you all. I look forward to the questions that you may have.
Thank you, Minister, and you won't have to wait long for those questions because they're going to start right now. Opening up this first round, I would now call on Ms. Dancho. You have 6 minutes. Ms. Dancho, the floor is yours whenever you're ready to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being with us today. You or someone from your office was in daily contact with Commissioner Lucky in the immediate days following the Nova Scotia attacks on April 18th and 19th, correct?
I was not in contact with her on a daily basis, but frequently in the days afterwards, I was briefed by Commissioner Lucky.
As well as your Chief of Staff and your Deputy Minister were in relatively daily contact with Commissioner Lucky in some capacity?
Yes, I assume so.
So would you be comfortable tabling for the committee before our next meeting your calendar, your Deputy Minister's calendar, and your Chief of Staff's calendar and phone logs relevant to your communication with Commissioner Lucky prior to our next committee meeting, specifically from the dates of April 18th to April 28th, and including April 28th, and that would be for the reason of full transparency of your communications and your office's communications with her?
I actually have a timeline with me, and I'm quite comfortable sharing that. And when I personally had conversations, there's a number of different things in that timeline.
The communication from your Deputy Minister and from your Chief of Staff with Commissioner Lucky.
How about Privy Council?
And again, I'm more than happy to provide you with a timeline of all my communications on this matter with Commissioner Lucky and with others.
Including the Deputy Minister's
Privy Council
and the Chief of Staff, Zita Astrovez's communications?
I don't know if the Deputy Minister has that information available, so I don't want to make a commitment to it, but that's a question certainly you can pose to him.
Certainly, there would be phone logs of all the calls that they have made. Can you commit to tabling those for the committee before our next meeting of yourself, the Deputy Minister, and the Chief of Staff, Zita Astrovez, before our next committee meeting?
And again, I don't have direct access to those logs, but if they exist, I think it's very important that, if I may, I think it's very important that this committee have all the information that it requires to make an accurate assessment of what transpired.
Great, thank you very much. Just moving on, in a June 28th, 2020 Globe and Mail article, you were quoted confirming that you did speak to the RCMP about the upcoming OIC ban. When was Commissioner Lucky informed of the May 1st announcement date?
Commissioner Lucky had been working with us, but Commissioner Lucky, as the Commissioner of the RCMP, is responsible for the Canadian Firearms Program. The Canadian Firearms Program, it was integral in the
Mr.
work.
Blair, when was she informed of the May 1st date of that announcement?
And I don't. That's a question that would have to be.
When was the May 1st date determined for that announcement? Was it before or after the Nova Scotia attacks?
The date of release was determined after the Nova Scotia shooting.
Thank you.
Really?
You're aware of the email sent by Commissioner Lucky on April 23rd, 4 days after the attacks to your Chief of Staff, Zita Astrovez, containing information your government had requested concerning weapons used in the attacks, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
And you're also aware that the Commissioner's email contained a strong warning that the information must not be shared beyond you and the Prime Minister because it could jeopardize the active investigation, correct?
I'm not only aware of it, but I respected that throughout.
And you're aware of the meeting the Commissioner called for her and her Nova Scotia officials immediately following the Nova Scotia press conference on April 28th?
I was not aware of that. I've subsequently become aware of it through media reports.
You're aware that during that meeting, the Commissioner reprimanded her Nova Scotia deputies for not sharing the information she warned you not to share, correct?
I'm not aware of that. I was not a party to that conversation, and I've only read media reports. I've not discussed that in any way with the Commissioner.
Your office obtained assurances from Commissioner Lucky that the type of weapons used in the shooting would be released to the public at the April 28th press conference, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So it was not assured. You had no idea that that was Commissioner Lucky's expectation in that press
Let
conference?
me be very clear. At no time did I ask Commissioner Lucky to reveal that information. At no time did I direct her in any way in communications. She did not make any promise to me.
I'm not asking if you had asked her, but I'm asking if you were aware of the Commissioner commissioner's expectation that on that April 28th press conference, that information would be released? Were you aware that that was Commissioner Lucky's expectation?
No, I was
You were not aware. In a late night email sent from Commissioner Lucky to your Chief of Staff and your Deputy Minister on April 28th following the meeting and the press conference, her email to your Deputy and the Chief of Staff said, without any context whatsoever, that the press conference was, quote, to quote Commissioner Lucky, not the expectation execution she was expecting. Again, she said in her email without further context that the press conference was, quote, not the execution she was expecting. So that's in reference to the immediate questions on the types of weapons used. The lack of context provided in Commissioner Lucky's
I can't comment on the context of that. I wasn't aware of it, and I have no knowledge of what Commissioner was referring to.
It seems that your Deputy Minister and your Chief of Staff were fully aware of the expectation of Commissioner Lucky of that press conference. To the Deputy Minister, were you aware of the context of this email? Because it was not listed in the email and it was written that you would have been aware.
I have no idea what
Minister, please. Thank you. Were you aware of the context of the email?
Not in the sense that you are posing the question. I was aware that the Commissioner expected there to be full disclosure of what had
wash that guilt away
for the sake of the public.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So you were aware of the context of the email.
Straight
the context
vodka,
of the email
Robbie.
being that the Commissioner's expectation of the April 28th press conference was that information on the weapons would be released. So thank you for confirming that you were aware of the context.
Ms. Danko, if I may, that's simply not correct. I don't believe there's anything in that email that makes reference to any information about
I will
firearms.
just read it again. So there is no context in this email, but Commissioner Lucky said in reference to the press conference that it was not the execution she was expecting. She then went on to provide comment from media and Darren Campbell of when he was asked about the weapons used. So I appreciate that you were aware of the context of that email, even though it was not listed, which would mean that you were aware of it earlier in the day.
I'd like to just make sure you're clear on
please go
my
ahead.
point here.
You've got 10 seconds. You've got 10 seconds to be clear.
To the best of my recollection, the Commissioner had provided some assurance that the RCMP would provide the public with a full story of what had happened and what they knew. That was what I understood.
Thank you. Thank you. The time is up.
Oh.
Now I
Shut her
will
down!
move to Mr. Noor Mohammed. Sir, you have the next slot with 6 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister and Deputy, for joining us today. Minister, perhaps you could take a minute, not too long, and describe the nature of the relationship between the Minister of Public Safety and the Commissioner of the RCMP, and how that relationship actually works operationally, is supposed to work, and how it worked in this particular situation.
Okay, here we go.
Thanks very much. I think it's an important question and I appreciate it.
Nothing further.
As Minister of Public Safety, I do have a responsibility. I am responsible for a number of different agencies and departments that report through to public safety and to the Minister of Public Safety. But in that reporting relationship, I think there's a very clear and important line of delineation in that the minister, under no circumstances, can offer or direct in any way operational activities of the RCMP, not to tell them, for example, who to investigate, what charges should be laid, or in any aspect of their operational duties. It's a line in which I'm quite familiar. I spent many years as a police chief, and I understand the difference between governance and management and operation of a police service. And it's a line I have always respected and continue to respect throughout my entire tenure as the Minister of Public Safety. And so the RCMP have a responsibility to be accountable to the people of Canada through the government of Canada. And I, as the Minister of Public Safety, I'm regularly routine briefed by the RCMP Commissioner on matters of significant national concern, but at no time am I able, nor would I ever, give her any operational direction on any investigative matter, and that includes information that would be communicated with the public. Those are decisions made independently, quite appropriately, independently, by the police of jurisdiction, in this case the RCMP, and not something that I would ever interfere with.
And just to further clarify, in this situation, during this awful tragedy, was there a time when the minister or when the Commissioner of the RCMP sought your direction? Or was she also very clear about that line, and how would you have handled it had she even asked you for direction?
No, the Commissioner did not, and has never, in my experience, and the over 2 years I worked with her as the Public Safety Minister, sought my direction on any operational matter. we did talk about the importance of, like in the aftermath of this tragic event, the commissioner was providing the government of Canada through me very comprehensive briefings on what had transpired, providing us with information
You lied.
about the sequence of events, the number of casualties, and some of the challenges that they were facing. But at the same time, she was very clear on what information was classified and not to be released, and I respected that at all times. And I think you'll see that there were a number of times I spoke publicly and was asked very explicit questions about the investigation and about certain aspects of the communication, and I was clear in every one of those communications that was an operational matter for the RCMP and that I would not in any way interfere with. And so the commissioner, I think, is well aware of her responsibilities and her job. It's an awareness that I also possess, and the two of us, I think, had a very respectful and continue to have a respectful relationship in how we have worked together, understanding where that very bright line is between the role of government and the role of our operational manager, the commissioner of the RCMP.
Now, speaking very briefly to the briefings that you received, was there anything out of the ordinary or abnormal? I mean, of course, the entire tragedy and the horrific incident was abnormal, but was there anything about the briefings that you received that were out of the ordinary in a situation like this? Or were these the types of briefings that in an incident like this would be part of the normal course of the minister's or the commissioner's briefing to the minister?
This was an extraordinary event, to be very clear. It was without precedent. The number of casualties, the terrific and horrific impact that it had on that community. There were a number of concerns being expressed from within the victims' families, by my counterparts in the province of Nova Scotia, by the media, and by the community about the lack of information that people were receiving about what had transpired. And there were a number of very important questions that were arising, and I know that was one of the challenges that the commissioner had, ensuring that, on the one hand, protecting the integrity of their ongoing criminal investigation, and on the other hand, ensuring that people's questions were answered. And I heard from many of my colleagues on both sides of the House expressing real concern and understandable concern about the lack of information and how desperately the families needed that information. And so almost from the outset, and this is somewhat unique, there was a discussion taking place within my department, between myself, the deputy minister, as well as my counterpart in the province of Nova Scotia, to review the shootings and to propose terms of reference on a number of matters for broad review of the mass shooting that had taken place, including the response of the police, steps taken to inform and support affected citizens. And so I have that information with me today that I'm happy to share, the proposed terms of reference, which were developed on April 27th. So in the very earliest days and hours of this event, we recognize the importance of more fulsome and effective communications with people who've been impacted by this tragedy.
And Minister, with 30 seconds left, one very brief question for you. A lot has been made about timeline and the speed with which an OIC was issued to ban weapons, particular weapons, after this tragedy. Can you tell this committee very quickly when the work actually started on this, and whether or not this tragedy was actually the catalyst, or whether this work had been done long before to put those rules into place?
Yeah, very quickly.
You have 10 seconds, Minister.
Yeah, the list that we produced in the OIC, they contained over 1,500 military-style assault weapons, was a list that took several months to compile. We worked very closely consulting with the Canadian Firearms Program in order to compile that list.
So you compiled the list beforehand.
I now turn to Madame Michaud with a 6-minute slot. Madame Michaud, good to see you as always.
Lay off the meth, man. You really got to stop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The drugs and the
I'd like to
booze.
thank the witnesses for their presence. I'd like to offer my condolences to the loved ones of the victims. Even though the massacre took place in 2020, I know that this is reopening barely healed wounds. To hear about the inquiry and everything that's appearing in the media on a daily basis, I'm thinking of those people, and I think that it's very important that we be transparent as a form of respect for them in order to respond to their questions as well as possible.
Then get on with the questions.
And when there are allegations of political interference, that's very serious. I think these people deserve answers. So, very directly, I think that you gave some very interesting answers to my Conservative colleagues earlier. According to the report, Brenda Lucki, the RCMP commissioner, said at a meeting in April 2020, according to Darren Campbell, that she promised you, the minister, that she would make public information about the weapons used during the massacre, even if it compromised the inquiry, as Mr. Campbell stated, because she knew that an order was going to be issued 2 days later and that revealing the weapons used would help your government. Did you actually have those conversations with Ms. Lucki asking her to reveal the weapons used?
Thank you for the question. And no, I did not. I did not ask her to release that information. It wasn't required.
He's angry.
And the list of weapons that were being prohibited by the order in council that we brought forward on May 1st had taken months to prepare. And I did not ask the commissioner to release that information. Nor did she promise me that she would.
C'est une réponse que vous
You
nous
got to
avez-
get off the drugs too.
That's an answer we've already had from you in the House of Commons and the media. But what bothers me about it is that the opposite version, the RCMP version, from what we've seen in email sent by Ms. Lucki in Mr. Campbell's testimony, is that that's not the case. How do you explain the fact that there are competing versions of facts here? What discussions were had about the order?
There's only one set of facts. I did not ask the commissioner to reveal that information. She promised me that she would. You're also referring to a conversation that the commissioner had with her subordinates in Nova Scotia, and there's some information that's come forward with that. I was not a party to that discussion, and I have no knowledge of that discussion. Those are questions about that discussion better put to the participants. But I can say unequivocally and with absolute certainty, I did not direct the RCMP commissioner to reveal that information, nor did she promise me that she would do so. And in fact, every time that I was asked in every media event, and there are many recorded media interviews with me, and questions were put to me, including the day in which we announced the order in council. And I was very explicit that day that we were not going to release that information, and the decision on when it should be released is entirely up to the RCMP. And then subsequently in the House, and if you go through Hanson, you'll see that many times.
He also said, remember the clip I played? He also said, Canadians will totally understand why we're doing what we're doing. I know what the list of the guns is. I've seen it. I know why we're doing what we're doing. He lied. And that was before they issued it. So he knew right away, Vasi Capellos.
The members of the Conservative Party asked me about information related to that, and I said the RCMP is conducting their investigation, and when they're concluded, then they'll release that information as they see fit. But I was then, and I continue to strongly defend the operational independence of the RCMP in making operational decisions regarding their investigations.
Vous avez dit tout à l'heure earlier, answering the question that my colleague posed, you said that the date when the regulation was unveiled on May 1st, 2020, was chosen after the Portapique massacre. Did that have an influence on the decisions made and on what ended up being in the announcement on May 1st? It kind of seemed like it was dashed off on a napkin with weapons that were used in situations of mass murder, whereas there are other weapons that are not on the list. So what discussions were had after the Portapique massacre regarding what should be in the order that was made on May 1st, 2020? Did the massacre have an influence on your decisions and your political action?
Thank you very much. I think it's important to remind us all that this is a commitment that we had made. Frankly, for me, the banning of and the prohibition of assault-style weapons is something that I have worked on for many years. But we actually campaigned on it in the 2019 election, you may recall. When it was in the throne speech, when we became the government, it was in my mandate letter that we would ban these assault-style weapons. We went right to work. And in fact, the work had actually begun in 2019 when I had done cross-country consultations, and we'd done surveys and other things to talk about what weapons should be prohibited. The compiling of the list, and it's a very interesting characterization that you suggest it was done on the back of a napkin. It was several months of very hard work in compiling that list, and over 1,500 of those weapons. And there was a very clear criteria that was established in which weapons would make that list, and that list was compiled over many months. But let me also be clear, Ms. Michaud, the terrible tragedy that took place in Nova Scotia.
Stop using those words.
Mass casualty shooting event in our country's history was, for me, very impactful.
Oh,
and
yes.
all of the work that we had been doing for months and years leading up to that moment, it certainly had the effect of deepening my resolve to move forward as quickly as possible to keep the promise that we had made to Canadians. We'd made that Canadians some time before, and to keep that promise. And you know, and I remind myself that we're not alone in this. And for example,
10 seconds, please.
The leader of the NDP had on April 20th urged us to take some action in response to this terrible tragedy. And that action was well in trained, and we were working very hard on getting forward. But certainly the terrible events of that event were highly motivating for me to get the job done and to keep
Thank you,
that
Minister.
promise.
Thank you, Minister. I
Sure,
would now
Barry.
like to invite Mr. McGregor to begin his 6-minute slot. Mr. McGregor, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the committee, Minister Blair. I'd also like to echo my colleague, Madame Michaud's comments, just that our thoughts are with the families in Nova Scotia. And I truly want our committee's work today to be respectful of the Commission's process and to not really interfere with the important work that Commission is doing. Minister Blair, I guess my first question to you is, do you believe that handwritten notes, especially if they're written during the course of a certain action, do you believe that you can put a lot of stock in them? Do you use them personally?
Actually, in confidential briefings, I don't personally take notes, but I have previously as a police officer, for example, maintained a memo book, which is an aide de memoire.
Who takes notes for you?
If it's done contemporaneous to events, it can provide good evidence.
Your underlings?
Good. Because I guess the reason why we're here today is it comes to light from the handwritten notes of Superintendent Darren Campbell. And those handwritten notes do make specific reference to the Commissioner having said that she had made a promise and that this was tied to impending gun control legislation. Now, you've very clearly stated on the record that no such promise was made, no direction was given. Why then do you think, in your opinion, that Superintendent Campbell would have written that specifically in his notes, which were written during or shortly after a conference call with the Commissioner?
I think that's a question better put to the participants in that conversation. I was not a party to it. I had no knowledge of that conversation. I can tell you, and I'll repeat very clearly, I hope for all of you that at no time did I give that operational direction to the RCMP Commissioner to release that information, nor did she promise me that she would. But with respect to the conversation she had with her team in Nova Scotia, that's a question that I was not a party to those conversations, a question best put to those who were a party to it.
Vasi Capello.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. In previous questions on this topic, the Prime Minister has publicly stated that his government did not put any undue influence or pressure on the RCMP. But that is kind of an evasive answer to a question because, well, he makes specific reference to undue influence or pressure. It may leave open to other types of influence and pressure. How would you interpret the Prime Minister's answer to those specific questions?
Well, with respect, I'm not really feeling that appropriate for me to start interpreting, but let me explain the conversations that were taking place in the immediate aftermath of this terrible tragedy. We were hearing from people right across the country. Most importantly, we were hearing from the families of the victims that there was a great deal of concern and questions about what had taken place. And a number of the questions, and I do have a note from the proposed terms of reference for what became the Mass Casualty Commission, where we talked about the need to deal with the absence of red flags prior to the event.
Now has
actions
notes.
Taking into account the code
I
of
don't take
environment,
notes.
communications with the public during and after the event, policies with respect to the disposal of RCMP kit and vehicles, training and RCMP preparedness for active shooter complaints, and very importantly, support for the families of the victims.
Minister. Yeah. Sorry, Minister, my time is running shortly, and I do want to change tack here. I don't want to repeat many of the questions that were asked. Now, Mr. Noor Mohammed asked you to carefully explain the relationship between the Minister of Public Safety and the RCMP. You gave a very clear answer. The problem is, Minister, that other governments, previous governments, both conservative and liberal, have had ministers which have given operational direction to the RCMP. We've seen it with the Chrétien government back in the 1990s with the APEC summit. It was given back in the 1950s from the Diefenbaker government with an incident in Newfoundland. So I think the problem, Minister, lies with the interpretation of the RCMP Act, specifically Section 5 sub 1, which provides basically for the appointment of the commissioner who, under the direction of the minister, has control and management of the force. So my question to you, Minister, that I'm paraphrasing that, but it basically leaves it's quite vague. Would you agree that's quite a vague statement in the act that governs the RCMP?
Can I explain that? I think it's crystal clear. And
crystal meth.
The Minister of Public Safety has the ability,
despite the fact that other governments, though, have overstepped their bounds.
I can just tell you, for me, when I was Minister of Public Safety, it was a very, very bright line. The Minister of Public Safety has the ability to issue ministerial directives with respect to certain policy matters for the RCMP, but that the line between having government or a politician direct the investigation or any of the operational activities of the RCMP, for me, that's a bright line and one I have never crossed.
I don't doubt that you find it crystal clear, but I'm trying to find ways where we don't get into this kind of situation again in the future. So, Minister, my question to you is, how can we possibly amend this section of the Act to make it crystal clear for predecessors in other governments so that we don't have future meetings where we're questioning the Minister of Public Safety for alleged interference in ongoing RCMP investigations? Are there amendments that you think could be used to strengthen this act so it is actually crystal clear for everyone who holds that office?
And Mr. McGregor, I would just point out to you that in my experience as the Public Safety Minister, there were a number of instances where actually some of my colleagues in the House were insisting that the police be directed in their activities in response to blockades and investigations and other matters. And at all times, I have maintained the principle that we will never interfere with the operations of the RCMP.
Well, the afterlife.
Thank you.
You're going to
We now move on to a second round of questions. This will be begun by Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis, welcome to the committee. I'm glad that you are here this morning. You have 5 minutes in this round. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a great pleasure to be here representing the great people of Cumberland, Colchester, of course, where this unfortunate incident took place for the most part. And thank you, Minister, for being here. Just to quote, Nova Scotians told us they needed this process to be independent, thorough, and transparent, and we agree. Mr. Blair, do you know who said that, sir?
I suspect it was me.
It was you. That's very correct, sir.
And by the way, I believe that.
Great. Oddly enough, though, sir, from the very beginning, you did not want an inquiry. Is that true?
No, let me be very clear. I think it's thank you for the opportunity to clarify that concern.
I don't really need any clarification, sir. I just need a simple yes or no.
Well, in fact, in the immediate days following the shooting, I reached out to the province of Nova Scotia, and I had proposed terms of reference to conduct a broad review of the mass shooting in Nova Scotia.
We understand that. Thank you. Sir, I know that we're tight on time, so let's get to the matter. You wanted a review, not an inquiry, and then when the inquiry came around, you took the opportunity, sir, to actually
not an inquiry.
Appoint some very interesting commissioners. Oddly enough, Mr. McDonald, first cousin to one of the individuals who was shot, well-known liberal, stayed charges against Jerry Regan. Ms. Fitch, father was a Mountie, 5-year chief of police.
I don't know who was talking about that first.
And Ms. Stanton, who actually wrote a book in 2021, released before the commission started, to change the way public inquiries are held. Is that not political interference from the very
beginning? Maybe they watched the
sir?
channel.
Absolutely not, sir. In fact, I spoke to the Attorney General in Nova Scotia. He'd recommended former Chief Justice, Justice McDonald, as the commission chair. Chief Fitch had been the chief in Fredericton.
Yes,
2 of her officers and 2 citizens were killed in another mass shooting to that location.
Those facts are well known. I really appreciate that.
Point of order, Chair. Can we allow the minister to answer the question asked of him?
Yes, I think we have to have a little smoother flow here.
Thank you. And we work very carefully to ensure that when we established initially what was to be a review, but we heard very clearly from the families. They were very concerned about the ability of the Commission of Inquiry to subpoena witnesses. And so in response to that, we did declare a public inquiry to give them those tools. But from the very beginning, in the immediate days following, it was very clear to us, and I happily provide the committee with the proposed terms of reference, which was developed on April 27, 2020. That's only a week after this terrible tragic event, recognizing
More
that
adjectives.
people of Nova Scotia, people of your community, needed answers, and we wanted to make sure they got those answers as quickly as possible.
Well, thank you, sir. It's obviously that we see the choices made politically somewhat different, and I would suggest to you, sir, that the members of the families who are affected, the grieving families of people like Lisa McCulley and Greg and Jamie Blair and Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien, that those families see this very, very differently from what you do, sir. One of the other things I think that's important is quite clearly with the back and forth we've had now with our NDP member, our block member, our team here as well, sir, that someone's not telling the truth here. That's the unusual thing. There's a conflicting level of evidence that my block colleague clearly pointed out, that there's a contrary nature to what was said through the notes of Minister Campbell, who you said is also an exemplary officer. That being said, sir, who from the PMO were your staff communicating with in the days following the attacks?
Sorry?
Who from the PMO was your staff or yourself communicating with during the days after the attack?
I don't know. I can tell you that there were regular briefings taking place between the RCMP, and I was also briefing my cabinet colleagues on the event.
And did you speak directly to the Prime Minister, sir?
And again, I was briefing the entire cabinet on.
Did you speak directly to the Prime Minister, sir? I think it's a pretty simple question.
And I've just said I was speaking to the entire cabinet on that matter.
Did you speak directly to the Prime Minister, sir? Please answer. Simple, yes, sir.
The Prime Minister is present in the cabinet. He's the head of our government.
Did you have a direct conversation with him, sir?
Not a separate conversation on these events. It was in the context of a cabinet discussion.
Very good, sir. Mr. Stewart, do you remember any meetings with the Prime Minister that yourself, Chief of Staff, or the Minister may have had?
I did not attend any meetings with the Prime Minister.
Good for you, JJ.
And I'm not sure. I would have to check my schedule, and as Ms. Finch has asked, we will give you the schedules.
And sir, through all this, obviously that you were present in multiple briefings during all this. You know, someone's not telling the truth again, sir. Do you have an opinion on that?
You're asking me?
Yes, sir.
10 seconds, please.
I don't believe that to be the case. I think this answer will take more than 10 seconds, sorry. There was a great deal of desire to have the RCMP tell the public what happened, because in the days following the crisis, or the event, the tragic event, the story was very unclear. So there was a great deal of desire for that to be the case. And that, in the commissioner's mind, I believe, included the
So true. Doesn't
Thank you
matter
very
in
much.
politics.
I
Politics
would
don't
now
matter.
call upon Mr. Hardy to take his 5-minute slot. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hardy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, it's almost impossible to get your mind around what happened in Nova Scotia and the impact on the families and on the force. I spent a short time as the Director of Communication for the Vancouver Police Department.
Oh, good.
And I know full well that
Here we
the
go.
police quite often have
Burn clocks.
seconds, milliseconds to make a decision, and everybody else has the rest of time to second guess what they decided to do.
Fail.
In your case,
Clamp it.
Mr. Blair, you had a mandate letter, December 13th, 2019, directing you to implement the government's firearms policy. First on the list was to deal with military-style assault weapons. Is this item in your mandate, does it reflect the will of Canadians, do you think, as expressed in the 2019 election?
I believe that there is overwhelming support for the prohibition of assault style weapons. I also understand, because I've heard very clearly from those in representing the gun industry, for example, who've been strongly opposed to it.
I think your PR campaign
Would
has
releasing
failed
the
on that one.
specific details of the weapons used in the Nova Scotia shootings, would the release of that information been necessary to justify the ban to Canadians?
I don't think it's in any way relevant, to be frank. There are many documented instances where these style of weapons have been used in mass shootings in Canada and around the world. And I personally believe that there is no place in a civil and safe society for such weapons, that they were designed for military use and not for recreational use. And there have just been far too many tragedies where they have been used. I did not, and still do not have all the particulars on what weapons were used and in what circumstances in the Nova Scotia shooting. But I also believe that mass shooting was another symptomatic of a greater problem.
Basically, this, the release of the information, as was alleged, that somebody asked for, really wasn't necessary in the context of the OIC coming up. Now, 5 days after the shooting, Superintendent Campbell disclosed into a news conference that the gunman had 2 semi-automatic handguns and 2 semi-automatic rifles, although the government had received a briefing document dated that same day that provided many more details. In your opinion, for purposes of informing the public, Superintendent Campbell's disclosure, was it sufficient to give the media and Canadians the essential information about the weapons used?
Yes, and in fact, it was more than sufficient, and I certainly didn't require or seek to have more released. I was aware by that time and when we brought forward the order in council what weapons are used, but the RCMP had been very clear, as had Superintendent Campbell. I can also comment that I watched the press conference with Superintendent Campbell on April 24th, and quite frankly, I thought in that press conference his delivery and the information he shared was outstanding. I was particularly respectful of the fact that he stood and answered every question that was put to him. I also heard later that morning from the Attorney General in Nova Scotia, who was equally relieved by the information that the superintendent shared on April 24th.
I will be asking the commissioner about preparation for these briefings that Superintendent Campbell conducted. But were you privy to any details or preparation for the superintendent's 24th or April 28th media briefings?
No, I was not. I was receiving information from the RCMP commissioner, information on what was transpired, but I was not involved in any of the briefings with the Nova Scotia officers or detachment in their response, and had no information on what was being told to them or what they were going to say.
You knew about the guns.
The information I was receiving was also relevant to briefings that were being provided. And as I alluded to earlier, there was a Prime Minister's briefing on the Nova Scotia that took place on Thursday, April 23rd, and it was based on information that the Commissioner had shared with us.
Vasi Caballos, you
After
said
the shootings
you knew
in
what
Christchurch,
guns.
New Zealand, the Prime Minister of New Zealand acted very, very quickly to institute a ban.
Oh, yes. Right
It's
on the
very
books.
clear from your earlier testimony that the work to do so in Canada had been actually underway. And given what had been promised in the 2015 election, the 2019 election, your mandate letter, et cetera, et cetera. So, the tracks were already laid toward a ban. But when you mentioned earlier today that the incident in Nova Scotia accelerated the release of the OIC and the ban, what response did you get from the Canadian public when that announcement was made on May 1st?
It was overwhelmingly
Mr.
positive.
Hardy, you're out of time, but I want to give the minister 15 seconds to answer that question.
Very strong response from the medical community, from police chiefs associations across the country, from the Canadian Police Association, which is the police union. There was strong support for the OIC that was brought forward prohibiting those assault weapons.
Morning, Grandma.
Thank you, Minister. Madame Michaud, I now turn to you. You have 2.5 minutes in this round, whenever you're ready.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, the Director of Strategic Communications in Halifax stated that government representatives, when you were Minister of Public Safety, stated that they were evaluating what they could and could not say. We're talking about a massacre, a tragedy, where police officers are the people best positioned to determine what to say rather than political officials. You spoke about independence for national police and transparency, as Mr. Hardy was saying earlier. Very often, the police only has a few seconds or minutes to make a decision, but they are clearly the ones best positioned to explain the decisions they made. So this idea that you and Prime Minister Trudeau wanted to control the message, that the government wanted to control the message about what could and couldn't be said. It gives the sense that instead of thinking about the victims, that you were thinking about your political agenda. That's the message it sends. Are you aware that that is the message that is being seen by the public?
First of all, I've never ever met or had a conversation with that individual. At no time have I ever given her, nor did my government give her, any direction on what she could or could not say. So I have no basis, I have no understanding or no facts upon which to make a determination why that would be said, because it's simply not true. And as well, I think it's important to understand the context that the Deputy Minister referred to. There was in the immediate days following this shooting a tremendous amount of public concern about what had taken place, and a great need from the families, from the community, by Nova Scotians and people right across Canada to understand what had happened and why it had happened, and that was it was very important.
So why do you keep burying it?
Be shared.
Fast and freezies?
And we were hearing, and I had a number of conversations with my counterpart in Nova Scotia. We were hearing from the families, and I was hearing from a number of my counterparts, and in fact, the member from West Nova rose in the House, another member, Mr. Barrett, rose in the House, expressing very real concern that the RCMP was not being forthcoming with information and urging us to make that information public. And in response to those questions in the House, I answered that it is the decision of the RCMP, that only the RCMP could determine what information would be released. But I understood, as I understood now, their very sincere concern that more information needed to be shared.
Thank you. We're out of time. Yes. I now move to Mr. McGregor. Sir, you have a 2.5 minute slot. Whenever you're ready, the clock will go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister Blair, I want to return to the subject of my view is that the vagueness of the RCMP Act, specifically Section 5.1. Now, in my previous exchange with you, I did cite two examples, the Diefenbaker government with the situation in Newfoundland, the Chrétien government in the 1990s at the APEC summit. While I appreciate for you, this section is crystal clear, those are two very clear and demonstrated cases where the government of the day did give operational directives to the RCMP. So, and I think what's being alleged here, if we look at Superintendent Campbell's notes, is not so much operational directives, but more a communication directive. So you've been very clear in saying that the line between what a minister can say to the RCMP when it comes to operational matters is very clear. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room here, a little bit of different interpretation. But my interest in going forward is how we prevent this from happening again. Now, law professor Kent Roach has suggested in the media that he thinks there should be a legislative requirement for ministerial directives to be made public and openly available, so that any kind of directive that is given by the minister to the RCMP is there, it's open, and people can read into it what it will. But it will help satisfy the public's need to know whenever a minister is giving a directive under Section 5.1. Minister, my question to you is, would you support such a requirement? And if not, can you explain why?
Well, let me tell you that in my experience, I used the ministerial directives very sparingly, but I do recall, and I just confirmed with the deputy minister, that I issued a ministerial directive to the RCMP to improve their compliance with ATI requests. And I believe that was made. I believe that was made public.
But you would support a legislative requirement to do so?
Well, again, in my experience, I believe in transparency, and I do my very best to try to be as open and transparent as possible. But recognizing that in the course of their investigations, if the police and the RCMP in this case believe that the disclosure of certain information could be detrimental to their investigation, then it's entirely up to them to make the determination on when and if that information should be released. And under no circumstances, I consider those types of communications operational in their nature as well, and therefore something I would not interfere with.
Thank you.
fast
I now
and
move
freezing.
to Mr. Lloyd. Sir, you have 5 minutes in this round, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Minister. My questions are going to be for the Deputy Minister. In response to earlier questions from my colleague regarding the April 28th email from Brenda Lucky to Commissioner Lucky to yourself and to the Chief of Staff to the Public Safety Minister, you said that in response to her line that this was not the execution that she was expecting. You understood that to mean that she was expecting the nature of the firearms to be disclosed at the meeting earlier that day at the press conference. Is that correct?
No.
Can you please clarify what you said earlier to my colleague then?
I said, my understanding and recollection is that the commissioner, following the event and including the press conference of April 24th and the press conference of April 28th,
Maybe he's a good drinking
was
buddy.
making a promise in a general sense to the minister that that information would be disclosed, the full amount of information that she thought appropriate.
So you believe that she believed she was making a promise to the minister to disclose this information?
I think she had a conversation, not with me in the room, but I talked to her periodically. And I think she was making a commitment that as the investigation proceeded, they would.
This was a meeting with the commissioner and the minister, but you were not in the room.
Hearsay.
Correct.
But the minister was in the room.
Well,
hearsay.
To be honest, I don't know when the commissioner and the minister talk.
But you were aware of a meeting that took place and the minister would have been in that meeting.
I believe there were a number of conversations, as the minister has said.
But you were not involved in these conversations.
In the aftermath of that event, there was, I don't recall, and the schedules will obviously tell you the truth here.
I just find it very interesting that the deputy minister in a case like this you were not involved in all conversations taking place between the commissioner and the minister on this matter. So I find that very interesting.
These officials, the heads of these organizations, including Brenda Lucky and the heads of CSIS and CVSA, are independently accountable to the minister. I'm not in every conversation.
I understand. But when she sent that email, and you had said earlier in the meeting that you were aware that it was regarding the guns, regarding information about the guns. That was the execution she was talking about.
No, I don't.
So you had no idea what the email was about.
I think the commitment was that the investigation would be, or the situation and what was happening with the investigation would be fulsome and forthcoming.
So when you get an email like that and you don't really understand exactly what she's talking about, did you send a follow-up email asking, what are you talking about, Commissioner? What execution are you referencing?
No.
You didn't send any follow-up email?
No.
Are you aware of any meetings with the minister's chief of staff with the commissioner of the RCMP prior to the press conference discussing whether or not information about the firearms would be disclosed?
No, I'm not aware.
You weren't in any of those meetings?
No.
Okay. And so the RCMP commissioner, and you would agree, the RCMP commissioner had an expectation, you had said earlier, that the firearms would be disclosed at the press conference.
I think you keep saying it that way, and that's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is there was an expectation on her part
Mm-hmm.
that there would be a full disclosure and in her mind, it would be the guns included. That's what that email reveals. I don't believe it's a result, and I agree with the minister. I never was witness to any commitment or promise made that there would be information provided about the guns.
But you said earlier that you believed that the commissioner believed that she was making a promise.
To be fulsome about the investigation. What that meant is a question you will have to ask her.
Yes, and that's something that we'll definitely be asking. Were you aware of the April 23rd email from the commissioner to the chief of staff to the minister saying that the information about the firearms used should not be disseminated beyond the Prime Minister's office and the minister's office?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware of any reason why that directive would have changed in the 5 days following? Was there any discussion about why the minister believed that that should be the case and why that might have changed?
Not to my knowledge.
So the commissioner appears to have made a complete 180 on what she said on April 23rd, that the information should not be disseminated. And then 5 days later, based on the witness testimony of Leah Scanlon and Superintendent Campbell, that she was quite upset that the information was not revealed, and you're not aware of any conversations that took place in those 5 days with either yourself or the minister's office regarding why that decision would be made to reverse that decision.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll cede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll move to Mr. Anand Sangari, who will take us through to the of this round of questioning. The floor is yours, sir. You have 5 minutes, starting now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Good to see you, and my deepest condolences to the families impacted by this tragedy. Minister, I want to just get on the record a couple of very important facts. Would you be the first Minister of Public Safety who has a very long and distinguished career in policing?
I believe so.
Could you give us a little bit of a sense as to what you did prior to becoming Minister of Public Safety?
Yes, sir. I was a police officer for 39 years in Toronto. And from 2005 to 2015, I was the chief of police in the city of Toronto. I also served as the president of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, the president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the vice president of the Major City Chiefs Association. I also
No bias
served on the board
here.
of the Executive Research Forum and on the board of the International Association of Chiefs of Police Executive Board.
And in that context, have you come across the issue of operational independence? And if so, could you give us a sense of how important that is to you as a principle of policing, and especially in the context of a democratic space in which we operate in Canada?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very important principle of policing, and one as a police chief, I was governed by a police services board, and I think that's a very important relationship in governance. I think police services and police chiefs must be accountable to a governance authority, and in my case, as a police chief, it was my police services board. But there was always a very clear understanding between the police chief and those who governed us as to where that bright line was. And so they dealt with issues of policy and issued directives with respect to certain matters, but not on operational matters. And it is a line that I think is a critically important one in Canadian society, in how the police operate independently. But in their independence, they are not without accountability. They are accountable, and the RCMP is accountable to the people of Canada through the Government of Canada and the Minister of Public Safety.
Minister, I want to quote you from back in 2012. And this is with respect to the shooting on Danzig, which happened in my community 10 years ago last week, as you're aware. And it says, I've been a cop for 35 years, and this is the worst incident of gun violence in my memory, said Blair, his voice wavering. It's very shocking. A lot of innocent people were injured tonight. In this context, would it be safe to say that the issue of gun violence and guns on our streets was something that you've thought about for many years?
I prior to becoming the chief of police, I was the head of the detective branch, involved in very many gun and gang investigations. I had also been responsible for uniform policing in the city as well for a number of years. When I became the chief, it was what they call the summer of the gun. Dealing with gun violence was a very important part of my mandate, and I had done everything in my power to reduce gun violence and to keep the people of my city safe. And frankly, I brought much of that experience and motivation. And if I may, December of 2012 was also the Sandy Hook shooting, in which 26 people died, but 20 of them were ages 6 and 7. And for me, that was perhaps a moment that forever steeled my resolve to do everything possible to keep our community safe and ban weapons that were the weapon of choice for people that would commit such terrible atrocities.
I don't think he can remember anything. He's too gooned. All right, 2-minute warning. I don't know, the speed seems to be wearing off. All right, let's see here now. I'm getting swirlies. I'm not so good. Let's see. The toilet bowl is going flush. Seems better. I'll put it all together so that we can watch it. Something went wrong with the recording, which I find very interesting, but I also got a warning that there's lots of goo on my computer right now. Not that that's a surprise. Good. Manipulative snakes. Yeah, these people are seriously going to a very bad place.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Weeping and gnashing.
Thank you. Ms. Najawan? We'll bring the witness back. Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent Campbell. Ms. Najawan?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent Campbell. My name is Nasha Najawan, and my firm represents the National Police Federation, which you probably know is a union that represents RCMP members below the rank of inspector, including almost all of the officers who responded operationally on the night of April 18th and 19th. I wanted to ask you a few questions arising from your testimony yesterday, and in particular, to pick up on a comment that you made when asked by Ms. Young about staffing. And what I have in my notes is you saying is that you have concerns about staffing levels all the time, every day. And you spoke a little bit about some of the efforts that have been made to relieve staffing pressure by allocating full-time resources to the ERT team. So that's a topic I'd like to explore. And I'm going to suggest to you that there's sort of two components to this question of staffing. One is filling existing positions with available members, and the other is determining whether or not there are enough positions allocated to provide the level of services that we want to provide. And so my questions are going to distinguish between those two, just so we can keep that on track. Now, I understand that your experience is most recently in H Division with respect to your role as SSO, but that through your career, including your career as an officer, you would have also had some familiarity with general duty detachment staffing. Is that fair?
In terms of staffing general duty detachments, not so much.
Okay.
But I have been a general duty member in the past, yes.
So I'm going to ask you some questions which touch on issues about general duty staffing. And if you're not comfortable to answer them, or you think there's someone else better suited, please just let me know.
Okay.
So I understand that on April 18th, on night shift in Bible Hill detachment, the evidence has been to date that there were 4 members on duty, and that was less than the number which is generally allocated to that shift, which is 6 members. And included in the vacancies was a vacancy above the rank of constable, so that we had a very experienced constable acting in a corporal capacity. That was Constable Stuart Basalt. Will you agree with me that that this is the evidence of Sergeant O'Brien, who was the sergeant responsible for Bible Hill detachment, was that he never had 6 members available. In your experience, is that a chronic problem among detachments in Nova Scotia?
Well, I don't have complete visibility on staffing levels at the general duty, in the general duty environment. But what I would often get is the email strings where detachments would be putting call outs for additional officers for overtime shifts to increase those staffing levels. So I would see those constantly. And when I spoke of on a daily basis concerned about the staffing levels, it was largely because I had awareness that there was always calls for members to be working overtime.
And is that because there are absences to be expected in detachment staffing, including scheduled entitlements, leave entitlements, or parental leave entitlements, but also unexpected injuries or long-term disability leaves?
Yes, there would be two factors. Expected, meaning that sometimes you can plan for those expected vacancies. An example of that would be knowing when you may be required for court, and if your court is the following day when you were supposed to be working a night shift beforehand, that might be an expected vacancy. Other expected vacancies might be knowing that there's an upcoming transfer or there's an upcoming retirement, so attrition, or movement from one business line or one detachment to another. And then there's a host of unexpected vacancies, which would include things like maternity leave, paternity leave, members that are injured, whether it be a physical injury or an operational stress injury, those are much more difficult to predict.
And are you aware of how a detachment would determine what's the minimum number of officers we can run a shift on as compared to what the normal staffing of that shift would be? Are there standards for minimum levels of staffing in detachments?
Well, because I'm not a district policing officer or a detachment commander, I don't know exactly how they calculate their minimum numbers, but I feel fairly comfortable in saying that they've already established what those minimum numbers would look like, and that's largely based on the fact that you would see these requests for overtime shifts to be able to fill, to make sure that they were at least at those minimum numbers.
So if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, your experience has been that detachment level commanders will seek overtime coverage up to a minimum level.
Either commanders or shift supervisors, watch commanders, which wouldn't mean that they're the detachment commander, they're essentially the shift supervisor.
Okay. And if this is a chronic problem, which it seems like maybe from your anecdotal or general evidence it is, do you have any sense of why we don't have regular shift availability to meet minimum staffing requirements in the detachments? What are the contributing factors to that strain?
Well, I think that the contributing factors there's a number of things. One, if there are unexpected vacancies, that is a contributing factor. But I also firmly believe that the method in which we calculate or we are provided doesn't take into account those expected and unexpected vacancies. I think that we're resourced to the minimum level in the very beginning before we actually start to experience those other challenges that affect our resource levels.
So would it be your recommendation, if the commission is forward-looking, in order to maintain appropriate staffing levels at the detachment level, that there be more full-time resources allocated in order to allow as a buffer for these vacancies?
Yes, and I don't want to use too many analogies, but I've used this analogy before because I think it's fitting. If I was to replace the flooring in a room that was 100 square feet, the person that I'm buying that flooring from would say I need 120 square feet because of the fact there's going to be waste and overage. There's no buffer, I believe, built in to those minimum staffing levels that would account for those vacancies.
So that's a question of having enough available people, I suppose, to fill those spots. Why don't we have those people available? Why don't we have that buffer?
Well, I think we don't have that buffer because if we ask, we often don't get what we actually ask for. And in my experience, I don't play this game of asking for more than I need because I don't think that is honest or fair to those that make the decisions in terms of how they're going to fund operations. My experience is that when we ask for something, we're asking for it because we actually need it based on the priorities that the government gives us and the expectations that government and the public have of us. So when we make those requests, we're actually making them quite honestly.
So when you say requests, do you mean requests for additional funding in order to create those positions needed to provide the levels? Is there a problem also with finding officers, or is it really just about money?
I always think there's going to be problems in finding officers. I mean, again, anecdotally, I don't have numbers or statistics that I would be able to draw from that I'm aware of, other than conversations that I've been present for, where I've not just heard from within the RCMP, but a variety of police agencies, both in Canada and the United States, that most recently there's been some significant challenges in attracting people to the policing profession for a variety of reasons that I would more or less be speculating on, but I have some ideas as to why. So I do believe that the applicant numbers have reduced significantly within, let's say, the last 4 years.
And that's talking about this first sort of branch of this question, which is, can we fill the spots that we have created? The second question is, how many spots do we need? So do you have any awareness of how it is determined, for example, that a shift in Colchester County should be 6 officers for that population area or crime level or need level, how does that decision get made that we need 6? And I'm asking because I would expect, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the number of available officers has an impact both on public safety and officer safety. As we know, on the night of April 18th, there were only 4 out of 6 available members to attend immediately in Portapique. And I'd suggest that there might have been a different, things might have gone a little differently if there were 6 instead of 4.
So once again, in terms of the general duty or the patrol level response at the regional or detachment level, I myself wouldn't be involved in those discussions, but as a manager of other programs, I look at a number of factors. One, what is the priority of whether it be a municipal or a provincial government? How does that fit into our priorities in terms of enforcement? What's the value in investments that could be made in a particular area? Call volume for the units that I'm speaking of. If there are recommendations that stem from a review, ESTC investigation that dictate that we require additional resources, meaning human resources, those would be all factors that would contribute to a business case that would be put before the province on the provincial side, requesting additional resources to be able to address the operational needs of that particular unit. But in terms of the frontline general duty policing, that I've never been involved in those discussions here in this province.
So who would be a better person to ask that question among the commanding officers?
So in this province, the best person to have that conversation with, or the best people to have that conversation with, would be the Administration and Personnel Officer. We call that the ANPO, because they have a planning unit that would help facilitate the creation or drafting of those business cases. And then, of course, the district policing officers who would have connectivity with the contracts, the counties, the municipalities that are requesting the RCMP service or contracting the RCMP service through the province.
And would Chief Superintendent Leather have some involvement in that line of?
I believe the Chief Superintendent would have awareness, but direct involvement, that would be between the Administration and Personnel Office, the planning unit, and the district policing officers, right down to the detachment commanders.
Okay, so I'll take that in fairness to say that that's not an area that you have specific knowledge in, but you do have specific knowledge and experience in terms of staffing these specialized services like IRT. And I believe you spoke earlier in your testimony with Ms. Young, as well as in your interviews and in response to some questions from Mr. Pinio this morning about the staffing of IRT. So I just want to make sure that there's some clarity about what your evidence is about that. At the time of the incident, there were 13 people on the IRT team,
yes.
6 of which were full-time equivalents, 3 of which were funded by the province, and 3 of which were funded by the federal program. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
And so I think what your evidence was in your interview, and again, I'm just trying to make sure it's clear for everyone, is that after the events, you ensured that the additional 6, so there were 6 full-time and 6 or 7 part-time members, that there were an additional 6 full-time members. And that means that those members don't have any other policing duties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was pressure funded, you described it?
Yes.
And since then, I understand you've made a plan, you've entered into an agreement with the province to fund over time a full complement of 18 full-time equivalent IRT members. Over
a period of time, and that would be through a business case prepared through my office or your team, through Inspector Moser to myself. That would then be submitted to the Administration and Personnel Officer for presentation to the province. And what I would say is most recently we received an approval for 4 additional resources per year over 3 years, which we're quite grateful for.
So if I do my math correctly, in 2025, Nova Scotia will have 18 fully funded full-time IRT positions.
Yes.
Okay, so that's IRT, which is obviously, one of the major components of your portfolio. But you'll agree with me that there are a number of other important units under your purview which have not seen that kind of an infusion of funding or extra resources. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
So I'm thinking in particular of the EMERT program, the Emergency Medical Response Team. Those
Yes.
are still completely part-time staff? staffed?
They have a substantive position, and they deploy or activate when the critical incident program is activated. So they do go with the ERT team, but they will be leaving from their substantive position. They will be on call as well.
So I understand, for example, that Corporal Dwayne Ivany, who testified before the commission, is a corporal, a general duty corporal supervisor, shift supervisor in Cole Harbour. So if ERT gets called out, we're going to be pulling general duty resources off the road. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. And similarly for his other team members, for example, Constable Mahar is a Lower Sackville detachment member, I understand. So anytime ERT gets pulled, we've solved this problem. The ERT is now fully funded, but we're still having a draw on general duty resources. Is that fair?
That's fair, because there's a number of areas of specialty within the critical incident program and outside of it that many of the teams are what I would call ad hoc teams. They are comprised of individuals who are given special equipment and training to perform a function on an as needed basis, and they would have a substantive position. So when we deploy or activate those teams, we are pulling them away from their substantive duties.
And the same is true for the critical incident commander program. Those are important players who occupy other roles. For example, I understand Staff Sergeant Surratt was a DANCO at the time.
That's correct, yes.
And same is true for the crisis negotiation team.
Yes, that's correct.
And is the same true for the underwater recovery team?
The same is true for the underwater recovery team, with the exception that there is a full-time or dedicated coordinator.
Okay.
The remainder of the team is all ad hoc resources.
And the same is true, as I understand it, for some supplement or supporting roles to the critical incident package, like the driver of the TAV, who was at the time of the incident anyway, a corporal in Enfield. So he got pulled off a supervisory role in Enfield that night.
That's correct, yes.
So has the RCMP taken any steps or made any consideration of allocating or seeking funding for additional full-time resources for those programs, at least in a coordinator position, so there could be one person who does this full-time?
There was a submitted business case for a coordinator for the critical incident program. I don't believe that business case was supported. There was also, I believe, a coordinator position in another one of the units that I was requesting that was not supported either. Ideally, we would want to work to a place where we actually have all of those critical incident resources within reason. That would be full-time within that area of responsibility. But again, you have to balance that against the number of callouts versus the amount of training. And if there is any gap there, then it might become a matter of efficiency to have them occupy a substantive position that might not be as demanding.
And so what do you mean by that? What substantive position may not be as demanding?
I would say that many of the positions have significant demands placed on them, but trying to find the best example, not to say it's not a demanding position, but if I had someone that was working within the training section, or not me, under the administration of personnel officer, there's a training unit, and that training unit would have scheduled hours based on regular training time. So if their job is to mainly train members in their operational skills maintenance, if there is enough resources in there to maintain training, the tempo of training required, we might be able to pull from those resources a little bit easier, as opposed to from a frontline general duty position.
So ideally, would you agree that if a member is going to be part-time on one of these specialized teams, their other job or their main job shouldn't be a general duty job?
I don't think so, but then there are some upsides to general duty members being cross-trained in some of these specialties. And the reason why I say an upside to that is that there would be a regular osmosis or a connection. For example, if you have a trained ERT member occupying a general duty position, one, they would always be on the road, and two, they would have interactions with their colleagues on the road with them. So, I would expect that there would be conversations, there would be examples that are positive examples tactically that those officers would be able to benefit from being around. But the reality is, in terms of ERT, specific to your question, between the amount of required training and the number of callouts, it's very difficult to put them into a general duty position.
And so we talked about the negative impact that drawing general duty members out of a detachment to fulfill a specialized role might have on that detachment on policing levels. Is there any benefits to having full-time team members in these specialized units? Like, what's the upside of having a full-time EMERT coordinator, for example, as opposed to asking Corporal Ivan to do it off the side of his desk?
Well, clearly the upside to having a full-time coordinator the specific example that you asked for is EMERT, which is the Emergency Medical Response Team, would be that there would someone that would have a line of sight on the issues that could manage that team properly if it was one of those hybrid or ad hoc teams. The administration and the ongoing training and the scheduling of that all takes time. So if we had people as full-time coordinators, that's a step in the right direction towards creating that access to those specialized skills on a 24/7 basis. At least you'd have someone coordinating that.
And you mentioned that there had been business cases for some of these units, but you said sort of passively were not supported. Can you give us some more information about what you mean? Who is not supporting them? What's the roadblock here in terms of moving those ideas forward?
Well, I would characterize it not necessarily as a roadblock per se, but it's just an exercise in priority setting. And for every ask that you make, you try to articulate the reasons for why that ask is necessary. And then when you go to government, you lay out what that ask is, and then government has to decide how much they're willing to spend. And at times, like I said, it's a matter of prioritization in terms of what's most important to fill or increase the establishment at that given time.
And speaking specifically about this sort of suite of services that fall under the critical incident package, are we looking for provincial funding for those positions, or is that federal funding from Ottawa that we're talking about?
So it could be one of both, but largely speaking, it's provincial funding. As I mentioned, or I testified earlier, the federal program or the federal policing program nationally will fund 3 positions within emergency response team, but they're not funding any others. I do not have any part-time or ad hoc ERT members within the federal policing program that are working a substantive position within federal. They're all coming from the provincial business line.
Okay. Now, I understand that the RCMP's specialized services, for example, a lot of these critical incident package units that we're speaking of also support municipal police services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so can you just tell me how that works?
Well, how it would function is that normally the risk manager and the OCC would receive a phone call from another police agency that might require assistance from the RCMP. Because of those capabilities in the specialty, for example, ERT or critical incident. And that conversation between that agency, it's usually an inspector or watch commander on that from that agency would have that conversation with the risk manager. The risk manager in turn would call the on-call critical incident commander. They would get details from the agency that was requesting that service. Then I would be notified as to whether or not I would approve that call out. And then later on, paperwork would follow just to account for our services being utilized by other agencies.
And is there any funding agreement about the provision of those services to the municipal police forces?
No, there is not.
So it's not, in other words, there's no payment is received by the RCMP or no funding allocation is considered?
There's no contribution, whether it be in human resources or financial resources.
And so you'll agree with me that in addition to the ERT team, which may in 2025 be 3/4 provincially funded, if we're sending an EMERT member every time we send out the ERT team, that's actually a Cole Harbour detachment member who's getting sent to Bridgewater or Campbell or New Glasgow or wherever. That's another drain on RCMP resources?
It is, and it's not. It just doesn't land on the EMERT resources. It would be the tab driver. It would be the radio techs. It would be the OCC operator. It would be the crisis negotiators. It would be the critical incident commander. Like all of those resources are coming from somewhere else. which would then leave a void somewhere else to be able to handle that call.
And is there a solution or improvement to that pressure or challenge that you can think of?
Well, there is a solution, I believe, to that problem, and that is increasing the depth of our teams, the number of our resources. I do believe that there needs to be an honest conversation in and around the cost of policing, and also where there would be a reasonable level of contribution because of the fact that every police agency in this province is required to have those services.
I'm just going to ask you one last question before I go, because I think my time is close to up, and it's about integrated policing.
Sorry?
About integrated policing.
Yes.
Now, we know that there is some integration with the Halifax Regional Police in Nova Scotia, and that otherwise there are these sort of islands of municipal police agencies in other parts of the province. And you gave the example of the Lower Mainland as a integrated service that you're familiar with. In Halifax, I know we have our CID section, which is integrated with the RCMP, but the critical incident package isn't in any way integrated. Are they integrated in British Columbia?
Yes, they are.
So how does that work?
Agencies have the option of having their own team, and again, as I mentioned, it's very expensive. So from an economies of scale perspective, and also just true interoperability desires, I would say that some of these other police agencies have opted to work alongside the RCMP, where they all wear the same uniform, they all use the same equipment. It just so happens that their patches are different. So the cost sharing would be the provision of the resource, some of the operating funding, because the equipment is expensive, the training is expensive, but it's almost like an insurance policy. You may have one or two resources embedded within an ERT team. You would pay towards some of the operating costs, but that would be based on a formula that has been established based on the previous calls that the ERT team may have serviced in that particular area. So it's like an insurance policy. You have access, full access, and you're contributing to it.
My friend, Mr. Pineo, asked you this morning about how many ERT members you would need to have two full ERT teams in order to have a relief team in addition to a initial responding team. And I think you said 36. And I think when he asked you if that was ideal, you said more than ideal. Is it fair to say that it's, given that we're working towards 18, unrealistic that in Nova Scotia we're going to get to 36 RCMP members as an ERT team?
Well, again, I'd like to see that. I doubled the number of 18 times two. It may be realistically 24, between 24 and 36. Is it realistic? These changes and the support required is, I hope that it happens quickly, but I can tell you it's not going to happen overnight.
And I understand that there are municipal ERT teams in Nova Scotia. There's one with Halifax Regional and one with Cape Breton. Is an integrated model for ERT a possibility for Nova Scotia?
I think that it is, but that would require some careful and meaningful conversations between municipalities and the RCMP, and it would all be based on addressing and agreeing upon what the standard would be. And one of the challenges will be is that the RCMP standards are very set. I can't speak to the other agencies and what they would actually look like, but it's not impossible, is what I would say.
What would be the benefits of doing that if it were possible?
Well, I think that there's massive benefits because what it would equate to is greater levels of cooperation, seamless application of tactics and communication, good relations would be built between agencies, and then just generally it's the capacity. Because as I've testified earlier, if we have more than one critical incident ongoing at the same time, and I can give you a specific example. I had approved a critical incident call out in this province in an RCMP jurisdiction. At the same time, I was receiving a critical incident call out for a municipal agency or a township agency here in the province. And we were lucky that the RCMP in New Brunswick actually responded or deployed to the other Nova Scotia municipal agency because of their proximity to the event that was occurring in the municipal agency. So having these municipal agencies involved, if we could get to that place where we're truly interoperable, we have an ability to actually respond to more than one incident at the same time or spell each other off.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much for your patience, Chief Superintendent. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Najawan. Mr. Bryson?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent.
Good afternoon.
My name is Josh Bryson. I'm here with my colleague, Aaron Wagner. We represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided in Cobequid Court. And I'm also working very closely with with Steve Topshee and his team. They represent another family on Cobequid Court, the Oliver Tuck family, and also the Lillian Campbell family as well. So I have about an hour worth of questions for you, so I'll try to get through it as expeditiously. I know it's been a very long day for you. So we'll do our best. So I want to start off picking up on what my friend asked you about, Ms. Najawan, in terms of the staffing issues. So in April 2020 at Bible Hill, did you know when you were authorizing the critical incident package that Bible Hill had a complement of 4 general duty members at that time?
I didn't know the number. I do remember, and I think it's captured in my text messaging maybe with Chief Superintendent Leather, like, how are the members on scene? Because I knew that there would have been a general duty response, but I didn't know the exact number. No.
Okay. And it does run normally with teams of 6? It's supposed to, in theory?
As I understand it now, in that particular area, I believe that watches of 6.
Okay. And are you familiar enough with the police contract, for example, for Colchester County to say that the funding, that the numbers we looked at yesterday, which is 76 members per 100,000, is based on that 24 general duty members?
It would be based on the number of members that are assigned to that particular contract. It wouldn't include, for example, the provincial resources in major crimes that are co-located with Bible Hill Detachment.
So, sorry, just to clarify, so would it be based on a team of 4 or a team of 6?
It would be based on the total team or the total numbers of police officers assigned to Colchester through not just Bible Hill, but any other detachment that would be within Colchester County. The combination of those general duty numbers combined compared against the population.
Okay, and sorry, maybe it's just been a long day. I still don't know if you answered the question in terms of, is it 4 or 6?
In terms of what the number is that should be on?
When we look at these statistics for 76 members per 100,000 for Colchester County.
Well, no, it would be the total number of officers assigned to Colchester County. So that would include Millbrook Detachment, Bible Hill Detachment. I think there's 3. There's another detachment. I'm not as familiar with the general duty detachments within each of the districts, but it would be the combined numbers of general duty members compared against the population of Colchester County. That's how those numbers are calculated.
And if I suggested to you that Colchester County was, or Bible Hill rather, was operating with teams of 4 for quite some time, would you agree with that or disagree?
Well, I know that on that night now that there were 4 that were working that night. The length of time that they were operating with teams of 4, I have no visibility on that because I'm not one of those district policing officers.
So if it helps you, for example, I'll refer to Constable Merchant's statement. That's for people following along. That's COM 1644, page 12. He indicates that it's supposed to be teams of 6, but we were operating with teams of 4 for a while as some positions were not filled. Quote, you don't have 5 on your best day, which appears to be an indication that normally they're operating with a team of 4 for his particular unit.
Yeah, that would be the experience of a member that was actually physically working there. So I would accept anything that he said was the reality at that time.
So when you're asked to implement or initiate the critical incident, you don't know if it's a team of 4 that's on the ground or a team of 6?
For a critical incident?
Yes, for this April 2020.
When I authorized?
Yes.
I had no idea the resource numbers, general duty resource numbers when I authorized.
So the current staffing levels on the ground do not impact your decision to deploy or how quickly you deploy the critical incident package?
It would have no bearing on the decision to deploy the critical incident packages. The threshold would be, does it meet the threshold for a CIP call out? It wouldn't matter how many were there because they have special training, they have special equipment, and they're best positioned to deal with an unfolding critical incident. In terms of the amount of time, it still wouldn't make any difference.
And do we agree that a team of 4 for Bible Hill would be referred to as the minimal staffing complement for general duty members?
If that detachment had set 4 as their bare minimum, then that would be an accurate statement. Okay. But I don't know, as I said, I wasn't overseeing general duty operations in any of the counties, so I didn't know what their minimum numbers were, but I've been told that their minimum number was 4. Their usual complement should have been 6.
So when you're speaking to Staff West at 10:46 on the 18th, so you don't know that it's a minimal staffing complement of 4. Do you know that that there's one member that's conducting perimeter containment that's not carbine trained, for example?
No.
Okay. Do you know that the members on the ground within Portapique do not have night vision goggles?
I think it was a safe assumption to say that they don't have night vision goggles because the only unit that I knew at that time to have night vision goggles, you'll hear people call them MVGs, was the ERT team.
Okay. And so you assume they didn't have night vision then?
I would have assumed that they didn't have night vision, no.
And would you be familiar with the terrain within Portapique at the time when you're authorizing the critical incident package that these 3 members without night vision are essentially proceeding into a dark area?
I had no personal familiarity with that particular area, specifically what it would look like at nighttime.
And what about the fact that there was no GPS on their persons? Would you have been aware of that fact?
Well, I wouldn't be aware of whether or not they were had in their possession an ability to look at GPS. For example, I would make a reasonable assumption that they might be carrying a phone, and phones, if there's enough cell coverage, you might be able to position yourself. But in terms of equipment given to them when they're out on foot to know exactly where they are, I do not believe that there was anything given to our officers to be able to do that, no.
Okay, so that's somewhat surprising to me that these aren't relevant, sort of taken into consideration when you're deploying the critical incident. Like, would it not make a difference, for example, if the response was with a full complement of 6 Bible Hill members with night vision, with GPS, everyone's carbine trained? Does that not make any difference to?
No, it doesn't actually in terms of the threshold met. I do rely heavily on the assessment of the critical incident commander. That is their specialty. And if they feel that the incident calls for a critical incident call out, I take their advice and their suggestion to me at heart. And it wouldn't matter what's on the ground because as I stated earlier, the capabilities of an ERT team actually do far exceed the capabilities of our general duty members. I'm not saying that to devalue them in any way. It's just that the ERT team does have special equipment and they have significantly greater levels of training than the general duty members have on the road.
So if I understand your evidence correctly, having this information at 10:46 wouldn't assist you in performing your role?
It wouldn't assist me in making that decision.
But in any part of your role as support services officer?
Not really, because my role and my authority was to approve the critical incident call out.
Okay. And so how long were you support services officer for?
I arrived in Nova Scotia on I think the 16th of September in 2019. And I remained in that position until I went into the acting criminal operations officer in Nova Scotia for a very short period of time. And I believe that might have been in October of 2021.
So besides this incident, how many critical incident packages do you think you authorized during your time?
Here in this province? Well over 60.
60, okay. I just want to spend a few minutes on getting a sense of the threshold to meet the critical incident definition. So for example, in this particular casualty, tragedy, We know that the 911 call came in at 10:01 from Ms. Blair, advising the particulars that we've discussed today about her husband being shot. There's sounds of gunshots. There's screaming. Would that constitute a critical incident that the risk manager could have then contacted you to initiate the package?
The risk manager wouldn't contact me. The on-call critical incident commander would contact me. But yes, to answer your question, it would constitute or would meet the threshold to call it for a critical incident package.
Of the 60 critical incident packages, I think you said 60?
Yes.
In your time here, so you've had.
I would say at minimum. It was close to 60 in 1 year alone.
Yeah. So you've initiated the package based on those facts that I just indicated?
Well, it would depend. There are planned operations, and then there are reactive operations. So a reactive operation would be the call in the middle of the night from the critical incident commander saying, this is what we have, this is what I think, this is what we need, can I go? And the answer has never been no, it's always been yes. And then there's the planned operations. So an example of that would be that one of the units is going to affect a high-risk arrest or a search warrant, or there's a threat or a VIP or a VIP security detail that would require ERT, then the critical incident commander would engage me for an approval for that planned operation as well.
So if the critical incident package, if that chain of events was initiated after the 10:01 911 call, obviously that would have minimized further delays in the package being requested from IRT and all the other resources, right?
Well, right after the call, and once they determine that it would have met the threshold, the faster that they can get onto those calls, the better, so that we're making sure that those resources are mobilized.
And I believe you indicated that had you received a call at 10:04 after this 911 call based on these facts I've just indicated to you, you would have been comfortable in initiating the critical incident package.
Yes, but I would have been seeking information, for example, like where is the target? These would be normal questions, like do you have containment? Where is the target? What's the status? Those would be things that would factor into that decision making, but those would all be factors that the critical incident commander should know before making that phone call to me.
So let's just continue with the chronology then. So we know then at 10:16, the children called. At 10:16, saying the neighbor killed my parents, burning my house down, burning that house down, and a male left in a police car. That's at 10:16. So the 10:01 and 10:16 calls. Does that further strengthen the fact that the critical incident package could have been requested at that time, 10:16?
It could have, but again, back to what I stated earlier, I would want to know, well, do we know where the offender is? I would want to make sure that we had a better understanding of that, but I certainly would have readied those resources if I had received a call at any time that was similar to that.
Readied meaning green lit, the resources?
Well, often those resources are readied even before I get that call, because it's quite usual for the critical incident commander to call the IRT team leader to say, get everybody fired up. I'm calling the SSO to get my approval.
All right, so let's continue then. So we know at 10:25, and we can look at comms 2886. Madam Registrar, we do not have to pull it up, but at 10:25, we know that there's a 911 call saying 2 houses on fire on Orchard Beach Road. The male caller, who we now know is Andrew McDonald, was shot by the neighbor. So that's further evidence in support of a critical incident package being initiated at that time, right?
Yes.
Yep. So around 10:27, the members do arrive on scene. And I'm going to suggest to you that the only observations they actually make to assist the request for the critical incident package, if in fact it was communicated to critical incident commander, was that structures were on fire. Okay. With the fact that they made eyewitness observations of a structure on fire, given the chronology that I just read to you, be required to initiate the critical incident package?
Just a structure on fire?
Yes.
No, that would be an activation of the fire department if that was the only information we had.
Okay. Because what we found out through the course of this inquiry is that actually the Danco officer, Staff Halliday, is that correct?
I believe that Staff Halliday was acting as the operations officer for Colchester.
Yeah.
I think my mic is cutting in and out.
Yeah, you're just cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Just wait 1 second, Wilson.
Yes. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Bryson.
So were you aware that the critical incident commander and Staff Halliday actually didn't learn about the Andrew McDonald, Katie McDonald, the fact that the IRAD members had encountered a shooting victim survivor at roughly 10:26:27 p.m.?
Am I aware that they became aware of that?
That Staff Halliday, that Critical Incident Command West were not made aware of the fact that Andrew and Kate McDonald.
I'm aware of that now, but at that time, I had no visibility on their awareness of that particular incident at that time.
Okay. Now, does that concern you that this important information is lost in the chain, that your critical incident commander is not learning until roughly 6 a.m. the next morning, that Staff Halliday is not learning until roughly 3:30 a.m. the next morning, that IRAD actually interacted with shooting victims that survived and were next to the perpetrator and his vehicle?
I would expect that they should have been aware of that, but the individuals that had contact with Andrew McDonald were, I believe, the two of the three IRAD members that entered Portapique, and I know there was a period of time before they were able to get to the command post and be debriefed by Staff Sergeant West and others that were there.
And finally, with the critical incident, so the call to you was made at 10:46, and that's roughly 45 minutes after the 911 call was made, right?
From 10:01 to 10:26?
10:46 is when the call was made to you, right?
To me, yes. That would be 45 minutes.
And at the time of being authorized, again, well, actually, we've covered that. You had no idea what was occurring on the ground in terms of the members' operational awareness, how many members there were, and so on.
That's correct.
Yeah. That seems to me to be an area for improvement, that when initiating a critical incident package or deciding to deploy resources, that awareness should be with the support services officer. Would you agree? That would be helpful?
To know about the number of resources that are on the ground?
Exactly, and their operational awareness and so on.
It could be helpful, but not necessary in terms of the assessment to determine whether to activate the program.
I'm going to move to your role as major crime officer. So as support services officer, part of your role was overseeing the major crime units in the province, correct?
Yes, with an inspector that was in charge of the major crime unit that would report to me.
Would report to you?
Yes.
Yeah. And when does the major crime unit become involved in a mass casualty event?
I believe the major crime unit was involved fairly early on because of the fact that there was information that someone had been shot and potentially killed, which would then meet the threshold of deploying the major crimes team because it would be a homicide. So sometime in the evening, but I didn't make those calls myself. Those calls are made through the risk manager to notify the major crimes team when a new file comes in. So the exact time that they became aware, I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
And they did attend crime scenes in Portapique on April 19th, correct?
I do believe so, but I can't account for the movements of multiple people on the 19th. But from what I understand, they had attended crime scenes on the 19th, yes.
And their role as major crime attending crime scenes in Portapique is to process the crime scenes?
The forensic ident specialists would process the crime scenes. The major crimes teams would have some level of involvement in those, sometimes as an exhibit officer, and as a liaison between the forensic identification teams and the investigative team.
Is their role to canvass the neighborhood and look for witnesses and other survivors, other people that are injured as well?
In terms of a major crimes response, the canvass itself would be a tasking that would come out through the command triangle to the coordinated investigative team. That would be a standard procedure.
Staff Carroll testified at this commission, and that's found on page 96 of his evidence, that he expected that when major crime came into Portapique and took over, that they would canvass the neighborhood. Do you recall that direction being given to anyone or that information being given to Staff Carroll?
No, I wasn't involved in those conversations. But in a normal circumstance, there would always be a neighborhood canvass. But I think it's fair to say that what happened in Portapique and in other parts of this province was not normal.
Are you aware of any directions to Staff Carroll or to anyone else that when they got to Portapique to just simply secure the crime scenes and not to canvass the neighborhood or not to look for other victims or survivors?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And there'd be no requirement that a general duty unit or members would in fact have to wait for major crime before they started canvassing a neighborhood, looking for witnesses, looking for survivors, those injured, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure. So there'd be no reason why a general duty member that's stationed in Portapique on the 19th, that member would have to wait until major crime arrived to start canvassing the neighborhood.
Well, ideally, in terms of a normal response, the canvass would be coordinated because we want to ensure that we actually covered the full canvass area. So there's normally a canvass coordinator assigned to that specific task. There's two things that might be helpful for me to mention to respond to your question. If the purpose is canvass, that canvass needs to be coordinated. If the purpose is for looking for victims, that's a little bit different. It wouldn't require someone to look at it from a systematic process of canvassing. I hope that helps frame up a little bit of a better answer for you.
So in this particular case, you're not aware of any direction given to Staff Carroll to not look for survivors or not look for those injured within Portapique when he was in Portapique. Is that fair to say?
No, I'm not aware of that, no.
I just have a few questions on the residents of Peter and Joy Bond, given your experience with major crime, and perhaps you can help me. So they resided at 46 Cobequid Court, and Peter Bond was found deceased in the doorway. The door was ajar. Joy Bond was set back roughly 10 feet into the residence. And the family has questions about the fact that on the perpetrator's boot, that Joy Bond's DNA was in fact found on the boot. Shell casings were near the doorway. To my knowledge, they were not in the residence. If they were, they might have been just near the threshold. So the question the family has is, if the theory is that the perpetrator did not enter the residence, are you aware of how DNA can enter, for example, the perpetrator's boot, if the perpetrator is not, in fact, entering the residence and interacting with Joy Bond?
Well, if there's DNA, whether it be through transfer of a victim on a piece of clothing, if it's blood, that blood can be analyzed by a blood spatter expert, which would look at things like blowback or spatter, but also transfers. That would help form an understanding of whether or not a perpetrator had actually entered the premises. Also, the crime scene examination, if there's blood found in the boot, there might be tracks that could be linked back to an offender that actually entered a scene. I did look at all the scene photos, so I do recall looking at the Bond photos as well as the others, and I have some vague recollection. I did remark on a number of consistencies from those scenes on Cobequid Court because of the fact there weren't fires there.
Pardon?
Because there weren't fires.
Fires.
On Cobequid Court. So there were scenes actually to examine as opposed to a burn scene. So they were, in my view, they provided a lot more information. And again, I wasn't actively involved in the investigation, but I do take interest in that because I've done it for many years. It seemed to be consistent that the offender would attend the residence. Usually a male would answer the door. There would be an interaction, and I'm trying to be sensitive in my description here. There would be an interaction between the offender and the male at the doorway, and it would either appear as if the other subjects within the residence would either retreat or were in another part, and that the offender would enter the residence. That was just my assessment based on me looking at the photos. I didn't attend the scene. I wasn't in regular conversations or any specific conversations with the forensic identification specialists about their assessment of the scene. That's just me based on my limited examination of the photos.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I just want to jump to another area here. Are you aware of the Provincial Department of Justice's role in performing police audits? One, as a result of a directive from the Minister of Justice in around 2016, but the police audits have been ongoing for at least a decade, if I understand it correctly. So do you have familiarity with these police audits that have been occurring?
So I have familiarity with reviewing the Nova Scotia Police Act and the authorities of the minister. And within those authorities are a number of things which include the setting of standards, as well as auditing of police agencies to ensure that they were meeting some level of a standard. And I had testified earlier about the fact that currently underway in this province, there is a move to write provincial policing standards, and it's very difficult, I would say, for any entity or governing body to conduct any assessment if you don't have anything to measure that assessment against, i.e. standards. So when I arrived here, I was aware that there was at some point in time or a period of time when the provincial government or the Department of Justice, Public Safety was conducting audits of police forces in the province. But in my time, I wasn't aware of any audits that were ongoing. Now, there was some movement within resourcing within the provincial government, Department of Justice. And there's a new executive director in place now who, in my view, is actually very competent and is really looking at a number of these key areas like provincial policing standards, adequacy standards, and auditing mechanisms.
So here's my question, and I'll see if you know anything about it. So I understand that there's topics related to these audits. They include sexual assaults, domestic violence, exhibits, and major crime. And that on certain occasions, there's been an apparent lack of cooperation from the RCMP to voluntarily participate in some of these audits.
I don't know where you're getting that information from. I've never been subject to a request for an audit in my time here in Nova Scotia, so I'm not sure where the source of that information in terms of RCMP reluctance. The best person to speak to that would be the Department of Justice, and if that's what the Department of Justice would give evidence to, then I would accept that. But
so you simply, so you don't know then, you can't comment one way or the other?
Well, I can't because from a personal perspective, I've never received a request for an audit within support services. I can only speak to my own personal experience.
Can you tell me what audits the RCMP participated in relation to domestic abuse since 2017?
Well, I wasn't in this province until more than 9 months, almost 10 months into 2019. So from 2017 to 2019, I can't speak to that, almost 2020.
You can use hearsay if you wish. I'm just asking you what you know.
I really don't know because, as I said, as far as I understand it, the provincial government was not auditing any police force during the time that I was here in Nova Scotia.
Can you tell me what, if any, audits the RCMP participated in relation to sexual assaults since 2016?
The RCMP nationally and provincially?
Provincially. This is all provincial.
Yeah. Well, I was in Ottawa in 2016, and I know that there was a very focused effort in and around sexual assault review. And I can't speak for what was happening in the province at that time, but I do remember that all RCMP jurisdictions were conducting reviews of sexual assault cases. But the content and the scope of those reviews, particularly for Nova Scotia, I
I'm
wasn't
not asking
involved.
about reviews, sir. I'm just simply asking about audits, provincial audits by DOJ.
Okay, so my apologies. I thought you said was the RCMP involved in any audits? I was speaking about internal.
I am, sorry, but in the context of DOJ audits.
I'm not aware, no.
Okay, and that would be the same, your answer would be the same in relation to exhibit audits?
Within the RCMP?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any exhibit audits as well.
I just wanted, there's a couple of issues, loose threads we want to pick up on in terms of the press briefings. If we could pull COM 57762, Madam Registrar. Page 40. Chief Superintendent, we can certainly scroll back if you need more context, but what we're producing here is your speaking notes from April 24th, press conference.
Okay, that would be the first one that I did.
Pardon?
That would be the first press conference that I did.
Yes, yeah. And the reference to Glen Home. Paragraph, the second paragraph. For context, feel free to read above the second paragraph. And again, these are your speaking notes. This is what you communicated to the public on April 24th. Sorry, you're shaking your head yes. That's a yes?
Yeah, this is from the 24th, I believe, yes.
And this is what you said to the public?
It would have been prepared statement that I would have read.
Okay, so you can read that first paragraph for context, starting with our investigation, but what I'm most interested in is the second paragraph. The gunman continued southbound on Highway 4 from Glenholme to the Wentworth area. On the way, he encountered a woman who was out walking and he shot the woman at the roadside. So this description on April 24th is suggesting that the perpetrator went to Glenholme and then encountered Miss Lillian Campbell. We know that to be an error, correct?
Yes, so I'm recognizing that now because to go south on Highway 4, it would be from Wentworth to Glenholme versus Glenholme to Wentworth.
And we understand that Miss Campbell was killed before the visit to Glenholme.
Yes, that's correct. As I understand it, certainly now, and that obviously would be an error in terms of the placement of the words Glenholme and Wentworth. They should be exchanged.
And just while we're on this topic, do you have any familiarity or knowledge with some of what I'll refer to as delays that morning with communicating information to various members? And I can give you examples yeah. So for example, in Corporal Mills's after action report, he's critical of certain aspects of the response. And one issue he picks up on is the delays in dispatching the Glenholme response to him and his team so that he could get there because time is of the essence. Are you aware of that particular issue?
I'm aware of I believe the time in on the Lillian Campbell, Hislop Campbell murder was sometime in and around 9:48, I think, or 9:38.
And we can talk about that as well. So the 911 call came in at roughly 9:34, 9:35 a.m. and it was not dispatched until 9:42 a.m.
Yeah, and at the same time, I believe that there were other calls that were coming in with respect to the Jenkins McLeod residence further north on Hunter Road. So those two things were happening at the same time.
Were you aware, like, were you monitoring the comms yourself?
No, I wasn't actually monitoring the comms, no.
So when did you become aware of some of these delays that had occurred during the course of this event on the morning of the 19th?
Well, much later, because as you would imagine, there was a significant amount of data that needed to be reviewed and understood. So it was quite some time afterwards, after spending time and looking at that timeline and of course, relying upon others to do all that work. There was a lot of material to go through to understand that.
Okay. And I just want to go back to that June 4th press release. COM 9148, please. That's Exhibit 1482, page 5. And this sort of feeds into, we were talking about the critical incident response, and this is the press release that was issued on June 4th. So if we can take a moment and read it, and I'll have a few questions about it once it's up on the screen. Okay, it starts with within minutes. So, Madam Registrar, if we can scroll up a bit so we can continue to read within minutes, if you could please read. Within minutes of receiving the initial call, the on-duty RCMP risk manager, who's stationed within the RCMP Operational Communications Center, notified Northeast Nova District on-call management, who immediately initiated the call out of a full critical incident package. And we'll stop there for a moment. So within minutes of receiving the call, immediately initiated the call out of a full critical incident package. Sir, you'd agree that the call out, as we previously went over, wasn't immediate, was it?
Well, no, not based on, but again, I wasn't the individual that was making those phone calls or trying to connect with people in order to initiate that call out. And as it was described to me is that they were very quick to be able to initiate the call out for the critical incident package.
So 45 minutes is quick in your...
Well, there are times when an incident can be ongoing for several hours before I actually get a call for initiating the critical incident package. There might be members who are attempting to negotiate and contain, and then finally after some time, that call is finally made to the CIC to initiate the critical incident package.
So let's just stick with the words used in the press release here. And I think we agree that the words used, that the on-call management who immediately initiated the call out of a full critical incident package really isn't reflective of that timeline and chronology that we went through, is it?
Well, it depends upon how you interpret the words, but if you're speaking specifically about actually placing a phone call, no, it's not. But if they're contemplating it to start that process, one could consider it that way.
Reading further, the critical incident package consisted of, and then it lists the resources, and then it picks up in additional, just a typo. So in addition to the first responders who are already on scene and continuing to arrive, the critical incident package added more than 30 additional highly specialized resources to the response.
Yes.
Right, so we see that. We know that it took well over 2 hours for the ERT team to arrive, correct?
I don't know the exact time. I'd have to look at the documents to be able to say it was over 2 hours, but I know that it takes time to move all of those resources, to have them all in place together at once. And I know for a fact it was well over an hour because it takes well over an hour to make that drive from Halifax.
Well, if we rely on the after action report, ERT was noted as arriving at, start to arrive on scene. Mills says 12:50. EMERT is 12:55. The TAV is noted as 1 a.m. in this document. That's what I'll put to you. So that's several hours, almost 3 hours after the initial 911 call, right?
From the initial 911 call, yes.
Yes, yeah. You'd agree that this press release can give the impression that the resources were deployed immediately, that they were on site forthwith, and it can contribute to sort of a misunderstanding in the public about the police response times in this mass casualty event.
Well, there could be, that could be an outcome, but in terms of a greater context, the immediacy of the call-out procedures in terms of my involvement, it was immediate. It was a 2-minute conversation, and those resources were already staging and getting ready to roll by the time I even said yes.
Are you comfortable with this paragraph now?
Well, no, I'm not now, because clearly in reading it, I can understand why some would think that that was misleading.
Okay.
But no intent to mislead.
In your July 12th interview, you talked at length about, for example, alert response times, and you said words to the effect that you have to factor in if there was a call to the northern tip of Cape Breton and Meat Cove, and you could be looking at a response time of say 6 hours. Here we're talking about a community that's 30 minutes away from the second largest town in Nova Scotia, Truro, right?
Yes.
And are you critical of the alert response time in this mass casualty event, arriving at 12:50?
I can't be critical of their time to gear up, mount up, and get to the scene, because they need to be able to get to that scene. They need to arrive safely to that scene. I don't think that there was any laissez-faire attitude applied. I do know this team, and I know how professional and dedicated they are. I believe that when they were mobilized, that they made every effort to get there as quickly as they could.
And similarly with EMERT at 12:55, the TAB at 1 a.m., the critical incident commander, 1 a.m. roughly, I think it was 1:19, and by the time the West reached the command post. So we're talking, 3+ hours in some cases before these assets are arriving to respond to a critical incident at a community that's, again, 30 minutes outside of the second largest town in Nova Scotia. So my question is this. So I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with the Canada Labour Code investigation that pertained to the RCMP and their involvement in this mass casualty in April 2020.
I'm not intimately familiar with the ESTC's investigation. I have yet to be interviewed by ESTC, and I believe that my interview is scheduled sometime either this month. I'm just in communications with them now.
Are you aware of any findings that have been made by the Canada Labour Board?
There have been some findings which have been communicated to H Division RCMP through the H Strong 2 team. Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley has been a contact point between
Sorry, who was that?
Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley.
Okay.
So he's been the contact point on ESTC recommendations, and in turn, through his unit, any of those recommendations are then sent out to appropriate units for tasking. The specifics about those, I don't have enough awareness per se. I've been in a few meetings, and I'm aware that some of those recommendations have come into the division, and they've been tasked out for completion.
Would you agree, or do you have any knowledge that the Labour Board, I'm using the term Labour Board just for lack
Sure,
of
I understand what you mean.
with the entity. I think it's occupational health and safety. It's might be a labor relations officer that signed, that issued the directive or the order. But my question is, do you have familiarity with the fact that there were findings that were adverse to the RCMP in relation to Earth's response, in relation to other issues that formed the RCMP response during this mass casualty?
Well, I haven't seen a final report, but I would expect that there's going to be recommendations. There always are. But exactly what those recommendations, as I said, I haven't seen a final report. There's two elements that, one is internal, one is external. ESDC, the labor board that you're talking about, is the external one. And then there's the Hoyt that you might have heard of before. That's the internal one. And they have almost parallel mandates, but one, as I said, is internal. There's going to be two reports specific to both of their assessments.
And I'm just wrapping up here, a couple more minutes. So besides the Canada Labour Code investigation, you mentioned another internal audit review. Are you aware of any other reviews that have been conducted in regards to this mass casualty event by either third-party agencies or the RCMP themselves?
I am aware, although I've had limited involvement in them. I do believe that there was a Alert Ready feasibility study that was conducted by an external agency. I think that was KPMG. There was that review that was done. There was also at both Inspector Marchichu's request, who is the OIC or officer in charge of the Major Crimes Unit, had requested that the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices commence a review in terms of the major case investigation.
For April 2020?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But as I understand it, that review has not been completed. And then, of course, I testified earlier in terms of an external review that I requested in terms of the critical incident response. But that was not actioned.
I'm sorry, I missed that last
That
sentence.
was not actioned. My request for an independent critical incident review.
Thank you. They're all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Lockyer, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. My name's James Lockyer, and I represent Lisa Banfield. Did you play a role in the decision to charge Lisa Banfield?
I didn't play a direct role in the decision to charge Lisa Banfield, but I was engaged in conversations in and around the charging of Lisa Banfield. So in terms of making that decision, no, that decision would have been made in conjunction with the investigative team with their advisory crown from the province.
All right. And who was the investigating team, first of all?
So as you would be probably more than familiar with, the command triangle would be the team commander at the top, which at that time, when these charges were laid, would have been Corporal Jerry Rose Berthum. The file coordinator, which was Constable Sean Stanton, and sorry, I should back up. The primary investigator was Jerry Rose Berthum. The file coordinator was Constable Sean Stanton, and the team commander was Sergeant Glenn Bonvie.
I didn't hear the team commander was.
Sergeant Glenn Bonvie.
All right. And did you participate in any of their discussions about whether or not charges should be laid?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me, first of all, when they were?
I can't tell you exactly when they were unless I was actually referring to my notes, but it would have been much earlier into the investigation, somewhere before November or close to November of 2021.
2020.
Sorry, 2020, thank you. Yes, November 2020.
You say somewhere before November 20?
Somewhere in and around November of 2020, yes.
All right. Were you engaged in any discussions at any time between March and July of 2020, say?
I might have had awareness. I'm sure I was engaged in discussions in and around what evidence the investigative team had uncovered in terms of the provision of ammunition and whether or not there could potentially be charges. I'd have to review my notes for that particular time to acquaint myself with when my conversations would have taken place, but I certainly would have had conversations, yes.
Would we have the notes of these conversations, sir, at the commission?
Yes, you would.
Okay, so if we look, we'd find them.
You should, yes.
All right. And you would have made notes of all these discussions, would you?
I would hope that I made notes of most of the discussions, but at times, depending upon what I'm in the middle of, when someone phones me and I pick up the phone, but I would probably point you to a discussion I remember specifically having with Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, Inspector Marchichu, and myself in and around specifically the challenges and the perceptions of the charging of Lisa Banfield and her brother and brother-in-law.
And when was that?
Again, without looking or referring to my notes from that date, I wouldn't be able to pinpoint the exact time, but it would have been just prior to those charges being laid.
Were you, in your examination by Commission Counsel, they referred you to your press release of December 4th of 2020, which is when you advised the media that the charges were being laid. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember.
So you would have discussed this with, sorry, is it Superintendent Leather? I'm not good at
Chief Superintendent Leather,
Chief Superintendent Leather,
Inspector Marchichu, who would have been essentially the monitoring officer of the major case investigation and also the officer in charge of the major crimes unit.
So this discussion would have been late November, early December. Is that what
It would
you're
have
saying?
been prior to the release of the charges, yes.
You said it was very close to the
I would
date.
say it was close. It was fairly close. I wasn't having direct interactions with the public prosecution service here in Nova Scotia. The command triangle, particularly the primary investigator, would have been doing that. But I would have been notified by the investigative team that through their interactions with the prosecution office and their advisory crown, they felt there was sufficient evidence to proceed with the charge. And then I would have had a conversation. I remember specifically the conversation. I was in the criminal operations boardroom with Chief Superintendent Leather and Inspector Marchichu specifically about that.
All right. And who was the crown that had been assigned to this?
Shauna and Mark, I think were the
Harima?
first names.
Shauna McDonald and Mark Harima?
Yes, I believe so.
All right.
But I could be wrong. That is my sense as to who was involved. Because I know that they had some involvement.
Sorry. So they were part of the decision to charge, combination of the officers and the two crowns.
Well, I don't want to speak for others in terms of what evidence they may be able to provide. But what I can say is.
Sorry, officer.
Thank you.
There's an objection. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. I just object to Chief Superintendent Campbell discussing here any discussions that were had with Crown Counsel with respect to the laying of charge. I believe they'll be protected by solicitor-client privilege.
Mr. Lockyer?
Well, Mr. Commissioner, I would submit that this wouldn't be a question of privilege as to whether or not to lay charges, particularly because the two prosecutors that the witnesses mentioned became the two who actually conducted the prosecution, although subsequently a year later they dropped out. And this is certainly potentially a material issue for the Commission to consider whether or not it was appropriate to lay charges in the first place. And who came to that, or who was a part of that decision, is in my submission relevant to the tasks that you have.
Well, if you're exploring conversations about whether or not to lay charges involving Crown Counsel, isn't that a privilege?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Commissioner.
If I understood your response to the objection, you are indicating a desire to get into the conversations about why charges would be laid and whether charges would be laid with Crown Counsel. Is that not?
Not the conversations.
Well, that's just what you asked.
No, I'm asking
so he
if
was
they
part of the. They were part of the conversations to lay charges. I thought your question was.
Oh, well, what I'm really interested in, whether they're part of a decision. That's what I'm really asking. That's what I'm trying to find out. And the witnesses already said they were, so that's why I followed up. I wanted to know who the Crown was.
Well, the witness said they were because I didn't see the objection on time. But in response.
Thank you. I do. I think it's kind of a distinction without a difference. I mean, there's no problem with him asking Chief Superintendent Campbell about the RCMP's discussions, but when we're involving Crown Counsel, I mean, there's an element here of prosecutorial discretion that we're wading into here. So I don't think the provincial Crown has counsel representation here, but nevertheless, where they're engaging and in discussing the charges in their position, I believe that is protected by privilege.
Yep. You've put on the record as an officer of the court that they were part of the prosecution?
Yes, they were, Mr. Commissioner. They ultimately handed over the file they conducted judicial pretrials or a judicial pretrial with me, but they went off the file in the fall of 2021.
All right. We'll allow what's on the record already, but that's it.
You will allow the question? Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the question has been asked and answered. The question before the objection, before we recognize the objection. So there's no need to re-ask it. It's on the record. We will allow it to remain on the record.
Okay, I thought the witness had vacillated a little bit on whether or not they were part of the decision. Maybe I'm wrong. If you don't think so, I'll carry on. I'll move on.
Carry on, please.
Sure. Do you know, sir, if a part of the decision to charge Lisa Banfield, do you know if Constable Bent was consulted?
I don't know if Constable Bent was consulted.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
Do you know if any victim service organization was consulted, sir?
I don't know. I wasn't part of those conversations.
Do you know if anyone other than the two Crowns you've named and the police officers you've named were consulted?
I don't have that information, no.
Were you also, a stratagem was engaged, sir, in the questioning of Lisa Banfield, and as it happened, her brother and brother-in-law, that enabled the police to avoid giving the three of them their 10B rights before they were questioned about the transfer of ammunition. Did you know that?
In terms of reviewing the actual transcripts of the statements, I have no awareness of what cautions or rights that they were provided. I can't speak to that because I wasn't part of those actual activities.
All right. It's not so much, actually in Lisa's case it is, but in the case of the other two, it was a stratagem that was set up and discussed and recorded in writing before the interviews were ever conducted. Were you a part of those conversations?
No, I was not.
In particular, that they would make sure, for example, in the stratagem, one runs into, I think it's 5 pages long, a stratagem that if they were told, each of them, immediately before being questioned about the transfer of ammunition, that they didn't have to engage in the interview if they didn't want to, and they could leave anytime they want. That was a part of the stratagem that was recorded in writing before the interviews. Did you know about that?
Well, I never saw, and what you keep referring to as stratagem, in my previous experience as a member of an interview team in British Columbia, we would have what we would call an interview plan. So I'm assuming what you're referring to might be the interview plan.
Call it what you will.
And the contents of the interview plan, I never had any eyes on those interview plans.
All right. So you weren't privy to the idea that they would, when they interviewed the three of them, they would try and make sure that they didn't have to give them their rights?
No, I wasn't aware of any of that, no.
Okay. Did you say you didn't play a role in the decision, sir, so you're not the right person to ask about the decision, but did you venture an opinion on the decision, or did you just receive the decision and act accordingly?
Well, to be clear, playing a role in the decision would rest always between the command triangle and the advisory Crown, or the prosecution office, if there was sufficient evidence to proceed. Certainly, I'm not a lawyer, but I've been around long enough to understand that there needs to be sufficient evidence to proceed, and that it would be in the public interest to lay a charge. Those were two considerations always at the front of my mind, personally, was, is there enough evidence or sufficient evidence to proceed, and would it be in the public interest? The conversation that I referenced earlier that I had with Chief Superintendent Leather and Inspector Marchichu without the command triangle, which is not normal. Normally, I would include the command triangle in a conversation like that, was to get some feedback from the criminal operations officer in and around how this might be perceived, the optics of charging Lisa Banfield and what that might look like, and how certain groups would perceive that, those steps. But the conversation that we had, and again, without my notes in front of me, but they have been disclosed and you will find them, If you focus on that period of time just before the charges were laid, you will see I did make notes about the conversation, not in great detail in terms of exact quotations made, but the essence of that was in and around the debate of public interest largely, because I believed from what I was advised by the command triangle that there was sufficient evidence that would support a charge. But to me, the central issue was the public interest aspect. And included in that public interest aspect would have been, one, the objectives that were set in the investigation, and two, how the families may have perceived whether we charged or did not charge.
So the optics were discussed, is that what you're saying?
Yes, I would say that the optics were discussed, yes.
And did the optics include that it might be perceived as an attempt to divert attention from the responsibility of the RCMP for what had happened on the night of the murders?
No, that actually never crossed my mind personally. Although in the media, it became an issue.
It crossed their mind, yes.
Yes, it crossed their mind.
Yes.
It didn't cross my mind. What was central to me in terms of the optics portion was, for example, in terms of domestic violence victims, victim blaming. I thought that that would be a significant issue that would need to be addressed in terms of the victim families and what their expectations were or weren't, how sympathetic they might be or non-sympathetic to Lisa Banfield. That was an area of concern for me. Those were the optic issues that I was thinking about. And also another consideration that I personally had was, we were trying to advance the investigation in terms of the provision and the importation of the firearms. Firearms are only as dangerous as they can be unless you have the ammunition to place into those firearms. So that was another consideration that I was, personally, I was weighing out optically how that would look. It's one thing to have a gun. It's one thing to have bullets. It's another thing to have guns and bullets together, because then they can become lethal. You can certainly hurt someone with a gun without bullets, but you can't inflict the same level of carnage if you don't have ammunition for them.
You've gone on a bit, sir, but I just want to go back to the question I asked you that led to what you've been saying for the last several minutes. Did you venture an opinion as to whether or not charges should be laid against Lisa Banfield?
In that meeting?
Yes.
Yes, from Chief Superintendent Leather.
And did you support their decisions to lay charges?
I supported their decision, meaning the decision that was made between the investigative team, the command triangle, and as I understand it, the Crown Prosecution Service, as well as the decision, and certainly Chief Superintendent Leather will be appearing before the commission. I would expect that he may be asked similar questions, and I can recall him supporting that decision as well.
And this meeting that you're talking about, were the two Crown prosecutors there at the time?
No, they were not.
So how did you know that they were involved in the decision?
That's been asked and answered, Mr. Lockyer.
Okay, sure. All right, that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lockyer. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 10 minutes.
Oh boy. McDonald is really shitting his pants. Okay, well now you can see a little bit more underneath that McDonald knows. They all know what the fuck is going on, and they're playing tiddlywinks. Shut down, asked and answered, and let's call a break. Question is why? Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Lockyer is setting up a suit against the RCMP for sure, for being wrongfully charged. Rob Pinio. The break this morning. Not understanding quite what's going on. Did they just set this whole thing up? So there could be a suit? Advisory councils named Mark Harum. I know that name. Shauna McDonald were mentioned. I know those names. I've seen them. Yeah, sure. Just hold on a second. I've seen. Yeah, sure. Just 1 second here. Share the link. Todd will understand what I'm talking about. I'm smelling an artwork thing here. Artwork. Do you have the link? I'm reluctant to hand out mods, Peter. So if you could link it, that would be great. No? Okay. He's got to have some powerful stuff. So he's going to open up something. Well, not necessarily. Settlement. Sue and then settle. Easy, quick money. I think this is going to be a longer break. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it might just be possibly an easy transfer. Certainly got them by the cojones. Not sure how Lisa gets to be in the driver's seat on everything. This is very strange. Who was that quoted that earlier? Is that accurate? I don't know. I don't know that, so I'm going to have to ask about. I think that can't be possibly. Somebody suggested $3 million for the 9/11 commission. I don't think so, but this whole shit show has cost so much money. And her legal bill must be astronomical. And comparatively to families, my understanding is they don't get, I mean, their bills are expensive, but I'm not thinking anywhere near. Who funded her legal bills for, like, did the taxpayer fund her legal bills for everything? What about her brothers, her brother and brother-in-law? Used unwittingly. Well, there's something very deep going on underneath that we're not privy to. Always has been, right? But it's showing itself a lot more. Yes. The commission pays her legal bill because she's a participant, but I don't know if they're paying her legal bill outside for her charges. I don't know that. I just was putting that on the table. I'm not sure who is funding that. I just see like money going underneath the table. Artwork. I can't see it. If she wanted to, right, she would have gone the whole 9 yards on hers and pled not guilty and stayed with that. No. She doesn't want to talk publicly. She's never wanted to talk publicly. Yes. Well, the not inquiry, I don't want to highlight that because it's not an inquiry, and I don't agree with that word. But yes, because she is a participant, she's being paid for. And McDonald is shitting his pants. Why is Lisa in the driver's seat on everything? I'm not getting this. What does she have? Who is she? All these special concessions everywhere. Everywhere. Her own, all victim services, family. Something very not right with all this. All the cash. I'm not getting it. Yeah, that's a good question. She was worried right away by public perception. That doesn't turns around, sues the estate, relinquishes her rights on it so that she can sue it. She's done a lot of legal moves that are very interesting. She's got good advice. Patently a propagandistic exercise. She must be holding a lot of brown envelopes. A lot of them. What does she know? And about whom? Very, very special. Oh, she certainly knows everything, I think. But I think she knows a lot more about pre-1819. And maybe she's the brown envelopes, she's holding it. And they're scared of her. You know, maybe she's got a dead man's key sitting around somewhere. And we're going to be held under threat for a long time. Pay, protect. Just theorizing. I'm just theorizing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that case. They are. They're fucking terrified by all appearances. It appears that way. I don't know what's going on. I'll tell you though, whatever this whole and it's just been such a shit show in the background. Like, there wouldn't be enough time in my lifetime to tell you everything that's been going on. A lot. Because only what, a lot of people see is just the surface, just the tip of the iceberg. I may be below water, but then there's stuff, whatever's below that. Whatever the fuck is going on is absolutely absurd. Does this tie to Ottawa and what all's going on down there now? Well, see, that would have been my immediate perception, right? That was my immediate perception, but she packs a piss pile of power. I mean, it's true. Look at them. They're all fucking running around slobbering like dogs. What's the least that we can do? They know that, they can't let her go completely. So then they charge her with nothingness. The whole thing is, ugh. Yeah, something. Maybe it's not the RCMP or the government, something. She's got juice on somebody. Or the Banfields are a somebody playing off as a nobody. Ooh. Yeah, you're missing out with back up to where Lockyer comes in. Oh dear. This is total something's going on. I'd be really interested to hear what your take on it is. And Pinio's comment this morning, yeah. What did you say again? You can never satisfy a blackmailer. If that's what's going on, you can never satisfy them. Ever. Yeah, I found stuff on Banfields I've never talked about, but some spooky stuff. No, not really. Green bastard. Some, to some extent, some. Okay. Pinio wanted a break, wanted to discuss with his team. Pinio said Lockyer interested in being there. And what happened this morning? Yeah, I don't. What was his exact quote? Pinio pushed for the break as he wanted Lockyer in the room, which was very odd. Yep, that's an understatement. What is So what happened? What transpired this morning with Lisa? I missed something transpired, right? Everything is gone. Now the charges all got dropped. What happened there? You guys will have to fill me in. Let's see if we can find something. Okay. Let's see what Global Shitstorm wants to say here. Better archive this. Criminal charge. Oh, and they've already updated it. Look at that. Huh. Wonder if somebody snagged that one before. Criminal charge withdrawn. Let me just check and see. One moment, please. This one, that's what I want. Okay, we'll let that run away in the background. Criminal charge withdrawn against spouse of Nova Scotia mass killer. Oh, interesting. So they had a video, it's not working. Okay, there it is. Lisa Banfield, spouse of Nova Scotia of gunman, killed 23. All right, fuck off with whatever that is. Okay, well, that's actually.
RCMP cruiser. Banfield said he. The inquiry hearing publicly from the gunman's spouse of 19 years, Lisa Banfield. Questions about her knowledge of Gabriel Wortman's police paraphernalia and replica RCMP cruiser. Banfield said he collected random things, but she never thought he would hurt anyone. Asked why she didn't report his illegal firearms to police.
There was a couple times that he, if we had a fight, he put the gun to my neck to scare me and said that he could blow off my head. So I was scared. I'm not gonna say anything.
I've never seen mention
Banfield
of that
says the
ever.
gunman controlled her and physically assaulted her on several occasions over the years, using scare tactics too.
10
It was
times.
just to intimidate me. So I wouldn't say anything.
What was just to intimidate you, Lisa?
Shooting the gun in the house. He had the handgun by the nightstand, and he said, if any police come, I'm shooting. So when they asked me that, I didn't want them to go in because I didn't want them to get hurt.
But victims' families had high hopes to learn from Banfield's testimony.
My big question would be, why would he have targeted my brother, who was so far out of the way? I mean, what set him off that bad with my brother?
All I know is that the perpetrator knew my stepfather. The rest of it is just a show to me.
I'm tired of like 2.5 years into this. When this started, we thought we could all sit back and just let an independent group do it, but it's not independent.
Patterson Law represents the families of 14 victims. They haven't been able to directly cross-examine Banfield due to the inquiry's trauma-informed approach. Lawyer Michael Scott says they wanted more details about April 18th and 19th, 2020, when 22 people lost their lives.
I don't know if Miss Banfield is lying. I don't know if Miss Banfield is telling the truth. I don't know if Miss
Your
Banfield
old
is
clips.
mistaken, because we don't have an opportunity to ask her any questions.
They walked out before proceedings finished. Thankful for family support, Banfield says there were gaps in services she received after the rampage.
It's hard for me to say this because I know I'm here and my family's here, and there's so many people that aren't here. So I don't want to complain about what I don't have.
The inquiry resumes next week. Callum Smith, Global News, Halifax.
Okay, so it's an old story. Okay, let's continue on. Banfield charged March unlawfully providing her common law spouse ammunition month leading up, and all of those legal finanglings they were doing there. Very interesting. The brother pleading guilty on a, what was he was due like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. Then he pled guilty on the Friday. Lots of legal moves going on. It's a great relief to her. It's a great relief to her sisters. It's a great relief to me as well. Lawyer James Lockyer. Why would he be involved in this one? Never made sense to me. It's all part of Lisa trying to restart her life, he said. Crown prosecutor Sarah Lane told Theodore Tax, okay, and remember the article, and they deleted that article. The special meeting that they were going to have, and he said, you'll understand, to the judge. He said, I want to have a closed session. You'll understand exactly why when I explain it to you. Do you remember all that stuff? There was a lot of weirdness around all that too. And then they deleted that part of the article. At the provincial court in Dartmouth, Banfield successfully completed restorative justice process. Not true, because she was to meet with families. That was part of it. Crown is withdrawing the charge against her. She never completed it. The charge withdrawn by Crown, Tax says that is for complete closure of the matter, and he would dismiss the charge entirely. Banfield with her brother. Okay, so what's happening with them? Charge given to Gabriel Wortman, 223 40 caliber interchangeable ammunition on this case. With what is it, the 5.56 NATOs for a C8 RCMP issue weapon. Police have said that all three had no prior knowledge of the killer's plans. That's simply impossible. The charges against Banfield's brother, meaning They certainly had no idea. Lots of evidence of lots of funny goo going on. The charges were cars, whatever. Charges against Banfield's brother and brother-in-law were also withdrawn by the court. Whoo! What do they have over the government? Nova Scotia's justice program creates opportunities for people accused of crime. Spooky stuff, man. Lots of spooky. There always has been. Nope. Oh, wait a second. Maybe. Let's see here. 3 captures. Maybe somebody got that one this morning. The original article. Yeah, here's the original. Thank you to whoever did that. Did they change anything? Criminal charge against Lisa Banfield for ammunition withdrawn. Crown prosecutor told tax. Banfield successfully completed. Banfield charged in March.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Police said all 3 had no prior knowledge. Police said that. Two minutes in retire for the day. Definitely not more of the same, Robert. Some serious shenanigans going on in the background. I don't know anything about. Well, we don't know what involvement she has in the companies. They haven't disclosed that part yet. They haven't disclosed who's on bank accounts yet. Wow. This is going to be an interesting one. Maybe, just maybe we might get some insight. I don't know. Oh, what's going on here? That's not what I want. Otherwise, the audio won't get great. There we go. Why were they there? I mean, what are they doing? Why is the information?
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. McPhee, I think you're up next. Thank you again, Chief Superintendent. Oh, yes, Mr. Pinio.
Yes, just one issue for clarification, Superintendent. When you were being questioned by Mr. McDonald, at one point, I think you referred to Taylor Andrews as Sean McLeod's stepdaughter. And I just wanted to clarify that she is in fact Sean McLeod's daughter. So do you know that? Can you testify to that? Or
I was under the impression that there was a stepdaughter. I didn't know if she was an actual daughter. I didn't know that.
Okay.
No.
So you don't take any issue with that?
No, I don't. And thank you for correcting me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinio. Ms. Ward?
Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Good afternoon.
As you know, my name is Lori Ward, and I represent the Attorney General of Canada, and I have a few follow-up questions for you. So as I understand it, under the Nova Scotia Police Act, it is the responsibility of a municipality to provide and maintain an adequate, efficient, and effective police department at its expense and in accordance with its needs. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and I believe that that language is actually reflected within the Act.
And is it your understanding that a municipality can fulfill its obligation in this regard in a few ways, including they can constitute their own police force, or they could contract with the province for the services of the RCMP? Is that correct?
Yes, and I also believe that they can contract with another police force or amalgamate or regionalized policing services.
Thank you. And as I understand it, in Nova Scotia, there are 10 municipal forces, and the other municipalities are policed by the RCMP pursuant to a contract with the province of Nova Scotia. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that there are 10.
And of those municipal forces, Halifax Regional Municipality has kind of a blended force in that HRP polices Halifax proper, and the RCMP polices the, if I can call them, rural areas of Halifax County or former Halifax County.
Not solely the rural areas, I would call it the areas outside of the peninsula and Dartmouth. The surrounding communities of Cole Harbour, Tentallon, and Sackville, I would say, are more urban in nature, but then it extends beyond that into more rural communities.
So if it's a municipality's responsibility to provide for policing at its own expense, how does a municipality determine levels of policing? And is that where the general duty police resourcing model comes in?
I'm not an expert in that general duty police resourcing model and exactly how that works. But in my limited experience in Halifax District, there would be a submission to municipal council for an increase in establishment, and you would also engage the province based on whether or not the regional municipality would support an increase in establishment, meaning resources.
Thank you. And so in that context, I just wanted to give you a chance. Yesterday, you were talking about resourcing issues, and I believe Ms. Young had said you kind of asked you to table the issue on big picture items like that and return to it if you wanted. And I don't think you had the opportunity to return to that issue later in your evidence. So you had mentioned, you had been talking about ratios of police officers to population. And you'd mentioned specifically, I think, Colchester County and Truro Police Service. And there seemed to be a striking difference between those ratios. And I wondered if you wanted to comment further on that, or it's not necessary, but you had kind of left it at that.
Well, I think the only thing I would just comment on is why that difference makes a difference. And if we're talking about rural policing in particular, not only from my research or my what I've been made aware of in terms of those police to population ratio numbers, is that the RCMP is resourced significantly at a lower rate than other agencies within the province. Those Statistic Canada statistics are their statistics in terms of provincial averages. And it's not a difficult calculation to make based on, Stats Canada populations versus officers. And it doesn't include all resources, meaning civilian resources. It's about police resources. So I'm talking about badges and guns. So it's an easy calculation to come to in terms of how many officers you have per population. But what seems to be missing in the conversation is the number of officers per square kilometer and how much ground they have to cover based on their geography. And as I said yesterday, it has a significant impact on response times, which would mean officers responding to citizens, and it also has a significant impact on backup. Because if you are covering a large geographic area with an already lesser number of resources, I think you're certainly setting the organization up to not fulfill all expectations in terms of response times and adequacy of service.
And can you comment in that regard on, I think you touched yesterday on you made a reference to a 24/7 policing model. How does that factor into this?
Well, to run a 24/7, like, or a 24-hour schedule would require a minimum of 4 watches. And those watches would normally work within 4 or more watches, I should say, that would usually work a 4-on, 4-off schedule of 12-hour shifts to ensure that there was coverage from, let's just call it 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So with that, you have to make sure that you have enough resources in order to be able to do that. Sometimes in certain areas, if they look at call volume, frequency, timings of calls, those would be factors that would be considered in whether or not a 24-hour model would be the most efficient. And we're always looking for efficiencies. I mean, I think that's smart and that's important. But if there's a difference between what's needed and what's expected. And often we're criticized for not providing what's expected as opposed to sometimes what's actually needed. But I do believe that in terms of needs and expectations, we are under-resourced.
So is it true then at current funding levels in Colchester County, it wouldn't be possible to have a 24/7 policing model?
I don't know enough about the actual funding envelope and the discussions that have taken place between Colchester County and those within H Division headquarters. If I did, I would comment on it, but I'm not fully aware, so I would rather refrain from commenting on that.
Okay, thank you. Just one sort of follow-up item on the critical incident operations room, if that's the correct term. You mentioned this earlier, and you mentioned it yesterday, as a place that could be used as essentially a fixed command post in a critical incident. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's true.
And I just wonder, we had heard some evidence previously about the DEOC. I think it's the Division Emergency Operations Center.
That's correct.
And I think that there was some evidence about the DEOC performing that function as a critical incident command post. And I wonder if you could just explain what's the difference, between the critical incident operations room and the DEOC. Why do we have both things?
So the DEOC would have a different mandate, or the Division Emergency Operations Center. And in fact, during April of 2020, the DEOC was already activated, and it had been activated for the purpose of ensuring that we were responding appropriately to the pandemic. And they had a number of duties within the DEOC that are very logistically heavy. Things like building reactive teams in the event that one detachment would go down because there were a number of officers or all the officers were infected with COVID-19. So they were building those plans. They were ensuring that there was appropriate levels of personal protective equipment, or PPE, for the frontline resources, working closely with our occupational health and safety people. There's another version of incident command called Gold, Silver, Bronze, and there was a bronze level commander that was discussing COVID protocols, cleaning protocols, any changes to operations as a result of the pandemic. The DOC was doing that work. So it's very logistically heavy, and it's designed for that purpose: planned events, response to natural disasters, planned emergency operation exercises. So they can use it for that reason. But the Critical Incident Command Post is very specific to the situational awareness and a space for the critical incident commander to be briefed, to understand the situation and to make decisions from. And that would be the big difference between DOC and a critical incident command post.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about interoperability of police services, and I wonder if you could explain what your understanding is. What are the elements of interoperability? What do forces need to be interoperable?
Well, they need common platforms, and those platforms would include things like communications. You need to be on the same communications platforms. That's critical. You would need comparable levels of training. You would need to maintain service level and proficiency standards or adequacy standards that were the same. You would engage in integrated units where you would respond together. And that would require that there would be standards in place, that you would be exercising. So, for example, you don't necessarily have to be integrated, but interoperability could mean two agencies responding together, critical elements like secure communications, consistent training, practicing together. So engaging in not just tabletop exercises, but actual physical practiced exercises together as well to build familiarity. You'd need some consistency in terms of the tactics that you would use. For example, in IARD, if there's a difference between how IARD would be executed, you would want to be able to change that so that both agencies or multiple agencies were using the same process. That would just increase obviously officer safety, and if the officers were presenting a danger to each other, then ultimately if they go down, there's less officers to respond to the threat, which means that public safety is reduced. So those would be elements that would certainly, or key ingredients to true interoperability would be level playing field. I mean, in a perfect world, you would have all agencies that were trained to the same level. You would have all agencies that would have access to the same equipment. An example I would use is if I was responding to an incident with the same, or to the same incident with an officer from a different jurisdiction, and if I was engaging in an active threat, I would want to make sure that that officer I had some familiarity with. I knew that they had been trained to the same level that I was, and they knew what we were doing together. We wouldn't have to work out our plan. We would be able to intuitively know what each other was responsible for or doing. But then in the event if I went down and I couldn't be saved, but my fellow officer from the other agency was out of ammunition, or they had an issue with their firearm, they would be able to strip me of my firearm and my ammunition and just continue on. That would be a perfect world scenario.
Can you give an example of a proficiency standard or an adequacy standard?
Well, I know that there are provinces that do have adequacy standards that are, I think, well entrenched and in place. Ontario is one of those provinces where they have adequacy standards. So when, earlier I was asked questions about auditing, and it's, I think, difficult to actually conduct a meaningful audit if you have nothing to measure that audit against. So Ontario does have adequacy standards, and I believe that those adequacy standards are the benchmark or their measure for when they do those audits. Does that answer your question?
Well, is an adequacy standard the same as policing standards in general, or is it something more refined?
So it depends upon how you would really, policing standards we shouldn't use the term policing standards, because if each agency has its own standard, then there is no consistency in those standards. So I'd prefer to use provincial policing standards, because that would suggest that the Department of Justice would have an ability to measure the performance of an agency against a particular standard that was consistent across the entire province. So that's why that's important. So provincial policing standards, I want to make sure that that terminology would be used.
And I don't want to give the impression that a lot of work hasn't been done on this issue, but we don't currently have provincial policing standards in place in Nova Scotia, do we?
Well, we don't have well-defined or permanent provincial policing standards in place, but in fairness, I would say that the Department of Justice within the last year and a bit have been very actively engaged in resurrecting the working groups within the province, which would have representatives from all police agencies in Nova Scotia on the creation of provincial policing standards. And there's also an executive steering committee, which is at the executive level, that would approve those standards. So that work has been underway. I would be guessing in terms of assigning a percentage, but there's been a number of provincial policing standards that the group itself has agreed upon, but that work is still underway and it's not complete.
Thank you. Now, we've heard from various witnesses that as far as general duty members go, they're used to working together quite well with the municipal forces in terms of day-to-day activities. Is that your understanding?
Well, I do believe that, because I think that they have a common bond. They face the same realities on a day-to-day basis, and they would often, whether by way of being assigned through a dispatch center to back each other up, they may even at times proactively do that. I've done that over the course of my entire career. When I worked in the Lower Mainland of Vancouver, I shared borders with the New Westminster Police Service, the Delta Police Service, and the RCMP detachment in Langley. That was when I was in Surrey. When I was in Burnaby, I shared a border with the Vancouver Police Service, as well as the New Westminster Police Service, the Port Moody Police Service, and the RCMP Coquitlam detachment. There were many times when I would have interactions, or we would show up on a border together to respond to something. There were many times when, for example, if we had a police service dog available, they would require the use of that dog, or vice versa, because those standards were in place and we were used to working together. And those were good relationships. And I believe that, I really truly believe that the officers on the road that are working here in this province have every intention to work alongside of each other. They know that that's important, and I'm happy for that.
And I just want to clarify, though, that that's not necessarily an issue of interoperability. Is that correct? I mean, is it fair to say that there's a difference between having, say, the RCMP engaged in a critical incident and asking a neighboring municipality to cover general calls that come in?
Well, that would be very different. For example, the covering of general calls would mean that agency would respond to the general complaints. But in terms of a critical incident, it would be very important that you would establish protocols. You would ensure that, in fact, there should be a service exchange, like a written service exchange agreement, be in place, or a memorandum of understanding that would cover off things like training, liability, conflicts, communications. All of those things should be in place. And then once those are in place, to be able to do that, you should practice so that everyone understands the roles, the responsibilities, how you would deploy. That would be very important for public safety.
So for the RCMP to seek assistance from, say, a municipal force to actually come help with the response to the critical incident, they would have to be interoperable in the way that you've described.
Well, you should be. You certainly should be. And, I'll reference back to one of my earlier points is secure communications would be a very important aspect to that. That's almost, in an unfolding event, you would want to be able to at least make sure that you had that so that you could communicate on an encrypted channel. That would be very important.
And a minute ago, you mentioned integrated units, and I know Ms. Najawan had asked you whether we have integrated ERT teams in this province. Do we have any integrated units in H Division, or in Nova Scotia, I should say?
Yes, there are integrated units. I didn't have carriage or any responsibility over the Criminal Intelligence Service in Nova Scotia, but I understand that to be an integrated unit, meaning that we have officers from a variety of agencies working within that environment. And often the management of that team or the leadership of that team will rotate from a municipal, serving municipal commissioned officer to a serving RCMP commissioned officer. That would be one example. We have a number of what we call street crime enforcement units in the province, which I would consider to be integrated. So you have investigators that are targeting prolific offenders, various property crime offenders, street-level drug work to mid-level drug work. They're working alongside of each other. And they would have what's called a joint management team that would set priorities and direction for those integrated teams. Beyond that, there are very small pockets of integrated teams. When I say small pockets of them, small numbers of officers that would be assigned almost as if they're a secondment within some RCMP units that are managed and administered by the RCMP or the Provincial Police Service. Examples of that would be the Provincial Commercial Crime Unit, the Provincial Proceeds of Crime. I believe that there have been members of the Halifax Regional Police Service embedded within those provincial units. There is a Provincial Human Trafficking Team, which is made up of essentially 50% RCMP general or not regular member resources, as well as 50% Halifax Regional Police resources. And then another example of integration in Nova Scotia would be the Criminal Investigation Division of Halifax District, which would be the Halifax Police and members of the RCMP.
And a few times you've touched on, you've commented that the integrated units in British Columbia are working quite well. And maybe you've covered this already, but are you able to comment on why you think that is?
Well, because I've worked in them for a number of years. Well, I would say for more than 10 years of my service, I worked in what I consider to be high-functioning integrated units. Some of my closest colleagues in my policing career have been municipal police officers from agencies like the Vancouver Police, Delta Police Department, New Westminster Police Department, Abbotsford Police Department. I worked within a provincial major crimes unsolved homicide unit, which was a joint unit that predominantly included members of VPD homicide and RCMP major crimes investigators. I did several years in that unit. Some of the very best investigators that I've worked with have come from municipal environments. And I also worked on the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, which is comprised of a number of agencies that respond together under the same framework and the principles of major case management. There are at least I think, 4 to 5 agencies that have opted into that integrated model, which I think is increases connectivity between the agencies, certainly communication, and consistent practices amongst agencies as well. It also provides exposure to each other's ways of doing things, and also provides opportunities for both RCMP members to work in sometimes municipal environments, and also for municipal officers to be exposed to the breadth of things or services the RCMP can offer them.
And so is it your observation that the reason those integrated units work so well are all the things you said about interoperability, that they work together, train together, have the same standards, et cetera?
Well, when you work together and you train together, you share common goals, and sharing of common goals, and that should always be public safety. Put down your badges, meaning your shoulder flashes, make it a less badgeless environment, because the objectives and the goals are the same, and that connectivity is increased. That I think translates into a more efficient and effective service.
And so my last question about integration has to do with HRM. So I think that some people have called the HRM blended policing model an integrated model, but from what you're describing, it doesn't sound like that's what integration is. Can you comment on that?
Well, from my perspective and my experience, it's not the same model that exists in the Greater Vancouver area. Some people call it an integrated model. That's the terminology that many use. Others have described it as a dual policing model. I think that's probably a little bit more of an accurate description, because even though there's always the ability to call upon resources and share those resources, there are also other teams that are standalone that each agency would have access to or have created. So, for example, if the goal for true integration, and perhaps Chief Superintendent Gray, I'm not sure if she's testified, but I believe that she did provide a statement. If she wasn't asked these questions, I'm confident that she would answer them in these ways. And the reason why I reference her is that she was the former district commander for Halifax District, is that there certainly should be and could be greater connectivity and efficiencies created through integration of resources, particularly in around the areas of forensic identification services, emergency response teams, in my view. This is just my view, in my opinion. Collision analyst reconstruction services, underwater recovery teams, more so on like really effective joint management teams governing major crimes investigations. There's a lot of opportunities there that I think that if I was in Halifax District, I would want to continue to explore.
Thank you. I just have one more thing. Ms. Najawan was asking you about specialized services, and you talked a bit about the costs associated with providing those services to municipalities. And I think, as we understand it, that cost comes out of RCMP budgets and is not recouped. Do I understand correctly?
Yes, that's correct. There's no secret. Policing is expensive, and as expectations increase, not just expectations, but also legislation in terms of governing safety and equipment, all of those things cost a lot of money. And I can tell you that the budgets that I had responsibility over for those multiple enhanced support services programs, I would see constantly in the red, meaning that I don't believe that the funding was adequate to deliver on operations based on what I was allotted. We were always redlining on those budgets. There was no mechanism that the RCMP had to be able to ask for some level of contribution. And again, as Ms. Najawan had pointed out in her question, we do leave voids in the front line when we action or enable these support services. It could be something as simple as a request for an agency to recover a drowning victim to a crime weapon from the bottom of the lake. That will require a number of resources who have to be equipped and trained, which we maintain, and the maintenance and the creation of these teams is very expensive. But over and above that, often we were calling those resources in on overtime, or we were leaving vacancies on the front line to be able to fulfill those requests, whether they were from within an RCMP detachment or a municipal detachment. It's very expensive, and it does cause a drain on the frontline resources.
Are you able to comment on the scale or the magnitude of these, if I can call them unfunded costs?
Well, I wouldn't be able to assign a direct number, but I think that there was a question that was posed to me in the last 2 days about requests for these services, and it may have been covered through others' testimony about the RCMP asking for formalized paper form of a request from other agencies. The purpose for that was to be able to actually track those requests to determine the numbers. And I'll give you an example. Back to your comments, in and around municipalities are responsible for providing adequate levels of police service, including what I would call general duty or patrol responses, public order, and enhanced services. An enhanced service would be something like forensic identification services. And I do know that in Northeast Nova, based on analysis that I had tasked out, approximately 25% of our officers' time in Northeast Nova in the forensic identification section were actually being spent outside of their area of responsibility. There were only 4 officers in Northeast Nova that are forensic identification specialists. So what that really meant is that 3 were doing the work that our contracts were set aside for, while 1 was doing the work somewhere else. Simple math to that, that means that everyone has to work 33% harder just to fulfill your own organization's responsibilities. So there is a drain there, and I only bring that up as an example of 25% of the budgets could be drained down by all of the activities by those individuals in that specific area of expertise.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Ms. Young?
Good afternoon, Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned a mandate letter or a memo that you sent to national headquarters in Ottawa to ask that they arrange for review.
Yes.
And you said that you'd provided that to Department of Justice Canada to disclose to this commission. We haven't been able to find it, so can you please undertake to assist DOJ counsel in locating that?
I do specifically remember, I believe that Chief Superintendent John Robin was involved in receiving that mandate letter. So I will follow up with Department of Justice Canada to ensure that you receive a copy of that.
Thank you.
I also believe that I would have kept a copy of it as well.
Yes, they may need a new copy, and I'd also ask for any related correspondence and emails, including any correspondence with Chief Superintendent Leather and any reply from Ottawa. I wanted to ask you about your meetings in November 2020 with Chief Superintendent Leather and Inspector Marchichu about whether to lay charges against Ms. Banfield, Mr. Banfield, and Mr. Brewster.
Yes.
Did you consider in those meetings that this public inquiry had been constituted on October 21st, 2020?
Obviously, it would have been a topic of discussion that the public inquiry would be underway.
Specifically, did you consider that it might impact Ms. Banfield's ability to fully participate in the inquiry if she faced criminal jeopardy?
I would have to refer to my notes specifically to be able to determine whether or not that was brought up, but I would say that that would be a reasonable question to undertake during those discussions, yes.
Do you recall whether that was discussed?
I can't recall. I would prefer to refer to my notes so that I could refresh my memory to be able to fully answer those questions. But I don't recall, but it's very possible that that was a point that was brought up.
Did you and the others weigh the significance of this inquiry versus charges for supplying ammunition?
Weigh the significance of this.
The
I
relative
don't.
importance of charges that ultimately were diverted in provincial court and dismissed today versus a national provincial public inquiry.
So specifically your question,
Did you weigh those two things? Should we lay these charges when there's this public inquiry going on?
Well, I think that relates to the question that you just asked me. I think that that's very reasonable that would be part of the discussion, but I'd have to refer to my notes to see if I don't have a recollection specifically of all the elements of that conversation.
Do you want to, when you say you have to refer to your notes, I don't know what that involves.
Commissioner, the notes, we did look on the break. There are notes of November 12, 2020 on page 88 of COM 0058643, which is Exhibit P003895. And it says notification from Inspector Marchichu, re-crown charge, followed by redactions. Page 90, an entry that says Canadian charges, followed by redactions. November 16th, page 94, discussion with Crops Officer re Nova Scotia charges and provision of RCMP support services, followed by redactions. Page 100, November 18th, an entry called Family Communication Strategy Discussion Re-Notification of Canadian Charges, redacted. Then there's COM 58644, Exhibit P003896, page 3, November 19th, Crops supports going forward with charges. So I don't think at this point this witness can refer to his notes. It may be that in light of the fact that this prosecution ended today, perhaps counsel for the Department of Justice Canada might have another look at those redactions if any of them were redacted because of ongoing investigation, as opposed to solicitor and client privilege.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
I thought if it would be something that could be simpler, fine, but.
Well, just stick to your recollection, what you recall. Chief Superintendent Campbell?
I've already testified. I don't recall about the specific details. I just do know I had those conversations, and I would prefer to refer to my notes to refresh my memory.
Do you recall whether it was considered or discussed that paragraph G2 of this commission's mandate directs the commissioners to, quote, perform their duties in such a way as to ensure that the conduct of the joint public inquiry does not jeopardize any ongoing criminal investigation or proceeding or any other investigation, and provide notice to the government institution responsible for any ongoing investigation or proceeding about any potential jeopardy identified by the commissioners that could result from the conduct of the joint public inquiry, end quote.
And is that in the order of council?
Yes.
Yeah, I would have read the order in council at one point in time, but again, a specific link to that passage within the order of council or the terms of reference. Again, I'd have to look at my notes, and again, I'm going back to November of 2020, so my recollection is limited.
Do you recall discussing or considering that the having outstanding criminal charges could result in the RCMP delaying or holding back production of documents to be subpoenaed by the commission?
No, I don't recall that.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Chief Superintendent Campbell, I know it's been a long day, and thank you for your contributions thus far. I do have several questions, but I think some of them have been answered throughout the day by Commission Counsel and Participant Counsel. So bear with me as I go through and knock them off as we go along. Just to confirm, your direct reports were the inspector in charge of OCC, Dustin Rogier, Inspector Don Moser, and Inspector
Marie Marchichu.
Martuccio. And the latter being in charge of investigative units, behavioral sciences, etc.
Yes.
And that oftentimes you would also bring Glenn Byrne into conversations, I expect, specific to operational communications with Dustin.
Yes,
OJ?
that's correct.
Okay. Just a point of clarification, when you roll the CIC package, is there strategic communications included in that package rollout? I know that the comms reports directly to the Officer of the Assistant Commissioner, is what I understood over the testimony. But is there a media component that gets rolled out with the CIC package?
Yeah, I believe that the standard operating procedure would be when the risk manager calls the critical incident commander, and then there's a positive response in deployment. I believe that they also notify the on-call public information officer who is connected to the strategic comms unit.
So although StratComms doesn't report to you directly, there is some overlap when the CIC package is rolled out.
Yeah, they don't report directly to me whatsoever, but the overlap would be is that they would work together under their respective areas of responsibility as a team.
Okay. In your role as manager of a number of those teams and units, during a CIC rollout, I understand that you get briefed up, and I certainly understand and appreciate that you wouldn't be calling into the command post for briefings. My question to you is, when you are being briefed up, when you do have those opportunities, are you asking any probing questions of the commander or providing any advice?
Well, it depends upon the level of briefing and how much information is known. That would dictate what questions I might ask. But I would just maybe relay typically what one of those conversations would look like. And those conversations, particularly, I'll speak to this case.
Yes, please.
I would have asked questions like, is still active? Do we have containment? Those would be the normal things. Is air support available? Those would have been questions that when Jeff West was in a position to give me more details or numbers of victims, what do we have? I'm trying to get more information about what was known by the critical incident commander at that time.
So in your conversations with the critical incident commander, and you're expecting that chain of command briefing up to you as a senior officer, one with extensive homicide investigation experience, although I understand you're not a critical incident commander trained. Specifically on the 18th and 19th, when dealing with the CIC commanders that fall under your command, did you make any note of questions or advice that you either asked or provided to the commanders?
Well, no, I didn't. I didn't make specific note of it. And the reason being is that I normally take my notebook home with me. And we were in the process of standing up, we'd already stood up the DOC for COVID. And I had started a brand new notebook that was largely containing a lot of COVID material. So when I was woken up on the 18th, I didn't actually have a notebook with me. So I don't have notes with respect to specific questions.
Okay. Do you, in your capacity, have access to a mobile radio 24/7 or a take-home police vehicle with a radio?
No, I don't. And in fact, as a matter of resourcing and funding, I had actually had a police vehicle assigned to me when I arrived here in Nova Scotia. And there was the creation of the human trafficking team. And there were not enough vehicles to go around. So I actually gave that unit my assigned police vehicle so that they could actually conduct operations. So I didn't even have an assigned police vehicle. And I believe that to this day, there still is an assigned police vehicle to the support services officer.
Okay. So at no time over the 18th or the 19th, you were in a position to listen to the radio communications of what was going on in the ground?
There was in the morning of the 19th when I attended Dartmouth headquarters, when I was with Sergeant Laura Seeley, who had a portable radio with her.
What time of the morning? Do you
That would have been
recall?
later in the morning by the time that Laura arrived. I was on the phone from time to time with Dustine Rodier, and she was providing updates because Dustine Rodier, you may recall that when she provided her evidence, she said that she attended the Operational Communication Center.
Okay, thank you. I know that you had mentioned that you haven't had any direct training in media relations or were terribly familiar with the policy governing media relations with the organization. Did you ever have any courses, for example, that are offered by the Canadian Police College on crisis communications for police executives?
I hadn't through the Canadian Police College. When I was asked about my background, I had spoken about the fact that I'm a graduate of the FBI National Academy, and there was actually a course there that I was quite interested in taking, which is essentially a public communications course for law enforcement executives. I wished to take that course. However, it was a very popular course and it was full, and I didn't get the chance to do that, but I've received no specific training on public communications for police executives, no.
Okay, so no media training and not familiar with the departmental policy on media. So you were relying on your strategic communications team for advice and direction?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. On the issue of the holdback information, and I certainly appreciate in a homicide investigation the importance of doing so when necessary. I'm unclear in the question that you provided yesterday around the decision to make that. I understand that over the course of a few days, you had conversations with the command triangle. And that it was, I think, in your words, a no-brainer to hold back certain information. What I'm not clear about is when you talk about the command triangle, it's a triangle with a point on the top. I realize there's points on the two bottom ends as well, but typically you have your team leader at the top and then your primary investigator and your file coordinator as the other points in the triangle. Did you have a conversation directly with Sergeant Angela McKay, and did you take direction from her regarding what information to hold back?
I would have had conversations with Angela McKay as well as Jerry Rose Berthoum, or all of them, on a conference in and around the importance of protecting that information. Obviously, we're speaking specifically about the central issue of the firearms. I would have had conversations with them, and I would have wanted to fully understand the importance of what they wished to protect and needed to protect the integrity of the investigation.
Right. And understanding your extensive background and experience in homicide investigation, you would have a lot of experience with holdback information, and I appreciate that. My question to you was directly, did you talk to the team lead, Sergeant Angela McKay, about what she felt was necessary as the team leader? You had indicated several times in reference to both the command, critical incident command structure, as well as the major case management command structure, that it is the commander of those or the team lead in the case of MCU. So my question to you directly is, did you take your direction from Sergeant Angela McKay?
I can't remember if it was directly from Angela McKay. If I received direction from her, I just know that we had conversations about the importance of, and there's a difference between specific holdback information or information that you would not want to release publicly. They're actually two different things. And I realize you would know that, but I'm just explaining that for the benefit of others. Holdback information is often information that is identified by the command triangle and is actually not even shared with the rest of the coordinated investigative team. And then there's actually a holdback form that's signed by anyone that knows of that information. So it's very sensitive. It's usually information only known by the offender. Then there's information that you wish to protect. And that would have come out through general conversations. Again, I'm trying to answer your question about a specific conversation that I could recall with Angela McKay. I can't remember a specific conversation with Angela McKay, because often the conversations that I had, it would have been Angela McKay, Jerry Rose Bethune, Sean Stanton, or Glenn Bonvie as well. So there were multiple conversations I would have with them, and I would tend to have conversations with the command triangle versus one individual.
Right. But she was the team lead on that.
She was what was called the team commander, but
Yes.
she was actually later replaced
Yes.
by Sergeant Glenn Bonvie, who had returned from some leave. And then later, with Glenn Bonvie being transferred, it was Jerry Rose Bethune. So there were 3 team commanders. Again, like I said, my common practice would be I would want to have a discussion with the triangle as opposed to just the TC.
No, and I appreciate that. McNeil recommendations that we've heard a lot about over the last couple of days, in particular today, had a number of recommendations, some of which you were familiar with and some not so much. Given the fact that the critical incident command structure is under your management, as you've pointed out, there's no reevaluation available for critical incident commanders in your to your knowledge?
When you're talking about reevaluation of their skills for
Yes.
their accreditation, again, I'm not a critical incident commander. All I know is that they attend the Canadian Police College for a 2-week period of time, or 10 training days. They enter into an understudy program. In terms of a reevaluation or a recertification, I wouldn't say that it's, again, I'm speaking of a program that I'm not intimately involved in. I would say that it isn't as well defined as other programs that I'm familiar with, for example, forensic identification. There is recertification of those specialists. Dive team members, there is recertification. Requalifications. But in terms of critical incident command, I'm not aware of a recertification, and that would be something that I think would be an important area to explore.
Right, thank you. I was going to ask if you felt that would be an important improvement going forward. As you note, there are other specialized services that have mandatory recertification periods, and this being such an important role, certainly.
And maybe if it helps frame up any recommendations. One of the issues, and the reason why there's a difference, and I referenced forensic identification services, they have a very well-defined training not just a training program, how they identify potential candidates, to how they load them on their course, and then put them through their understudy period, and then their qualifications. They have progressive certification over at the minimum of every 3 years. They call it AFIT training. They have a very structured program. And I think the reason being is that there's a separate policy center that deals with the identification of those individuals and the training of those individuals and the maintenance of their training. On the critical incident side, there is a policy center, but it gets a little fuzzier because you involve the Canadian Police College in training, and then you have an external agency, which I think is a good thing, to help support accreditation. But there's not the same investments in terms of staffing, because there's a staffing mechanism centrally to, and I'm using forensic identification as a good example. There's staffing personnel that are assigned to that portfolio. I don't think that, to my recollection, or my best information is that there is no staffing person assigned to the critical incident program to identify candidates, staff candidates, move candidates around. You're always looking for someone who might fit the criteria, and it's managed at a local level. And I think that there would be great benefits from a more structured program in and around identification, training, recertification, and also staffing of these positions.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And that actually leads me into my next point. When you had requested a review from national headquarters, You had mentioned that you wanted an outside independent review, and my understanding is that you were looking at that critical incident policy national group, which would be made up of not just RCMP, but it's comprised of other critical incident commanders from across Canada. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was asking specifically for individuals who had received Canadian Police College training, who had experience, who were deemed as experts in their field that had no connection to this province, had limited familiarity with what had happened here, and also would have some level of experience in critical incident operations in rural environments. Those were the elements, and I was looking particularly for those outside of the RCMP.
Okay, thank you. The way that the model is set up for training and critical incident response and critical incident command in Canada is run through Canadian Police College, as you've mentioned, which is part of the National Police Services, which is under the auspice of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Specifically, the Specialized Police Service, they call it SPS.
Yes. So would you consider that it's still, you're still being trained under the same model? The experts that you'd be bringing in, even though they might have different experience from across Canada, do you see value in having subject matter experts come in and share best practices and review this incident from more of a global lens, knowing that there are areas of expertise to draw on?
Yeah, no, absolutely, I do. When that request was made, I was also mindful of the fact that we were in the middle of a pandemic and there were certain restrictions. Now, I do know for operational reasons, there were exemptions that we were allowed to bring people in, which we did on a number of different occasions. But from an international perspective, I do agree that it's not just about how we do it in Canada, it's how we do it in other places that are important. But that was a consideration that I was making, is that how easy it would be to be able to bring in for the purposes of the, expediting a review. I might be presented with some challenges by getting someone internationally, but certainly a lot of value in international perspectives.
Great, thank you. And I know I'm jumping from subject to subject, but it's based on my 2 days of notes, so I appreciate your patience. We talked a lot about the family liaison position. And you had mentioned at one point when we were talking about the benefit of a scribe that would have helped you with making contemporaneous notes during the height of the 18th and the 19th of April. And the question was put to you, could you not have basically ordered or directed, being a superintendent, chief superintendent, one of those resources, and you didn't feel that given everything that was going on, that no, you didn't have that capability and that authority to do so. However, when we were talking about the sole family liaison, Constable Bent, the offer was made for him to basically he could have whatever it was that he needed, knowing that major crime operations falls under your management, and he was part of the major crime response. Is it reasonable to leave that decision making with the constable when you yourself as a superintendent didn't feel that you could reach out and ask for other resources? Is this a time that would be appropriate for a supervisor who's in charge of a unit to make a leadership decision that could have perhaps changed how the family liaison was distributed?
When you refer to the supervisor, like at what level are you referring to supervision?
Well, you're in charge of, you manage all of these specialized units. We've established that. And there's a chain of command reporting up to you. And so when people report up to you as the manager in charge of those, based on your experience and your position, you would ask probing questions and offer some advice on how to help? Would this have been an opportunity for you to interject yourself to ensure that the families had the appropriate number of family liaisons? Just back to the simple math. One family liaison serving 22 families, and by extension, the number of family members. That's quite an incredible lift to leave with one constable.
Yeah, so I'll answer your question directly first. Yes, I could have interjected myself. And I did have conversations with the command triangle and Skipper about how he was doing, how he felt about that. And I can tell you that, I do like to be able to trust in the assessments of the people that I work for. I think the trust is important. And they were reporting back to me that, including Skipper and the command triangle, they felt that he was doing a good job at that, and he felt that it wasn't too much for him. In my heart, I was concerned about that, and I think I testified to that on a number of levels. One, for an adequate level of service for the family, but two, also for Wayne Skipper Bent. And I've had the chance to talk on a number of occasions with Skipper, and he carried a very heavy load there, which I think is going to, and not to take anything away from the effects that it's had on so many, particularly the families, but I do believe that it will have lasting impact on Skipper, and that is something that I was also concerned about. In retrospect, if we had enough resources to assign a individual per family, I think that would have been an ideal situation, but Skipper was assigned solely to that. I know that there was a period of time when, as the amount of interactions were decreasing, he became more involved in some of the investigative aspects on this particular case and others. But I do know that he was fully occupied for a considerable period of time. And I want to acknowledge the level of dedication that I witnessed that Skipper had expended. And I think considerable emotional expense for everyone, including himself.
Thank you. This is back to an investigative question around the CIS Nova Scotia Bulletin in 2011. And the other day in proceedings, Commission Counsel Emily Hill shared with us has been exhibited a CPIC printout of numerous entries where both the perpetrator and his common law spouse had been queried over a number of years leading up to 2020. And I'm just wondering, when officers on the evening of the 18th would have clearly done a CPIC query, they would have seen a number of those repeated hits on CPIC, and I don't know if we need to bring that up or not as an exhibit, but just purely from an investigative point of view, I would expect that where it was shown that that they were actually targeted through CBSA, through border crossings, and that was indicated on that printout, that would have tweaked somebody's imagination or interest to look further into the criminal intelligence, either Criminal Intelligence Nova Scotia or Criminal Intelligence Canada bulletins. Are you aware if there was any close look at those CPIC queries leading up to the several years leading up to as late as early 2020?
So I know, based on your previous profession, you would have an understanding of this. So I'll answer a little more fully for the benefit of others.
Thank you.
I didn't see that printout that was entered as an exhibit, so I can't comment specifically on the contents of it, but what you're describing to me sounds like a CPIC offline query. And the difference for those that might not understand it in the room is that when a general CPIC query is conducted by an officer,
Yeah, okay, what the
might not understand it in the room is that when a general CPIC query is conducted by an officer, they will see immediate entries. Example, if there is someone that could conduct an offline query during a critical incident, 24 hours a day, it would be helpful to have that information.
Thank you. So
Not
just
cool,
from
CSE.
my knowledge, CPIC based out of Ottawa, that doesn't operate 24/7.
I don't know that. Someone from Ottawa would have to, the maintenance or those that might conduct those offline queries, you'd have to ask specifically that program area. I'm not familiar myself.
Thank you. And I am getting there. Mr. Pino earlier this morning had asked you questions about your note taking and your contemporaneous notes. Have you taken, obviously in basic training, you would have taken the principles of good note taking. Can you share with us your rationale for thinking it's okay to make your notes based on another officer's memory? I know that you made your notes based on some of your own emails and texts, and perhaps I misunderstood, but it sounded like you were also making your notes based on the memories and recollections of other officers.
Well, it was a combined effort. I testified that I didn't have my notebook with me on the night of the 18th. So that's why I didn't have notes. And then by the time I arrived at the office, I had grabbed a new notebook because, as I testified earlier, I had a notebook that had largely, I had actually switched to a new notebook that had everything related to all of the COVID DOC activities that we were engaging. So I grabbed a new notebook, but from the time I arrived at the office, it was constant phone calls, constant interruptions.
If I could just interrupt you and just ask a very pointed question. Is it acceptable practice for one police officer to make notes based on another officer's notes?
Well, no, but if they agreed with what that officer wrote, I wasn't making notes. I was making a timeline because there was a void in my notes for the 18th and then the 19th.
Okay, thank you. There's been a tremendous amount of talk over the course of our commission around the alert ready and the duty to warn. And this next question is going back to the duty of care around the families and the family liaison, next kin notification, and so forth. And I know, again, we've talked a lot about the duty to warn, and which is extremely important. But can you help me understand what some of the thoughts are around the duty to care when we're talking about interactions with victims and families and in fact those who have been charged or in our care?
Well, I think there's a responsibility to treat everyone with dignity and respect. You want to be as attentive as you can possibly be with someone who has experienced such a great loss. That would be, for me, the first duty of care is dignity and respect. If there is information that you can share that you're confident is accurate, based on what it is that you've confirmed, then you should be able to share that information.
Thank you.
And further to that, maybe I just would want to add, is that if we have access to contacts or resources that we believe that an individual who's suffered as a result of a criminal act, I do believe that we have a responsibility to ensure that they are pointed in the direction of those additional resources that we might not have the capacity or the responsibility to provide.
Okay, thank you. And this is my last question. I appreciate your patience. And this is based on a question from participant counsel, Mr. McDonald, when he was asking for some clarification regarding blue on blue. And would you agree with me that blue on blue is not just a concern about mistakenly shooting at an officer thinking it was a perpetrator, but there's also concern with blue on blue of somebody being caught in crossfire?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanton.
Thank you. In response to a Commission Council question yesterday, you indicated that relations between police services management in Nova Scotia has gotten worse since the mass casualty. And in your June 28th interview, you suggested a dispute resolution process might be needed for policing agencies post the mass casualty. And I just wondered what you've observed that leads you to that conclusion.
Well, it's not just something I suggested in my interview on, it was either the 28th or the 12th, I can't remember which of the two. It's also a conversation that I had with Haley Crichton, who is the Executive Director of Public Safety in Nova Scotia. And the reason why I believe that that's quite important is that the emotional impacts and effects that this has had, I think is a contributing factor to those strained relationships. There's been a lot of finger pointing, and there's been a lot of misunderstanding between agencies, which I think have created, it's been a compounding effect on the strain of those relations. And I don't see it any differently than two people who care about each other or should care about each other because you have common goals and interests, like a marriage. If they're experiencing difficulties, sometimes you can work those things out together, and other times it requires someone who can mediate that and keep things moving in the right direction, allow some respectful conversations. And I do believe that would be a valuable undertaking in this province on a number of levels, either through some level of therapy or ensuring that each other are truly understood without feeling that they couldn't actually be honest with each other. That's why I think that's so important. And I think it's necessary. I have to say that.
And so in order to improve the relationship between, well, I guess you're off to New Brunswick, but just wondering if you have any suggestions with respect to how the relationships between agencies might be improved. Is it for example, I wonder about the lack of an after action report for H Division. I understand that HRP, the Halifax Regional Police, did conduct one. Would sharing reports like that be a first step?
I think that the sharing of those reports, I'd never seen that HRP ERT after action report, and in fact I was down at Halifax District before I left here. That wasn't provided to me, so I never saw it. I do agree that sitting down and sharing that information would be very important. Did you request it? I didn't even know it existed.
Okay, and you said that there was also, I gather, an ERT after action report from H Division, ERT?
I believe it was defined as a draft after action report. I don't think it was a finalized report.
Okay, and in your July 12th interview, you mentioned that you were not aware of the contents of that report. Am I correct in that
I
understanding?
don't think that I was ever given that report to actually physically read because I think it was in the draft stage. Now, having said that, I receive reports and documents that on a daily basis, and some of them are very long in length. I prefer to see a finalized report rather than several drafts, and that really ties up my time because I have multiple programs that I manage. So that could have been why I might not have read it because it wasn't in its final stage.
So
or finalized stage.
if I understand from Ms. Najawan's questions this morning, post the mass casualty, you staffed up the ERT in H division, but not some of the other programs such as EMERT. Did I understand that correctly?
No, there hasn't been any, I don't believe there's been an increase in resources on the EMRT side, but, and I may be mistaken, but I seem to recall that there was a business case that might have gone in the last multi-year financial plan for not necessarily standalone resources from EMRT, but we have two mechanisms to be able to ask for things that people need, and one is called the multi-year financial planning for resources, and then there's the, my memory's escaping me, the terminology, the...
That's okay. I guess what I'm getting at is that if I understood correctly, and there was a pressure something term that you used to...
Pressure funding?
Pressure funding for improving the staffing of ERT, right?
There were already pressure funded positions for ERT. And there was a business case submitted to increase, or not to increase, to actually establish funded positions, to move them away from pressure funding to actually funded positions.
So I guess I'm just wondering if it would have assisted in determining some of this resourcing to have reviewed the after action report of ERT.
Well, it would, but the modernization study that I spoke of was a national level study that subject matter experts from across the country would have contributed to. That report is the basis for establishing what I believe to be the key issues that need to be addressed within the ERT program, as well as the actual resourcing issues. So that was the basis for those business cases. The after action report would be more granular in terms of gaps and issues in terms of the response, not necessarily reflective of the issues facing modernization and resourcing levels. And that's why that modernization review was used as a basis for that request.
In your June 28th interview, you mentioned the Critical Incident Policy Center. And I'm very curious about what that might be. Can you tell me what that is, please?
So I've spoken about that over the course of the last 2 days. I'm going to use the acronym and then I'm going to spell it out just so everyone is clear. National headquarters, we have a Deputy Commissioner, Brian Brennan, and he's in command over above Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly. Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly is in charge of Contract and Indigenous Policing, CNIP. And under CNIP, there are a number of program areas, one of which is what we call the Operational Response and Readiness Unit, ORR. You might have heard me say that acronym. There's a chief superintendent in ORR that has multiple programs, and and that's all about critical incidents, EMRT, negotiators, all those pieces of the critical incident program. That would be Chief Superintendent Jamie Salem that oversees that. Under OR, or the critical incident program, there would be a superintendent, and that at that time would have been Superintendent Phil Liu, who was in charge of the critical incident program that was in the Operational Response and Readiness Unit, that was part of Contract and Indigenous Policing, that was in national headquarters under the Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing.
Okay, so what does it do? What does it produce?
Well, what it produces is it's a policy center first that would govern or create policies, modify policies on the national level of all things related to the critical incident program, negotiators, EOT, etc. They would have direct connectivity with the tactical training section, or TTS. That's their acronym. And they would develop initiatives. They could conduct those reviews that I referenced. They are involved in identification of subject matter experts that they would load across the country on the critical incident commanders course, for example. They have trained subject matter experts in each of those fields that work within that policy center. And they also have connectivity across the country with other police agencies, and they also would have international connectivity as well that would help form the basis of some of the policies that they create.
So does it review or analyze recommendations from past inquiries?
Not that I'm in charge of CNIP or ORR, but I would feel very confident in saying that the recommendations of this commission will eventually go into contract and Indigenous policing. And if they are related to critical incident response, emergency response teams, negotiators, operational communications, they will go into that contract and Indigenous policing environment, and they will be shared, and they would have to work on actioning those recommendations at a national level, because I've said this to many, this is a joint federal provincial inquiry. I believe that the recommendations are binding on all police agencies in Canada. And, or if they're not, I believe that they should be.
Binding, but yeah.
I don't see this as just a Nova Scotia issue. I think that what comes out of this inquiry will be important for all agencies to fully understand, and if there are adjustments or improvements that we need to make, that we would make them.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to identify is there, and perhaps this is the unit, this policy center, is there someone who reviews recommendations when they come out from, whatever process it is, whether it's a public inquiry or a review, and consider which recommendations apply to people in which relevant roles, and ensure that they are reviewed and actioned?
I would say that I would expect that policy center with those subject matter experts in it to be a lead point for understanding, absorbing, and actioning on a national scale, and then divisions would then be given taskings from that body to be able to implement.
Okay, because it sounds like there isn't a mechanism right now for ensuring that people in relevant roles, for example, critical incident commanders, to be provided with or to be required to review relevant recommendations. And given that it sounds a bit random whether people take it upon themselves, it seems to be self-driven whether people review things like the.
Well, there will always be an element of people taking their own initiative to learn. But I do believe that if there is a critical aspect that needs to be communicated to the field, I know that there's connectivity from the critical incident program to national headquarters in Ottawa, as well as the emergency response teams with that policy center in Ottawa. So I wouldn't want to leave anyone with an impression that there isn't a channel of communication. There's another body that might be worth mentioning, is that every province that the RCMP has, there's a criminal operations officer on both the core side, which is provincial policing, and the federal policing side. So you have a core criminal operations officer, and you have a federal policing criminal operations officer. There's a body in Ottawa that meets regularly called the National Integrated Operational Council, or NIOC. I don't know if anyone has mentioned that. NIOC is designed to bring criminal operations officers from across the country to Ottawa in person, and they have several teleconferences on a scheduled basis where they discuss operational issues. It would be probably most simply described as the senior most operational.
Oh, good. Here we go again. Wow, now it's like stuck. Look at him. He's like looking at the sky. What's going on?
Recommendations like this and the implementation of them across the entire organization.
Okay, that's helpful because I guess it struck me when you said that after this mass casualty, you were scouring the internet to find other examples of mass casualties with similar elements, and I wondered if, for example, anyone had reviewed an English translation of the Commission of Inquiry in the Utoya incident in Norway. And of course, we're fortunate to hear from someone on a critical incident decision-making panel with respect to that. And again, we have a commissioned report from Dr. Deeb, who's with the Norwegian Center for Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies, who provided helpful information on aftercare. And I thought about your role in Ottawa with respect to I think you said with the McNeil report, you worked on guidelines with respect to critically injured and fallen members. And so those kinds of things would be of great assistance, and just trying to determine if there is a process by which that kind of information is reviewed and analyzed and provides implementation plans for the RCMP.
So I can't speak for that unit, what their daily activities and their mandate would look like, because I've never worked in it. But I'm familiar with that incident in Norway that you spoke of. Maybe it would be fair for me to describe why I would have conducted my own researches, because I'm just driven that way. I'm curious, and I was searching for anything that I could find. But I do expect that as a National Policy Center, they would have their eyes on other reports. And I had testified earlier about one of the roles I had in Ottawa in the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices. And it was important in that environment to look at best practices, lessons learned. For example, there's a website out of the RCMP in British Columbia. It's called OISP, or Office of Investigative Standards and Practices, that distills a lot of these reports specific to major case investigations. So I would hope that ORR has the capacity to be able to do that analysis and to be able to communicate that in a usable format, so that people understand the important aspects of those reviews, so that we can incorporate that into our policies, our training, because it's not just about what happens, as we all know, in Canada, it's what happens around the world that we should be familiar with, and what challenges that those that have gone and faced situations like this have faced. And therein lies the importance of this report that you're charged with producing. Is that my hope would be is that people around the world will actually read about that and take serious note of what recommendations you make.
So I think you said it's Phil Liu that was in charge of was it the center, or was it the ORR that he was?
ORR, which is Operational Response and Readiness. Critical Incident Program. ORR, our Operational Response and Readiness, was Chief Superintendent Jamie Salam.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
who since
I know
retired just recently.
Right, he's retired, and I know we were interested in speaking with Phil Liu, and I understand that he's moving to Thailand. So we are at a bit of a disadvantage with respect to trying to get more information about those things. So I appreciate you sharing what you know about them today.
But there will be someone who is in acting capacity, if not someone identified, to assume that role.
Okay, and perhaps Department of Justice can assist us with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Superintendent. It's been a long day, and a lot of questions have been asked and a lot of questions have been answered. And I just have one thing that I'm having a difficulty getting my head around, and given your 32 plus years of experience and wide variety of experience, obviously, and particularly in major crime, And it involves what transpired on Sunday morning around 9:30 or so. So they were beginning extraction from Portapique residents, and suddenly the calls started coming in that the perpetrator was elsewhere. And just please explain to me how it could happen that I can understand going after the threat, and we've heard a lot of evidence about the threat is the priority, you go after the threat. But how could those people in Cobequid Court not be discovered until the evening, Sunday evening? Why was it that, in your experience, and you reviewed it all, if you could help me understand how it came to be that abandoned is not the right word, but that the priority for the threat seemed to have overwhelmed what was going on in Portapique. And by Sunday morning, there would have been a lot of resources to follow the threat. But yet it was the evening before those bodies were found. And that's something I'm having difficulty getting my head around. So with your experience, your review, can you help me out there?
Yeah, so I wasn't involved in fully understanding on the ground what was happening there. So I can only go with your question, and that is based on my experience. And my experience is based on 1 or 2 scenes, not 16 scenes. And from what I've seen through the course of your proceedings or things that I've read, I seem to recall that there, and it might have been maybe Constable Dorrington that was speaking about wanting to leave Portapique, but being instructed, no, you had to stay. So I don't believe that every resource left that area. I believe that there were resources that were left there. But in terms of the scope and enormity of the situation and the confusion that the perpetrator caused and the excessive numbers of taskings and the necessity to establish just a fraction of awareness of the scope and magnitude would have taken some time. And I'm not saying that to make an excuse at all, but I do have some level of consideration or understanding for the pressure that those resources would have been under. I don't know if anyone else from that investigative team had experienced anything like this. I doubt that they ever had. With experience comes some familiarity and maybe a little easier opportunity to move quicker. I don't say that to take anything away from the efforts that those people made. I think that they tried their very best, and it's clear to me that many feel that their efforts of trying their best was not enough. I would have hoped to have seen that we would have identified those additional crime scenes much, much earlier, because like everything, evidence can be perishable, and the sooner that you enter a scene or secure a scene, you can reduce the possibilities of losing evidence. And that's just a basic principle. But given the numbers of scenes, the shock, I think that so many people were in, and the fact that it took some time for efforts to be coordinated may have been contributing factors to that delay. And I hope that answers your question. I'm only answering that as honestly as I possibly can based on the experiences that I've had. And I have a few scars over the years that I've built up, and some calluses as well, that I'm basing that assessment on. I do understand. Do I accept? Do I think it's appropriate? Do I think it's acceptable for there to be that delay? Personally, in my heart, no. But I also try to put myself in the shoes of those that were on the ground, trying to sort out the carnage. And that was a monumental task for so many.
Well, thank you. And more generally, thank you for assisting us with our challenging task. It's been a long couple of days for you, and we really appreciate you being here and assisting us with our important work. It's greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. And tomorrow we'll be hearing from Chief Superintendent Chris Leather beginning at 9:30. So we will break until then. And Chief Superintendent Campbell, thank you again for assisting us with our work.
Thank you. And I know that there are very few family members that are in attendance, but I would imagine that many are watching or monitoring the proceedings. I want to express my sincere condolences and I apologize for failing. I haven't cried for 2.5 years. And I'm truly sorry that we failed you. I promise that we'll do better.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you. We'll break till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July 27th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
I don't even know what to say to that. Whatever. In fact, it just upsets me so bad. I'm going to end the stream now. So until tomorrow, God bless you. God bless the 23.